Good morning and welcome to the ad hoc Nevada State University Presidential Search Committee meeting. At this time, I would, I would like to take roll. Winter.
Chair Carvalho.
Here.
Regent Arascata.
Here.
Regent Batista.
Here.
Regent Downs.
Here.
Regent McGrath.
Here.
You do have a quorum present. Advisory roll call. Mr. Christensen.
Here.
Ms. DeBonis.
Here.
Dr. Dockweiler. Dr. Eastridge.
Here.
Ms. Johns.
Here.
Dr. Martini.
Here.
Mr. Morris. Mr. Muhlroth.
Here.
Dr. Odie. Ms. Pierce.
Present.
Dr. Robinson.
Here.
Ms. Silva.
Here.
Dr. Tapia.
Here.
Dr. Thunke.
Here.
Ms. Wallace.
Here.
Dr. Wright.
Here.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Regent Batista, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before beginning, we take a moment to recognize that here in Nevada, we stand on the land of the Washishu, Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Nui, Western Shoshone, and Nuwu, Southern Paiute. We take a moment to recognize and honor their stewardship that continues into today. With this recognition, we state an intention to rightfully include their voice and respect them as the 27 sovereign tribal nations of Nevada. I'll now go to item number 1, public comment. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 987-9092-3799 and passcode 777777. Is there any public comment here at Nevada State? Please come forward, state and spell your name, and you have 2 minutes.
For the record, Christine Beaudry, B-E-A-U-D-R-Y. Good morning, board and committee. I am professor of social studies education, and next year will mark my 10th year here at Nevada State. During this time, I have served as chair of the Faculty Senate, as interim associate dean of the School of Education, and as the faculty representative on the committee for the most recent presidential periodic evaluation, roles that have given me a view of presidential leadership from multiple perspectives within our institution. NSU is at a crucial moment in our development. We are growing, we are building, and we are serving an increasing number of students who depend on us to get this right. The president who leads us through our next phase needs to understand higher education from the inside, as someone who has lived the full arc of faculty and academic leadership, from the classroom through departmental leadership, through dean and provost roles. That trajectory builds credibility with faculty that cannot be substituted. It also matters that our next president has led at universities that look like ours, teaching focused, access-oriented, and minority-serving, and has done so at every level, not just at the top. This depth of experience shapes leadership and decision-making in ways that are directly relevant to our students and our mission. Faculty are looking for a president for whom this work is not a new direction, but a career-long commitment. Someone who arrives at NSU ready to lead, who brings genuine curiosity and humility to this role, while also already understanding much about who we are, and most importantly, who we serve. This is what will allow our next president to build the trusting relationships and meaningful partnerships that will determine how much we can accomplish together as we head into our next chapter. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Carvalho, Regents, and advisory board members. My name is El Hashmi Bouali, B-O-U-A-L-I. I'm an associate professor of geosciences and an academic faculty senate chair presently. at Nevada State. I want to begin by thanking all involved in this search process for providing us with 4 outstanding presidential candidates. I hope today's interviews allow the candidates to discuss how they will use their expertise to bolster our current academic offerings as we continue to grow. NSU faculty work tirelessly to provide quality academic programming, and instructional supporting professional staff work nonstop to provide additive services like tutoring, advising, mental health, and basic needs, so our students are in the best headspace to achieve their academic goals. NSU asks a lot from its employees, and we have to believe in the mission and love this place to be here. A 4-4 teaching load, hours upon hours of service to grow the institution, barely any time during the work week for a scholarship. We put in so much. All 4 presidential candidates reminded us over the last 2 days that an institution's budget reflects an institution's priorities. A 20-plus year NSHE vet who worked across the system and to whom I respect once told me, NSU does not have a budget problem. You have an allocation or spending problem. My take, revenue generating positions and programs, AKA instruction, are underfunded. And until our next president can actually help us become less reliant on state funding, it is unfathomable how revenue generating programs are left to fend for themselves. Our budget does not prioritize quality academic programming for our students. Every program is understaffed, under-resourced, and/or under-marketed. It is demoralizing to invest so much effort and time and know we could be better. We could, as our motto states, be bold, be great, be state, if the institution truly supported academic programs as much as the academic-facing employees support our students. Today, regarding academics, I think we are sitting closer to be good. We are good. Thus today, I eagerly listen to how these great candidates will support our students in their academics so we can truly be great on this front, knowing full well one of them will lead the effort to find our next provost and CFO. Thank you.
Good morning, Regents and Search Committee. My name is Laura Naumann, N-A-U-M-A-N-N. I'm a little bit more off the cuff than my colleagues. A few things that I wanted to mention. First, I wanted to thank the academic search firm, as well as Chair Carvalho and Chancellor McNair for selecting candidates, really listening to what our campus needs and desires are. I think, again, when I reviewed the candidate CVs, I could see how they selected the candidates based on the things that the Nevada State constituency said they wanted. That said, I was Senate chair during the last presidential search when we hired Dr. Pollard. We had a much more robust search process. The candidates met with multiple constituencies throughout the day. Many different meetings were held where we got to learn more about the candidates. The candidates got to learn more about us. So I was very disappointed that we had such a condensed process to meet the candidates. I hope that they were able to glean what Nevada State is about, because it's as much of an interview of them interviewing us as we are interviewing them. That said, given the little time that we had with the candidates on Tuesday and Wednesday, I, just as a faculty member here at Nevada State, wanted to express my ranking based on who we've seen thus far. Obviously, I look forward to learning more from the candidates today. I think 3 candidates would be suitable to potentially advance. My top ranking is Dr. Richtenmeyer, apologies for potentially misstating her name. I think her background at all levels in the academic side, from department chair to dean to provost, really give her great insights, as well as her background as an accountant. Dr. Elrod and Dr. Smith were very close in ranking for second place. And then I unfortunately did not think that Dr. Purnell was a fit for our institution, given his lack of higher ed administration background. Thank you.
Thank you. SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
None at this time.
Thank you. I'll close public comment and move to agenda item number 2, minutes. So I will entertain a motion or any discussion regarding minutes from the meeting of February 6, 2026.
Regent Batista, motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you. I will take the motion from Regent Batista and a second from Regent Arascata. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to item number 3, Chair's Report. For this item, I will first turn it over to academic search representatives, Dr. Gabriel Esteban and Mary Kennard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of the Board of Regents, members of the Advisory Committee. Just a quick recap of the process involved in searching for the next president. The first step was we engaged with 7 different groups, 108 attendees on our listening tour. I was on this campus and Mary was doing it via Zoom. We also had 24 respond to a survey conducted internally. Based on that, we developed a profile which was presented to this group. We refined the profile and launched the search. We used the regular advertising channels, plus we used our database. So this information was sent out to about 1,000 university presidents. We also sent it out to provosts, deans, VPs, and so on. Out of that, we received 108 applications. Out of those 108 applications, there were 22 sitting or former university presidents, plus another 7 who were the functional equivalent of a university president. These were people in industry, in the military, who we deemed as comparable. Out of that total 108 people, over close to 2/3 of that were either provosts, or VPs at that level and higher, or the functional equivalent. So it was a very strong, very robust pool. It was a very diverse pool as well. In terms of ethnicity, race, it was a minority-majority pool of candidates. It was predominantly male, though. So it was a very strong pool of candidates, one of the strongest we've seen for a presidential search. I would note also that we had some candidates not even apply because of the nature of our search. We had, out of that pool of 108, we had 12 semifinalists identified, and 1 dropped out before they could be interviewed. We interviewed the finalists, the semifinalists, and we came up with the 4 we felt was the strongest match for Nevada State University. Madam Chair, that's the search to date.
I would only add that the pool was extremely diverse in that there were applicants from Germany, India, Mexico. So there's a lot of people who want to come to your institution.
Thank you, Mary and Gabriel. Did you want to say something else? I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention, we had the open forums yesterday, which was the last part of the search, and we have the results of the survey. We had good attendance in all the sessions, and the responses of the survey range from 39 to 63 who responded to the survey. I think that's it. And the only other thing is we had the 4 finalists who are identified here.
Thank you very much. I would just like to thank you for bringing us such a great pool of applicants at 108 applications. That was really phenomenal. It really is a testament to this institution as well, that so many people were interested in applying. So I appreciate the work that you both did for us on this search. At this time, I'll move on to item number 4, the interview process and questions. So academic search will give us a summary of references and the feedback from the forums. Each interview will be 75 minutes. As you see in front of you, there are 9 questions that we have assigned to different members of the advisory committee. We'll also give the candidates a few minutes for an opening statement and also a closing statement. Just so you know, there will be a lunch break after the second candidate, and we'll do short breaks in between as well. So we're not intense on the interview process, the entire time. But I will say that during breaks and lunch, please do not discuss your feelings on the candidates or anything like that. And I'll stress that, especially for the regents on the committee. But it's important for us not to create any type of a quorum while we're outside of the meeting. And also, each of you has a rubric that you are welcome to use for each of the candidates. It's for your use only. You don't turn it in if you don't want to use it. That's completely up to you. It's just a tool for you to be able to measure how you feel about the candidates. So I just did want to point that out. So at this time, I'll also turn it over to Gabriel and Mary if you have anything else to add on the interview process and the questions.
Nothing to add, ma'am.
Thank you. I did also want to mention that these questions were taken from questions that were posed to us from the advisory members as well. So some of them have some specific things in them, and I do really appreciate that there was a diversity in questions asked. So I think we'll get a good read on what each of the candidates' experience and skills are with these questions. So I do thank the advisory members who did present questions. Okay, so I think what we will do is, first I'll open it up if there are any questions about the process that is in front of us today. Hearing and seeing none, we'll move on to item number 5, open forum reports and finalist interviews. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Mary and Gabriel to start us off on our first candidate. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Our first candidate is Dr. Susan Elrod. Susan is a nationally recognized scholar, educator, and administrator with over 20 years of higher education leadership experience. She currently serves as principal of the Change Leadership Group, which offers practical, action-oriented guidance for campus leaders at every level. She previously served as the 6th Chancellor of Indiana University at South Bend, and prior to that service, she served as the Provost and Chief Executive Chancellor for Academic Affairs at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, Interim Provost at Cal State Chico, and Dean of the College of Science and Mathematics at Cal State University, Fresno. She has a number of awards, scientific awards, as well as fundraising competencies as well. She holds her PhD in genetics from the University of California, Davis, and a Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences from Cal State Chico. She completed her postdoctoral fellowship at California, Davis, and she currently lives in Nevada. In terms of her references, across multiple references, Susan is consistently described as a highly effective, principled, and strategic leader with a strong track record of managing complex institutions, leading change, and building both internal and external support. She's widely respected not only for her professional capabilities, but also for her high integrity, fairness, and ability to inspire trust. She's particularly well suited for institutions that are undergoing growth, transition, and financial and structural challenges. where decisive leadership and thoughtful change management are required. In the course of the review yesterday, she received about 70% enthusiastic or highly enthusiastic responses out of 64 responses received.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll ask Dr. Elrod to come in. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
All right. So, Dr. Elrod, thank you for being here this morning. We have 75 minutes together. We have 9 questions for you, and we'd like to give you the opportunity to give an opening statement and also a closing statement. So we have plenty of time, but you should have a clock in front of you too, so you can see the time. So this is our Regent Committee and our Advisory Committee, and we have some members also online with us today. And our advisory members will be asking you the questions, and they are all here in person. So so that you know that. So we'll begin now. So I'll give you about 5 minutes or so to give an opening statement.
Great, thank you. Well, it's great to be here, and it's nice to see all of you and see those of you who I met the other day again, and to meet those of you who I haven't met yet. So let me start with why I'm here, not just professionally, but personally. I'm a native Westerner. I was born and raised in California, both Northern and Southern California, but Nevada is home for me now. My sister has been here for decades. She actually works at Carson Tahoe Medical Center. And her kids, my niece and nephew, grew up here, went to Nevada Public Schools, got their degrees from UNR and UNLV. My niece is a nurse who works at Renown, and my nephew works in the gaming industry. They're now raising their families here in Nevada. My aging parents recently relocated here, and as their needs changed, it became difficult for my husband and I to remain living in the Midwest. Professionally, what draws me to Nevada State University is the students you serve and the mission. First-generation students, students who haven't always been able to access higher education, students who are working 2 jobs, raising kids, and still showing up to class. The mission is one that is compelling to me, and one that I'm passionate about. Nevada State University is one of a small number of baccalaureate, access-focused teaching institutions started in this century, and started with that mission in particular, not growing up from a teacher's college or evolving from a community college. And that mission of providing access, delivering talent to the local economy, and driving social mobility and community impact is one that is important to me. Nevada State University is a university of and for this century, and a cornerstone of the American dream for Nevadans. I've spent my career at these kinds of institutions as a student and student leader, a tenured professor teaching the equivalent of a 4-4 load, supervising undergraduate students in my research lab, and carrying a high service load, serving, of course, as a dean, provost, and chancellor. I bring more than 20 years of transformational leadership experience in some of the largest and leading systems in the country. Most recently serving 5.5 years as chancellor of Indiana University South Bend, where I built new systems, programs, funding, and partnerships that resulted in stability, growth, and greater impact. Throughout my career, I've led initiatives that are aligned with the Success by Design goals and others that are critical for Nevada State to mature and realize its full potential. I'd bring a track record of success that's directly relevant to Nevada State, and I look forward to the conversation we're going to have today about that. I would also bring a national perspective to the presidency. I'm a scientist, a national leader in STEM education, a fellow of the AAAS, the largest scientific society in the world, and a scholar of systemic change and shared leadership in higher education. I've been a leader in ASCU, other national organizations, scientific organizations, working with colleagues on the challenges facing comprehensive public universities. My scholarship and work in these organizations, with hundreds of campuses as well, would provide me with a broad knowledge of systems, policies, best practices, and innovative solutions that will help Nevada State grow and expand strategically. My national reputation and network would be something I would bring to the university and put to work right away. And while my national work has been rewarding, it's ignited in me a desire to return to campus leadership. In closing, I see a strong alignment between what Nevada State is looking for in its next president and the leadership experiences I've spent my career building. I would arrive ready to lead and deliver results that will expand Nevada State's reputation and impact regionally and across the state. Reaching the ambitious Success by Design goals and others in front of Nevada State will take intention, strategy, and time, and I'm committed to be here for the long haul. This is the presidency I'm pursuing because I believe it is the place where I can have the greatest impact, do my most meaningful work, and do it as a fellow Nevadan.
Thank you, Dr. Elrod. For our first question, I'll go to Mr. Glenn Christensen.
Welcome, Dr. Elrod. Thank you for being here today, and congratulations on being one of the finalists for this very important role for our institution.
Thank you.
My question is, what are the qualities that the next president of Nevada State should possess in order for that person to be successful in that role? What has prepared you to be the next president of Nevada State University?
So Nevada State is at a really critical time in its history. It's had a solid start and a great foundation, ambitious plans for growth with the land development, the North Las Vegas satellite launching, new athletic programs, just joining the NAIA and the GSAC conference. So there's a lot in front of the university. And so I think from my perspective, what the university needs is someone who has a track record of success leading initiatives that are similar and aligned with those goals. There's a lot of enrollment issues. There's plans for greater workforce development and impact, fundraising. A lot of the work in front of the university, I think, has to do with building community relationships and partnerships. And so I think somebody who not only has a track record of success in all the pillars, the 5 pillars of the Success by Design plan, but particularly in building relationships with donors, partners, organizations in the community, city governments, chambers, just like the North Las Vegas campus expansion has done. So I think a leader in this particular case really needs to be the kind of president who builds a strong internal team so that they can be out in the community doing that work to advance the institution regionally. I guess there was a second part to that question, right? What has prepared me to do that? Okay, So I believe, my strength in leading has been first to start on the campus with the people and build the leadership teams that are required. The goals in front of Nevada State University can't be accomplished by a single president or a single leader. So the team has to be built. And then, so I have a great track record in doing that. I built an amazing executive team when I was chancellor. They were so amazing that they basically ran the campus between when I left and the new chancellor arrived. So I think the foundation is hiring a leader that can build those teams and then be strategic about the goals. So every position I've been in, I've been guided by the plan. What are the goals? What are we trying to achieve? What is the data around all of those plans? And how can we get there successfully? So I think I've demonstrated that I can build leadership teams. I've executed on strategic goals. I've built partnerships. I've done fundraising, completed a $32 million campaign, grew the endowment at the university, focused on fundraising for buildings. And we couldn't have built those buildings without that strategic investment of donor relations and partnerships. So I've also built programs that brought the community together with the university. One example of that is the North Central Indiana Healthcare Talent Alliance. I convened the hospitals, the schools, the universities, all the leaders together. And what ultimately was formed was a nonprofit organization that focused on healthcare talent in the region. And that, of course, only benefited the university as well as the entire community. So that was a solutions-oriented approach that I took to bring the community together with the university around important problems, but also in ways that were going to advance the institution's ability to join with the community and build those relationships. So those are some of the examples that I would provide. I want to make sure I'm cognizant of time, but I've done a lot of work bringing the community together, being out in the community, being the #1 branded ambassador. Maybe I'll just close with this story. So in South Bend, there's another university in town you might have heard of, Notre Dame. And so the public university on the other side of town didn't get a lot of airspace. And people kept talking about the brain drain because students would come to Notre Dame and then leave. Well, I had to convince the community, I had to remind the community that we had a public regional comprehensive university in town and I used the phrase brain gain. So the comprehensive public university was there to develop the talent that was already in the community. So I was at Rotary, I was on the chamber board, I served on the economic development board. I was in the community talking about the university, talking about our impact, always reminding people what the impact was of the public university in town.
Thank you. I think we have a follow-up from Regent Downs.
Thank you, Chair. So Dr. Elrod, thank you for being here today, and I appreciate your time. I do have a question. You mentioned that you talked a lot about building a team that could be effective on campus. It allows the president to go off campus to be present in the community. Do you feel that the structure at NSU leads to what you would need to have an effective structure on campus? You go off campus, or do you see yourself modifying or adding to the existing structure of the administration?
So I think the first thing I would do, I can't answer the question right now because I just don't have enough information, but I think one of the first things that I would do would be to conduct an organizational evaluation and ask those very questions. And so figuring out what are all the executive positions, what do they do, what is their impact, and how does that align with the goals in front of the institution? So for example, at IU South Bend, we had a strategic plan, and I assigned each of the executives one of the goals so that I was sure to have a champion and a shepherd for each of the aspects of the plan. So I think those two things would have to come together first, And then I could do an evaluation of the existing team members and figure out where we might need to recruit or which positions we might need to shift or change.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Pete Martini.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Dr. Elrod, it's good to see you again. After listening to various NSU constituencies, how would you define your top institutional priority entering this role? And if your priority is still evolving, what key data, conversation, or stakeholder input would you rely on to refine it during your initial months here?
Thank you. So I think one of the top priorities is the executive team that I just talked about. You've got to have a leadership team in place to get things done. So that would certainly be a top priority. I think another priority would be the new Success by Design plan, convening a strategic planning committee, working with them. There's a couple of early deliverables, the student success plan and the performance gap plan. So we'd focus in on those, establish a campus process by which we could create a campus-specific version of the NSHE plan. So those would be two top priorities. And of course, the new union formed by the faculty is an important priority, getting to know the faculty, the concerns, understanding what motivated faculty and what the steps are in the bargaining process. I would have to learn how this particular system carries out that kind of bargaining, but look forward to working with everybody. So the top three are really that executive team, building out the plan, the campus-specific version of the plan, focusing on the union. I would add athletics in there. One thing I loved in my role as chancellor, we had NAIA athletics, part of the Chicagoland conference, and I really loved attending those events. I loved supporting the athletic programs. I was able to identify funds to make sure we had full-time coaches, to expand scholarship support. So I think the athletics programs are another top priority. And I guess I would add the land development and the North Las Vegas satellite would also be important priorities to dive into, getting to know where the planning process is with main campus land development. And I know you just had a groundbreaking for the North Las Vegas satellite yesterday. Understanding the priorities there and making sure that the satellite campus is set up for success. In my role as chancellor at Indiana University South Bend, we had a similar satellite campus about a similar distance away and about the same size. It's a little uncanny, honestly. And so we had a lot of, that center had a lot of trouble getting started. And so I would also bring an experience and a perspective to help ask the right questions about what the plan is for that North Satellite campus to make sure that it launches successfully and has a strong vision. Underlying all of those top priorities would be data and evidence. I'm a scientist and I start always with the data, always with the evidence. And that may include qualitative measures as well. So like the National Survey of Student Engagement or other employee satisfaction surveys that might be given by institutional research. So those would be the places that I would start, and I would underlay all of that with a foundation of making sure we had the right evidence, data, we were asking the right questions so that we could strategically carry out the right approaches.
Thank you. Third question is Dr. Kinsey Wright.
Good morning. Good to see you again. My question is, many leaders can describe successful initiatives. I'd like to hear about one that did not work. Please describe a specific policy, initiative, or strategic decision you championed that you later concluded was poorly designed, misplaced, or not producing the intended benefit. What evidence led you to that conclusion? How long did you distinguish ordinary implementation challenges and resistance to change from valid criticism whose perspectives changed your understanding of the problem? And how did you communicate that original approach needed to be reconsidered? Thank you.
So what comes to mind first? Well, let me back up. So as a scholar of systemic change in higher education, probably for the last 10 years, I've been leading in a way that attempts to avoid what you just described. So my approach to leadership is one really of shared leadership and engagement, of listening, of paying attention, of forming groups and teams that provide direction and input. I'm still the decision maker in many cases. So I'm thinking back to when I was provost in the early days of my shared leadership approach development. This was before I co-authored the book with colleagues and then really honed my approach. So we were embarking on a very ambitious initiative to develop a strategic enrollment management plan at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. And we hired a consultant, which many campuses do. And, you know, the consultants always bring their formula, I'm just going to say, to the situation. And, you know, you get this committee together, you do this, you do that, here's the data, et cetera, et cetera. And so we launched with their recommendations. But pretty soon I was hearing from faculty that there weren't enough faculty voices on the committee and that the timeline was too fast and that people didn't know what was going on. And so I thought, all right. So I met with faculty leaders and said, okay, so who else do you want to have involved? Let's talk about the timeline. We can make some modifications. And then we ended up holding some open forums on campus so people could get involved in the process, get engaged, and better understand what we were doing. And so honestly, that experience informed some of the scholarship that we have published in the Change Leadership Toolkit. The very first change leader move that we've defined is to not only set a vision, but appropriate expectations and pacing. And so that pacing is really important. So what I heard from the faculty was, it's going too fast and we don't have a big enough voice. So what I did in that case was listen. I modified, worked with the provost to say, okay, how can we reconstruct some of these groups? How can we slow some of the timeline down, but still stay on track? And so the initiative proceeded, but we made some adaptations and modifications to allow for additional voice, to allow for additional time for people to understand what was going on and provide input. You know, everybody, I wish everybody worked at the fast pace I work at, but I understand that not everybody does. And so I'm very cognizant of that and always am listening and paying attention to make sure that people have the time to understand and come along, provide input that might actually shift what we do. I frequently say, you know, I can make a decision, but I can make a better decision when there's lots of voice and input to that decision.
Thank you. Dr. Gregory Robinson.
Hello. All right, my question for you is, between July and December 2025, NSU lost its president, provost, and CEO, all now held by interim or acting appointees. At the same time, the institution launched its first faculty union and is negotiating its inaugural collective bargaining agreement with a spring 2027 target. It's a lot of institutional trust to rebuild simultaneously. What's your specific approach to those CBA negotiations, and how do you establish credibility with faculty who have watched 3 senior leaders leave in 6 months?
So to me, the primary goal here would be to focus on building relationships. So to me, so much of leadership is about building relationships, nurturing relationships, being honest and transparent. That doesn't mean that everybody always gets what they want. It means that you come together understanding your shared commitments, your shared goals, and trust building is critical there. As a leader, I've worked really hard to do what I say and say what I do, and not do anything outside of that. I'm a very authentic, honest person, and a very authentic and transparent and honest leader. So I think my first approach, as I mentioned just a little earlier, would be to understand the situation and meet with people, build relationships. I would need to understand some of the NSHE rules. I would need to, again, understand what some of the logistics and processes are in terms of bargaining. There might be some things in the existing contracts to pay attention to, how have those been working. And so I would take a learner approach. And then from there, work toward establishing the boundaries, understanding what each side is interested in, but coming to the table, hopefully with common understanding and shared ground. I would view my role as the president. One of my most important roles is to not only make sure employees are taken care of, but that our students are being served, and that we're working within the resources and policies and structures that are set. So I would have all of that in mind as I entered into these first negotiations.
Thank you, Dr. Elrod. I have a follow-up question from Regent Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I have a couple questions on this front. As the NSU president, how do you think grievances should be addressed? And how would you work with academic faculty and their supervisors if complaints or grievances fail to be resolved? It's one of my questions. I'll let you answer that one first.
Okay, great. So in my experiences, there are lots of policies and procedures that govern how grievances are handled. So I would want to first understand what all of those rules are. From dean to provost to chancellor, there have been a variety of faculty issues that have come forward, and my first step is always, okay, what are the rules? How do we manage this? What is the complaint? So, or the grievance? There's always two sides to every issue. So I've always gathered all the feedback in the appropriate ways that the feedback can be gathered. It's often the case that by the time something gets to the president's office, it might have been something that could have been resolved by the dean or the chair or the provost. So always want to make sure I understand the trajectory, but also what are all the sides of the issue? What are all the policies? And then, for example, if there's a faculty review board or if there are other processes to put the grievance into those processes. I don't know if you want to give me a specific example that I can use, but that would be my general approach. And then, I've been in the position of receiving the results of a faculty review board, the results of a hearing or a ruling, and then I would have to make a decision. It would come to me, I would make a decision. And so I'm very careful in those cases to make sure that we have all the information, meeting with the provost and the dean, understanding the original complaint, understanding the perspective of the faculty review board, if that's the case here, and then making the best decision about the outcomes of the particular case. That was kind of generic, but I didn't have an actual example to go on. So
I know,
that would be the process, I guess, that I would use.
Okay. I mean, my hope would be that there'd be a true reflection on the situation and not just Well, this is what my VP said, therefore I'm going to go with that.
Right. Right.
Um,
And actually, as you just say that, so I'll just share a story. When I was dean, we had a untenured junior faculty member who had a relationship with a student. And, so there was a lot in that particular situation going on. But as dean, I did meet with that individual, and I just had a conversation with him. So I think that's part of it too. I like to humanize leadership. It's not always about the information, but it's about the people. And as I mentioned earlier, it's really, about relationships. So, and I think my meeting with that individual faculty member helped him. It was a development moment. It was a kind of a teaching moment, if you will, to help him in his career. And then he went on, to be a successful tenured professor. So I'd like to think I helped in that case.
Another quick follow-up. Can you give your definition of good faith negotiations in terms of collective bargaining?
I am kind of attracted to issues-based bargaining as an approach. I know there's probably pros and cons to that versus pros and cons of a more positional approach. But to me, again, it's about I like to start from a place of shared goals and understanding. And so what can we agree on? And then where do we have differences? And how can we negotiate our way to agreement? Sometimes compromises have to be made on both sides. But in the end, my job as president is to be the fiduciary, make sure, we're not negotiating a way that's going to compromise the budget, compromise student services, student outcomes, but make sure that our faculty are appropriately appreciated, rewarded, that they have appropriate voice in decision making, that they have access to professional development, and all those kinds of things.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I realized that I skipped one of the questions, so I'll go back now to Ms. Astrid Silva.
Good morning. Nevada State University served as a home for many of us during our time as students. What plans do you have to continue fostering the feeling of safety and community for all of our students? How would you strike a balance between maintaining an open and inclusive campus, implementing proactive safety strategies, and ensuring our campus is ready to respond during a crisis?
Public safety, campus safety is important. The campus is kind of located away from the hustle and bustle, although as the campus gets built up, it will be the hustle and bustle. So I think there are concerns that need to be taken into account as the campus grows, as the land gets developed, but that's probably a separate question for later. So in my role, I'll speak mostly in my role as chancellor. The campus was located in a neighborhood, but along the railroad tracks, along a river. So there were a number of public safety concerns from traffic along the river, the railroad tracks. We had housing across the river from the main campus, which was really beautiful and wonderful. There was a pedestrian bridge that went across, but that meant that those students in the halls were isolated from the main campus. So we had a police force on campus, and throughout Indiana University, we operated in a regional command kind of operation, much like happens here with the Southern Command. So the police chief reported to me. We met monthly. We reviewed crime reports, Clear Act submissions. We talked about some of the crime trends and how could we educate students. What protections could we put into place? Was the police force adequate? Did we have the right vehicles? Did we have the right equipment? So we were constantly meeting and talking about that. Our police force, with my support, would do all kinds of events at the beginning of the year so that the students, especially in the halls, could get to know them, so that they wouldn't be afraid of our officers. Some of our officers were alums, actually, who went through the police academy and came back to serve. I also worked hard to make sure that our police force represented our student body. So we had women on the force, we had diverse officers on the force. Very important, so students would feel like they were able to approach officers when they had particular concerns. So those are some of the ways that I've worked within the structure. We had one building that had doors that didn't close all the way because of the pressure of the the air conditioning. So we had problems with transients coming into the buildings, and so and vandalism of the buildings. So what I did was say we need new doors. I mean, it's like we've got to fix the door situation. We also were working toward getting key card access to all of our doors so that in the evenings the doors could be locked, but students could still access the library, for example. We had a 24-hour library room, and I was always concerned about student safety in that room. So those are some of the things I've done and some of the ways that I've protected the campus. In a crisis, one of the first things I did was ask, what are our processes? Does everybody know? Like, are you on the incident command? Are you on the leadership group? What are our continuation of operation procedures? I made sure that we held regular tabletop exercises. So the leadership team, as well as the campus, understood how to respond in a shooter situation or if we had a bomb threat. We frequently, as you might imagine, in the Midwest had weather issues. So from tornado warnings to campus closures because of freezing weather or snow. And so we had a pretty well-oiled machine, and that would be a priority that I would establish right away to make sure we understand, okay, who's in charge of what are our procedures, how do we interact with the system? Because there's coordination, of course, with the Southern Command Police Force, but what are my lines of communication? So I had a direct line of communication to the president of Indiana University, making sure they were informed when we were closing a campus or if a particular incident occurred. Thankfully, we never had any major incidents that we had to manage, but we did have a high school across the street. And I remember an incident where a student there was presenting a weapon. So our police force coordinated with their security. We had a brief shelter in place. One thing I'm pretty proud of is that we modernized our emergency communication system in coordination with the Indiana University system, so people would get text messages, regular communications. So my first priorities are always, are people safe? Second priority, do they know what's going on? Because you can't run, hide, fight if you don't know like what the building, So we improved our comms significantly while I was chancellor, and I think people really appreciated that. Thanks.
Thank you. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to respond to the part of Ms. Silva's question that asks how to continue to foster the feeling of safety and community also for our students.
Right. So that to me is about, so I think culturally that's about belonging and building relationships. I think it may also be about the facilities. I know when I first learned about the campus and the residence halls kind of isolated there, I wondered how safe do students feel isolated there? And so I would want to ask students, how do you feel? What would improve your feeling of safety, belonging, and community connection? In my experience, students connect and feel welcome and safe on a campus when they have relationships with people, but when they also have buildings and spaces where they can go where they feel safe. So I would want to know from the students how they feel, what could be improved. How do they feel about the police support? How do they feel about staff? So I would start first by asking students those questions, asking other people on campus and asking about the spaces. I had a very brief campus tour yesterday, so I don't know how that all works. And I think those are some of the approaches that I would take to figure out how we might make improvements, not only in the physical arrangement or facilities, but in the culture, the staff support, and the policing. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Thunke.
Thank you. Can you describe a time when you made a data-influenced student-centered decision? What data did you rely on? How did you interpret it? Were there any limitation to that data, and what outcomes resulted?
So here I think I will give the example of enrollment data, enrollment and retention data. Let me say it broadly. So I think in particular at Nevada State, the student population is very complicated in terms of its demographics. And the same was true at Indiana University South Bend. Part-time students, full-time students, adult students, mostly Indiana residents. Our athletic programs brought a lot of students actually from out of state, which was great. So I think the first place I started when I was chancellor was just to understand the basic demographics. How many Pell eligible students do we have? And then that informed specific recruitment strategies. So, for example, what high schools were most of our students coming from? And do we have admissions counselors going to those high schools? We started actually to hire alums, our own alums, but if they graduated from a local high school where we were focused on recruiting, we attached them to that high school. So that's an example of a data strategy loop that I closed. I think the second piece that I'll talk about, and this is work I've done as a dean, as a provost, and a chancellor, and that is focusing on high DFW rate courses, which we had a very brief conversation about yesterday or Tuesday. And so that kind of data is complicated, but it's important to dive into that data. So what are the courses where students are not making progress? And then why? So the why of that data is always the complicated part. When I was dean, I worked with the faculty to write a large National Science Foundation grant that would build faculty learning communities that would be focused on those high failure rate courses in the sciences, in math, biology, physics, and chemistry. And so those faculty got together and talked honestly with one another about what was going on pedagogically, what might we do differently to structure the courses, were the prerequisites out of line. And one great outcome of that grant was that the faculty, because most of our students at Fresno State were also from the community, one great pedagogy for engaging students is to get them involved in community-based learning. So ask them to bring projects from their neighborhoods, from their communities. And so our faculty then shifted the pedagogy, and we were able to decrease the failure rate, increase the success rate. And so I'm really proud of that effort. But those are two examples of how I use data to think about strategy and then engage either staff, for example, in the enrollment example in admissions, or faculty in the case of those high failure rate courses. Did I answer all the parts of your question?
I think so. The limitations part, I'm trying to see if you can address that a little bit more, maybe.
Sorry, say that again.
The limitations.
Limitations. Oh, yeah.
I think you addressed it in
yeah,
being
and so
complex.
I think this is the point where qualitative and quantitative data need to be used together. So quantitative data doesn't always give you every answer. So, for example, qualitative data in the case of the high failure rate courses could be teaching quality, faculty engagement, student engagement, like one of the issues, especially in gateway classes, is our students actually showing up. If it's an online class, which I know you all have those, like every institution, that presents different issues, especially for student populations that are at risk or maybe didn't come from high schools where they got all the support they would need to be prepared. So I think there's a whole lot of other data to look at. And so I think a big limitation is, do you have the staff, time, and resources to gather all the data that you need? And then figuring out, when do you have enough data to actually make a decision? You don't want to do get analysis by paralysis. So, and that's about a conversation about things. Do we have enough? I like to spend time with data, so I prefer not to make a quick decision, but I prefer to make a thoughtful decision. And there have been times when I don't think we've had enough data, and I would go back to the faculty or the provost or the whoever was working on the problem and just kind of push a little bit more and ask, can we figure that out? Or shouldn't this be a little more disaggregated here? I think there's some granularity that we're missing. Again, bringing that scientist lens to the problem.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. The next question is Dr. Eastridge.
Dr. Elrod, how would you effectively advocate for and represent the university's professional programs, such as those in healthcare, business, and regulated fields, when engaging with state policymakers, licensing boards, and industry leaders? Can you describe how you would build the necessary expertise, relationships, and trust to ensure these programs are well supported and competitively positioned?
So the professional programs at Nevada State University are important programs, especially along those goals of workforce development. So the first thing I would do would be to ask about the academic portfolio. Just, do we have the programs we need? What's our plan for growth and expansion? How well are our programs doing? I know the nursing program is one that is pretty amazing. So I'd want to learn about the portfolio and learn about the programs, make sure I understood what was happening in the programs, who the faculty were, what their areas of expertise are, so that when I'm out in the community representing. So as a dean, a provost, and a chancellor, been involved in the accreditation efforts of nursing, social work, business, music, all kinds of programs that have professional accreditation, chemistry, the American Chemical Society. So I was always involved to the extent in the different roles I was in making sure that those accreditation reports were well done, represented the programs, and that when the team came to campus, that I was positioned to advocate for the program, understand, where the accreditors might be coming from and how we would be positioned to respond. So very familiar with working with the accreditation organizations. I think, so that's really important besides the institutional accreditor. Out in the community, so I earlier mentioned the Healthcare Talent Alliance that we built. That was, we were able to convene that group of community leaders because of the strength of our health sciences programs on the campus. And so that really gave us a leg up. I engaged the dean in that work. So I think that's another aspect of the work that I would bring, making sure faculty were involved, the deans of education, business, faculty. As I mentioned, I served on the chamber. I was on the economic development board, always talking about our programs, always thinking about how we can build partnerships, helping to make sure I was advocating in the ways that made sense for those programs. I want to make sure that I'm answering all the parts. Licensing boards, industry leaders, and again, so as the dean of the School of Nursing, you play a huge role along with the president and the provost in making sure that we are achieving the goals that we set. So are our nursing students passing at the rate we set for ourselves? What would we need to do to shift that? What are the resources required, et cetera? So hopefully that answered your question, or if you have a follow-up.
Can you address the competitively
Positioned piece.
part?
Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. So in the health sciences space in particular, it's pretty competitive, and I understand that there's a new university coming to town to do. Hawaii Pacific University is coming with health sciences programs. So I think, it's about building on the brand and reputation, but it might also be about cost. It might also be about delivery. And so I think doing a scan of the competitive space, working with the faculty, the dean, to understand what that space is, and then asking, what can we bring? What can we do differently? Can we innovate in a particular way? Can we get out ahead of the competition? So I think it would be thinking about the deep understanding of the space and figuring out what assets we would have to bring, or what assets could we create. I don't know if there's a way to politically influence licensing boards, but we'd ask those questions. What relationships do we have politically that we could leverage? And I would see that as a big job of the president. One of my jobs is out in the community, building relationships, understanding the politics of the community and of those particular boards. So I would look forward to working with people to figure out what those spaces are. I don't have any particular opinions about how to manage the healthcare space here, just because I don't know enough about it, but I would look forward to learning about that, working with all of you to figure out, and then being that supporter and being that champion to say, okay, what ideas do we have? How can we get out in front of this? What relationships do we have? What relationships do I need to build? So new in the community, who do I need to get to know? And how can I help? So those would be ways I would approach that.
Thank you. The next question is given by Katie Jones.
Good morning. So next question for you. Administrative faculty, AKA professional staff at Nevada State, have identified needs around continuous professional development opportunities, revised meaningful evaluation processes, and clear pathways for advancement. How would you work with administrative faculty to build a culture of transparency, support, and shared governance that addresses these areas? And then also, how would you look for that for faculty and classified staff, our administrative assistants, and other folks as well?
Well, I would look forward to getting to know the administrative faculty, meeting with them, understanding their roles, understanding what the issues are, and the same for the faculty and the classified staff. In my role as chancellor, I met regularly with all of those groups to hear concerns, questions, and then figured out ways that we could address them. So I think one of the biggest responsibilities of the presidential leader, of the president, is to build leadership capacity, but also make sure all the employees are supported. We can't run a campus if we don't have the people to do it. A campus we often think of as a place of beautiful buildings or a location, which is great, but it's really the people that make the campus what it is. And so understanding what those needs are, and then figuring out how to put them in place. I'd want to learn what's already in place. So what is happening, not only from the professional development side, but what recognitions and awards exist. So coming out of the pandemic, when I was chancellor, people just worked so hard to bring students back and come back to campus and do it safely. We established the Top Titan Awards. So this was an award that anybody could be nominated for, and we had 20 of them eventually every year. And that recognition was important. I always attended staff development days. So we'd have a staff day where staff would have the day off and there'd be professional development. And I was always a part of those activities, giving out the 5-year pins and 10-year, et cetera. My office funded some of those. So I think, also providing the resources to be there. And so I would place a high value on figuring out what are the needs, how can we support them. I'm also an advocate of making sure people have opportunities to attend external professional development opportunities like conferences or workshops. So I'd be open to hearing what those are, what people are interested in. We actually created, when I was chancellor, a professional development fund that people could use. It was part of our base budget. People could apply for, because not all departments had money to send staff in particular to conferences. And so that would be something I'd love to see if we could figure out how to do. So those are some examples of how I've prioritized that. But I've always been committed to making sure we have the right people, the people are able to do their jobs, that they have pathways for promotion, for example. And again, I don't know what the situation is in the NSHE system or on the campus, but I'd want to be able to figure that out with people.
May I ask a follow-up, Chair Carvalho? Awesome, thank you. Yeah, just because you mentioned it at the last bit there, I think all of the things mentioned, professional development, recognition, evaluation, are important, but again, you mentioned advancement. I think that's something that's very important to us currently. At the time being, for administrative staff, administrative faculty, we do not have clear pathways for advancement. So for example, if you come in as a coordinator, there's not coordinator 1, coordinator 2, senior coordinator, if you've been here X amount of years, or if you get an advanced degree. And I know that there's conversations with that have to happen around budget as well, which you mentioned in one of your questions, being a fiduciary of the institution. So I guess, I don't know if you have anything else to add or examples of how you've navigated that process or advocated for staff.
Right, and then I do want to touch on evaluation, because I didn't really talk about that. So, so I think, so at Indiana University, we were part of a larger system, and the system undertook a major overhaul of its human resources processes. And in that overhaul were clear steps for advancement. But those clear steps start with how our employees evaluated every year. So our employees evaluated every year. And what is the framework for that? And our deans, chairs, supervisors trained to do the evaluations. And is the evaluation process helpful? So one thing that we did when I was chancellor was we took the framework that was created system-wide and we modified it to work for our campus employees. So it still had the same basic elements, but I wanted to make sure that employees understood not only what their position description was, and did they have an up-to-date position description, so it was not always the case. And then measuring their performance against that position description. But those evaluation processes also included what are the professional development goals of the employee and what are their aspirations on campus. I'm sure it's true in this community like it was at South Bend, but Notre Dame and my campus traded staff an awful lot. I'm sure that happens with UNLV, the College of Southern Nevada. I already know the people that I've met. I've worked at multiple places. And so I'd want to understand what were the issues there? Like, we constantly lost our entry-level admissions staff to Notre Dame because they paid more. And so we worked to increase the salaries of our admissions staff so that we could retain them, because you can't have a constant turnover of admissions staff and hope to be successful in your recruitment efforts. So that was another example of going back to the budget. So like, we have all this turnover. What's the result? Is it a cultural issue or is it a financial issue? And so in that particular case, it was just a financial issue. I'll maybe just close with saying, so that was a process that we put into place, and I made sure that every department chair, dean, everybody was trained. We had workshops on how to do evaluations not only for the supervisors, but for the employees. How do you participate in an evaluation process so that it helps you grow? And then what are the professional development opportunities? So in several positions that I've held as a leader, I have worked to create funds and processes that would address salary compressions and inversions. So when I was interim provost, did one of the largest in the system for faculty salary compressions and inversions, working with union leaders, with only a couple of grievances that we fixed right away because they were right. That was a $1.4 million program. At IU South Bend, we set aside a fund, and it was actually a base budget line item so that annually we could put a process into place to fix compressions and inversions. Because as is the case often, when new people are hired, they're hired in a higher salary, and then the people who've been there for 15 years are like, hey, what's going on? But if you don't have the budget, you can't fix it. So we put an actual line item in so that we could address those kinds of compressions and inversions on an annual basis. It hadn't been done for a long time, so we had a big lift in the beginning, and then we had an amount of money that we could use every year to fix those issues with salary, which is another important aspect of employee well-being. If you haven't gotten a raise, or 5 people have been hired and you're still the lowest paid, that's a morale issue, and so one important to address.
Thank you very much for addressing that. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So we're doing pretty good on time. We have one last question that will be asked by Dr. Raul Tapia.
Good morning. So Nevada State University is expanding with a new campus in North Las Vegas, and our campus here in Henderson has opportunities to expand. What is your experience with campus development, and what possible challenges do you see?
So those are really exciting opportunities facing the university. And I think one of the challenges is going to be growth for growth's sake without the right academic portfolio, without the right programming plan underneath it. So I've had the opportunity to be involved in a variety of facilities projects. New buildings, for example, when I was dean at Fresno State, there was a privately funded research building that was a collaboration between the sciences and the agriculture school. And so we worked together to plan that building, lay out the floor plan, work on the programming that would go inside that building. When I was interim provost at Chico, I had the opportunity to be involved in the final planning phases for a new academic building, and that was exciting. As chancellor at IU South Bend, we turned a vacant building into a state-of-the-art nursing and health sciences simulation center, which was really exciting, all with private and campus money. So I've been involved in a variety of projects. At IU South Bend, we also had a center, much like the North Las Vegas satellite. It was actually about the same distance away and about the same size. And that project was interesting because it was built by the community. So the community built a building because they wanted a presence of the university in their community. So they built a building and then said, here. So that's not the best way to start things because the building was built without a plan, without just a concept and a vision, which was great and it was wonderful. But that building struggled for the first decade of its existence because there wasn't an appropriate academic plan, there wasn't an appropriate student support plan, there was no clear idea of, well, what would students come here to do? What courses would they take? It started off as a place where students, so this was quite a while ago before more online courses were available. So I think that's an important development that obviously is taken into account in the build out here and in the North Las Vegas expansion. So it started off as a place where students in that community would come for general education courses. But it wasn't big enough to offer all the courses. right? So that was kind of not really working. And then faculty ended up not wanting to drive there, a logistical issue. But so that was these were things that occurred as the center got launched. And there weren't actually enough spaces for certain kinds of activities. There was a chemistry lab in there for teaching chemistry courses and labs. And so some of the facilities were right, but some of them were not. And again, because it was built without the underpinnings of the academic portfolio, the student support programs, it struggled. And so when I joined, so that all happened before I got there. When I joined the university, a plan was already hatched that I was fully supportive of, and it ended up working really well. So what we ended up doing was focusing that center on offering graduate programs in the health sciences. So that was really granular and really specific, but it worked in that particular case. And so sadly, from my perspective, we destroyed the chemistry lab. I'm a scientist, have a fondness for chemistry labs, but we needed that space for our speech language pathology program room, So we did some renovating, and all of that with the support of the community again. So we kept the community on board because they wanted the building to be successful. And so we worked with them on that new plan. And what ended up happening, and I'm not saying that this would be the approach for the Northwest, I'm just telling a story of how we shifted from a not very well planned space to a much better planned space. What ended up happening was those master's degree programs started to recruit nationally and bring people to the community. So the community was really excited about that. And we were bringing people and developing talent that was needed in the community. So it was occupational therapy, speech language pathology, physical therapy was next on the docket. So I tell that story to say, and again, I mentioned before, you can have beautiful buildings on a campus. It's the people that make it special, but you've got to have the right programming and planning, student support services, and then the spaces follow that. So what I'd like to see, I don't know what the plan is. There was a groundbreaking, so you're building the building at the North Las Vegas satellite. So I would want to check quickly to make sure that I understood the plan out there, and that informed by my experience, I could ask the right questions about, are we on the right track? Is this really going to be successful? What are the goals, and what's the evidence we have that those goals are the right ones? I think there's lots of opportunity. The land development here has been planned out, but my experience with campus master plans is that they start in one place and often end up in another in pockets. So I think the major land development of this particular campus footprint will also evolve over time. There's some parts of it, like the athletic buildings, the build out of certain buildings for new academic programs. I think there's a number of opportunities for that here, like social work is an important program. I think IT, a lot of computer access, understanding the needs in the community. So those are some of the experiences I've had, some of the approaches I would bring, some of the questions I would ask, and the enthusiasm that I would bring for the opportunities that this campus has to expand and grow and build partnerships in the community that are going to inform the land and building developments. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a follow-up question on that. When you say student supports, what is it that you specifically that you see needing at Nevada State in terms of student supports and that sense of belonging?
Mm-hmm. In general, or at the North Las Vegas satellite?
Probably both.
Okay. So there are basic services like financial aid. Can students access like admissions? Do they know where the registrar is? Do they understand who and what the registrar, who it is and what it does? So there's some foundational, I think, understandings of the system that students need to understand. And then advising is a huge one. How does advising work? What are the professional staff? What's the professional staff side of advising? And what's the faculty side of, I would call it mentoring? So, and how does that happen here? So I think those are really important things to have foundationally at IU South Bend. We heard loud and clear from students on not only the NSHE, but in every time I would meet with students on how advising was not helping them. It was not serving them. And so we asked what about it was it? And we had a decentralized advising system. So if a student switched a major, we also had different processes for changing your major in different colleges. So one thing that I'm a big advocate of, so EAB has a student support policy audit that helps you actually ask questions about all the areas of student support that you might need and to figure out where the gaps are, where you're doing well. So it starts with the foundational systems. Do students know how to navigate through the registering for classes, paying their bills? And then do students have advisors? Do they have faculty mentors? Are they connecting with people? Are there centers, programs, student organizations that they can be part of that align with their interests and help them connect to the campus? So that I would consider the things that go on in student government, student activities. Are there activities that on the campus that students can participate in? Can they participate in student government? How many students are participating in student government? So I think it starts with those foundational elements, moves to advising, mentoring, support services for students who need food. Do we have a food pantry? For students who might need some emergency financial support, do we have emergency grants? So I think it's also about understanding the students. You have childcare on the campus, that's great. So understanding the students, what are their needs, and then asking, do we have the services? Do we have the programs? What's our budget? How is that aligned with what we need to do? So I would see that, to me, student support is a whole spectrum. And I think it also, it goes to the classroom and faculty. So our faculty supporting students, are they honoring students with disabilities? We had, I hate to say it, but every semester we would have a faculty who wouldn't honor a testing arrangement that a student needed because they had ADHD. So making sure that students are being supported even in the classroom environment. So to me, it really runs through the entire institution, even up to the president. Am I meeting with the students? Do I understand what their concerns are and their support needs are? Am I cheering them on at athletic events? Am I attending student events? So really, I think it's a pervasive thread that I would want to make sure was coherent here at Nevada State University.
Thank you. Ms. Silva has a follow-up.
Yeah.
Thank you. As a follow-up to that, that answer that you gave, the demographics of Nevada State are very particular. And as you mentioned, activities, groups, all kinds of, different student lifestyles that they may have. We've gone from, as an alumni, we've gone from a very small campus where it was very tight-knit. Everybody knew each other. You could, speak to everybody. As we grow, how do you plan to incorporate that to keep that beauty of what it is, having that community, but also expanding it to allow more? And how will that also influence where you mentioned earlier admissions? What are some of those ways that you plan to get students that may not necessarily have come to us?
Mm-hmm. So I think one of the tricks to growing is to understand what it is about the culture and the belonging that existed as a smaller campus. So were there particular events? Were there particular places on the campus? Because you can be intentional about maintaining a culture if you know what it is that you want to maintain. So if there isn't, for example, a center where students can gather, you're predominantly Hispanic serving, but also Anapese serving. So are there spaces where those students can gather? Are there programs that they can relate to? And what was it about the early days that can be kept going? What were the traditions that existed? So I think it's about thinking about what were the elements of that culture, and then how can we continue to build them, and be intentional about that. I don't know if you want to give me an example. I'm happy to answer more about that. But that would be the approach. I think also as the campus spreads out, I think being intentional about how the campus is connected through either just students being able to get around, like do they have barriers or are there good walkways? I know there's a shuttle, which is great, but so how do people just use the space in a way that creates smaller communities? One building I went in, and I can't remember which one, their students were really hanging out in there, and I thought, this is great. So as buildings are being built, thinking about, do we have the hangout spaces? Do we have the spaces, especially you have a lot of students commuting? They've got to have places to go and hang out. They've got to have places where they can plug in. They've got to have good food. And they have to have those kinds of necessities. So those are some ways I would think about the campus. In terms of admissions, can you be a little bit more specific about what you mean by your question?
So in admissions, when you said that you planted teachers from those high schools, how do you plan on getting our students to see Nevada State as the number one option?
Right. No offense to UNLV there, right? So I think the approach that I've taken in the past is to figure out how to go outside the campus. So actually 2 ways. Go outside the campus and bring people to campus. So the first question I would ask is, where are the students gathering? Like, what is important? Like, is there a center? Are there activities? Where are the high schools? So there's a large dual enrollment population, for example, enrolled through Nevada State University. What are we doing to brand those students as Nevada State University students? So are we giving them Nevada State gear? Do we have summer programs where we can invite them to the campus? So that's where bringing them back to the campus. Are there community organizations like yours that we can partner with to bring Nevada State to the community? So we've had good luck in doing that. There could be community organizations that are also good partners. We had, for example, in South Bend, a chapter of the 100 Black Men, and we partnered with them because they're a big mentorship organization. We partnered with them, made sure they came to campus, they brought their mentees to campus. When I was at UW Whitewater, we had huge summer camps. So our athletic programs, for example, would have summer camps on basketball and volleyball and gymnastics. And so kids from the community would come to the campus. We'd give them their purple shirts, we'd give them their gear. I think another way is we educate teachers at Nevada State University. Do they have the Scorpion in their classrooms? And can we make sure they have the gear? So there's a whole variety of going back and forth, working with community organizations, starting with where students are, where we know they are, branding them early with Nevada State gear, making sure that they are comfortable on campus. One thing I heard as the chancellor, as I was out and about in the community, we had a real issue with retaining our African American students on campus. It had been like 8%, or enrolling and retaining. It had been at 8% forever. And so I asked, why is that 8%? forever. Like, that just seems crazy. And so I got to know African American leaders in the community, and I asked, what is the, why can't we bring more African American students to campus? And what I heard consistently was they don't feel comfortable there. And so we worked on a number of programs to start to figure out how can we make them feel comfortable on campus. And that involved using the leaders in the community to create programs to bring them to campus. It involved our alumni getting involved and meeting with them. And so these are the kind of intentional strategies that I've been involved with throughout my career, but it starts first with relationships, getting to know people, being able to really hear what people are telling you, and then being honest and transparent and strategic about how you go about addressing those problems. That was kind of a long answer to your question. I'm sorry, but I really kind of got going on that one. So thank you.
Thank you. So we've just got a little bit more than 2 minutes left, so I want to give you an opportunity to give us some closing remarks.
Great. Well, this has been a great conversation, and it's been so wonderful to be on campus. I want to thank you again for being invited to come and being selected as a finalist for the Nevada State University presidency. I leave this conversation, as I did on Tuesday after the forum, even more energized about the opportunities, even more connected to the community, greater understanding of the university. But most of all, what I want to say is that I see so much potential here. And that has also been a through line of my career. I've started at campuses where there was potential to be developed, and I'm proud to say I was able to lead the development of that potential, to bring those campuses up, to raise them up, to take them places, sometimes that were not planned initially, but that were important for the trajectory of the university. So, as I mentioned, this is the presidency I'm pursuing because I see so much alignment between what I've done and what I think is in front of Nevada State University, and I would be honored to work with all of you to build on that momentum, build on that potential, and help Nevada State University really realize its potential as it continues to hone its mission to be that baccalaureate access-focused teaching institution serving the state of Nevada.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right, so at this time, we'll take a 5-minute break. So we will be back at 11:07. So 5-minute break.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, welcome back. So before we invite Dr. Timothy Purnell to enter the room, I'll give Academic Search a few minutes to give us a summary of the feedback. Thank you.
Sure. Dr. Timothy Purnell is both an executive and an educator whose career has been defined by student-centered leadership, organizational transformation, public trust, and measurable results. He currently serves as the Chief Executive Officer for a large statewide governance association, while also maintaining an active faculty role with a 404 teaching load. He serves as the CEO at a for-profit and at a nonprofit organization, and he served as superintendent of schools in the past in New Jersey. He also serves as a Middle State Commissioner and the Finance Chair, strengthening his expertise in accreditation, governance, institutional quality, and financial responsibility. As superintendent in Somerville, New Jersey, the district expanded opportunities for vulnerable students through targeted pathways, mentoring, mental health support, trauma-informed practices, early alert systems, and partnerships that address basic needs and belonging. Dr. Purnell is currently pursuing an MBA, but he holds an EDD from Seton Hall University, an MA in Administration and Supervision from Montclair State University in New Jersey, and a Bachelor of Arts from the University of Delaware. Across multiple references, Tim Purnell is portrayed as an exceptionally strong, values-driven, and people-centered leader with a rare combination of energy, integrity, strategic thinking, and interpersonal effectiveness. He's consistently described as someone who leads through influence rather than by authority. He builds deep trust and brings a strong sense of purpose and mission to his work in education and organizational leadership. His leadership style is rooted in service, collaboration, and relationship building, making him particularly well suited for a complex, stakeholder-rich environment like Nevada State. In the course of our review with the open forum, he received, sure I got this right, 26% enthusiasm or highly enthusiastic response rate out of 53 responses.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll invite Dr. Purnell to enter the room. Hello, Dr. Purnell. Welcome.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
Adjustment there.
So today we'll be spending some time with you. We have 9 questions for you, and we'll have 75 minutes for those questions. But before we start that, I want to give you an opportunity to give an opening statement and let us know a little bit about you.
Thank you so much. Well, it's an honor to be here and see everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to begin by making it very clear why I am here and why Nevada State University specifically matters to me. I am coming to NSU not simply for a president position, but because I believe in the this institution sits at one of the most important intersections in American higher education today. Access, growth, workforce alignment, and opportunity for students who are building their future, not inheriting it. I bring with me a national perspective shaped by leadership across education, across governance, accreditation, and executive enterprise. And I see NSU as a university whose momentum is now. Throughout my career, I have operated at scale across systems as CEO of the largest governance association in the state of New Jersey, as Middle States Commissioner and Finance Chair, co-chair, as a university faculty member who's currently teaching a full load, as a regional area officer for YPO, which is Young Presidents Organization, as executive board member of New Jersey's Athletic Scholastic Association, and through my work on multiple boards and foundations, I have developed a broad sense across sector understanding of how institutions grow, how they sustain momentum, and how they translate mission into measurable outcomes. That perspective is not theoretical. I have applied it to build organizations, strengthen teams, improve performance, and expand opportunities. We are also at a broader inflection point in higher education. This is not just a moment of financial pressure or demographic change. It is a moment where the very nature of learning, work, and knowledge is being reshaped, particularly by artificial intelligence. Through my work at YPO, I am regularly in conversations with CEOs from around the world who are actively grappling with AI and how it is transforming their industries, their workforce needs, and the skills that they now expect to see in graduates. That perspective is invaluable. It reinforces institutions like NSU that we must not only adapt to these changes, but lead these changes. Rethinking curriculum, preparing students for an AI-integrated workforce, and ensuring that critical thinking, adaptability, and human-centered skills remain at the core of educational excellence and experience. I will bring that external lens to NSU, helping position the university not just to respond to change, but to anticipate and shape the change. Equally important to me is the work of building community. Building community from within. I listened carefully to the conversations and I reflected on them from yesterday. Some of the questions related to morale, and I want to acknowledge that directly. In every leadership position and role that I've held, I've encountered moments where morale was challenged. And in every instance, I have been able to improve both the culture and the system that supported it. I believe deeply that morale is not a root problem, but it is a symptom. It reflects whether people feel heard, whether they feel supported, aligned, and able to succeed in their roles. My leadership philosophy is grounded in making constant deposits into human capital through visibility, communication, clarity, and trust. If selected, I will work diligently to understand the root causes beneath those concerns and address them in ways that are both structural and human. But undoubtedly, one of the most important contributions that I could bring to your university is my ability to connect this university to a broader ecosystem of relationships and resources through my national and global networks, including YPO. In my work across business, government, and nonprofit sectors, I have built partnerships that have generated alternative revenue, expanded workforce opportunities, and have elevated institutional visibility. I do not view partnerships as peripheral to the work that you're doing. They are central, and they create opportunity for our students and sustainability for the institution. NSU's growth, including North Las Vegas initiative and the smart growth strategy, creates a unique opportunity. Now is the time to form those relationships in ways that accelerates both access and impact. I am deeply aligned with this. I love your strategic plan. Not just in practice, the focus on access, the focus on student success, closing equity gaps, and workforce alignment reflects the outcomes-driven leadership that I have demonstrated throughout my entire career. My goal would not to simply meet these expectations, but to exceed them. To build a system that moves beyond tracking progress to driving progress and ensuring that NSU becomes a model for how a teaching-focused institution can deliver both access and results at scale. Finally, I want to be very clear about my commitment here. I am not exploring other positions. I'm not casting a wide net. I am here because I believe in the work that you're doing in this institution, in this moment, at this time. I believe that NSU can become so intentional with their work. And I believe the synergy is a unique opportunity and alignment of my skills, my resources, and my purpose. I want to remind you, because I am a non-traditional candidate, when we look at the work of some of the presidents that I admire, in fact, I'll include one of my mentors, Nito Kuban. He runs High Point University. They've seen 322% growth in enrollment. They're rated #1 in how they run. Dr. Kuban was not in academia before he received that position. Obviously, there's a reason that I'm here. I can bring those connections, and I see this role as a builder with respect with what's already been accomplished, with clarity about what might be strengthened, and with the discipline and relationships necessary to move this university forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Purnell. So at this time, we will start with the interview questions. So the first one is going to be asked by Mr. Glenn Christensen.
Welcome, Dr. Purnell. Thank you for being here today, and congratulations on being one of the 4 finalists for this very important role. My question for you is, what are the qualities that the next president of Nevada State should possess in order for that person to be successful in the role? What has prepared you to be the next president of Nevada State University?
I believe you need a builder, an integrator, and a visible leader who could work with your community. I believe this is paramount. I also believe that you need someone who can handle conversations politically. As the CEO of New Jersey School Boards Association, we constantly work with legislators on both sides of the aisle. We're a nonpartisan association. So for example, when New Jersey passed the law that FAFSA was required in order to receive a high school diploma, my association was there to testify. I have the background and the political savviness to have those conversations and develop those relationships on the ground level. I'm also a builder. I had to work hard to get to where I am today. So I understand the scrappy ethos. To me, it's important to allow our children and our students to build the future. And I bring that with me, with my entrepreneurial lens. I'm also a visible leader. I think it's so important to be a visible champion for the community, for the students that you serve. And that requires getting out into the community And when you look at my experience, I have been recognized nationally for awards. In 2024, I received the Transparency Award. Prior to that, I was very fortunate to receive a Many Are One Award from Dr. Esteban's Seton Hall University for making a community impact, for being involved. Somerset County is the county in which I served as superintendent, and they have an award ceremony called the Spirit of Somerset County. They recognize me for transforming the community, because community work is so important, being a visible asset to the community. By nature of my speaking abilities and my work with TEDx, I'm a motivational speaker, and I believe you need someone out in the front lines talking about the work you do. I believe that answers your question.
Thank you.
And I look forward to partnering, hopefully, seeing that I'm the candidate, with the Scorpion Stroll. I really looked through that through the lens of having further opportunity. So,
Thank you. I have a follow-up from Regent
Sure.
Downs.
yes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Cornell. I appreciate you being part of this process. So I'm going through looking at some of your background here, and you have quite a resume, and I really applaud you for that. And you are a full-time faculty member at Montclair State University, but you've also worked in leadership in areas outside of college or higher education, sounds like. So do you feel that, I don't want to say lacking, but given that you don't have the higher education leadership experience, do you feel like your time in higher education would prepare you for this role as a president? Given that, I know there's a difference in working in leadership outside higher ed and leadership within, and I'd say most notably the shared governance component. So how do you feel that your role in higher education prepares you for a leadership role in higher education?
Yeah, thank you, Regent Downs. Wonderful question. I mentioned this yesterday, and I'll reiterate it today. I believe that this university does not need a generic president, but an uncommon one, an uncommon leader. And when we look at the root word of uncommon, it means not common or not ordinary. And I believe that these are not ordinary times. And success by design is certainly not an ordinary plan. Where I may lack in higher academia, I make up in systems building. To answer your question specifically about shared governance, the New Jersey School Boards Association, that is the dendrite of our work. We provide shared governance to our members in each of our districts so that they can work together and make decisions collectively. We have an initiative that we're rolling out this year. It's civility, because we believe that difficult conversations should take place at the table. We've partnered with Timothy Shriver and his work on the Dignity Index. And we believe that this work is paramount, because civility doesn't mean that you don't disagree. It doesn't mean that there's not a table for that. It means that you have a voice at the table, and your voice is important. And we should listen with a respectful manner to that viewpoint. So that's shared governance. While I do lack in the administration higher ed, I believe right now is an important time for universities to select leaders with entrepreneurial experience. And I shared a little bit about that in my opening statement.
Thank you. Next, I'll move to Dr. Pete Martini.
Dr. Purnell, it's good to see you again. After listening to various NSU constituencies, how would you define your top institutional priority entering this role? If that priority is still evolving, what key data, conversations, or stakeholder input would you rely on to refine it during your initial months here at Nevada State?
Thanks, Dr. Martini, and you'll hear a little bit of what I said yesterday, so I apologize if I repeat myself. So to me, my first 90 days or my entrance, I plan to do three things. Listen carefully, learn quickly, and lead visibly. All the while respecting the momentum that you currently have. You do not need someone coming in to reinvent things right away. Maybe in the future. For me, year one goals would be that I want to see, and I believe in statistical data and work, so it's important for me to be centered on growth objectives for student outcome, right? So the first year, listening, learning tour, without a doubt. And that's the rhythm of engagement, right? Making sure that I'm hearing the room. I developed an app called It's Anonymous, specifically because I wasn't hearing the room as a leader. I wasn't hearing all the voices. I was only hearing the dominant voices in the room. And sometimes the dominant voices aren't necessarily the widely held opinion. They may be, but not necessarily. So I created an anonymous app to control information, to provide information, so that I'm fully aware of different perspectives. So listening and learning tour, maybe having an opportunity for an anonymous survey, getting information as much as I can, fireside chats, hosting fireside chats for community members, for students, looking at the timing of that. It's in evenings sometimes, whatever works, adjusting the schedule. But I need to learn. I need to understand. And I don't have the perspective. Ronald Heifetz, in his book called Leadership Without Easy Answers, talks about the balcony perspective. And he says, in order to understand the balcony, you need to remove yourself from the dance. So a couple things, Dr. Martini, that I like to use is I like to use context mapping. So context mapping is a way that you frame a conversation with, you could do this with large groups of people as well, and they put up ideas onto a context map. And on that map, you have all sorts of variables that impact the work that you do, right? So you have external, you have internal trends, external trends, dark cloud of uncertainties, political climate, economic climate, needs, student needs, staff needs, faculty needs, board, whatever needs and stakeholder needs. So you have a large frame to collect information. Synthesizing that information is also important. Looking for trends and patterns in the analysis. As you can see, I spent a lot of time with strategic planning. So looking for that to better understand the perspective and build that relationship. So in terms of learning, I want to learn student success metrics. I want to see the risks associated with where we can potentially have COGS or where decisions aren't being made or not being made transparently. And then obviously immediately working on laying a strong foundation groundwork with the union as they work on their first collective bargaining agreement. First year, I'm looking to turn growth into student outcomes. That's why I'm here, student outcomes. So for me, that's so important because when I opened up my office in China, I grew revenue 27% year over year in China. So to me, outcomes are important. So year one, I'm looking for 1% increase in retention. I'm also looking to increase 5% in 30 credit momentum. So that's when a student takes 30 credits their first year. I want to see that improve by 5%. And then workplace connections, apprenticeships, internships, I want to see that go up 12%. And that's a lofty goal, my third goal there. But that's what I'm bringing to the table, connections in your area. I encourage you to please look up YPO and the resources. We have 36,000 CEOs globally, high ranking. So those connections are imperative for that work of that third goal. And then down the line, I see, fruition of this. But to me, I listened intently yesterday, and I heard concerns over morale. So that's one thing I'm going to be working on. But if you look through the solid reputation that I have, and be happy to, as a side note, give you some contacts with some of the union leaders that I've worked with. But we work together because we both believe that the student outcomes are most important. And I shared this yesterday. But Dr. Esteban said, don't be afraid to repeat yourself. The work you do is so important, right? The work you do is so important. But it's over here. It's work that we do. Right, so when someone criticizes the work that you do, it's over here. It's okay. They're criticizing an idea, an inspiration, a thought. The problem is when we allow this to become who we are, part of our being. And then when we're attacked, we become so defensive. This is who we are. This is what we stand for. So it's so important that when we sit down to build relationships, that we keep it separate. This is a wonderful idea. But it's not who I am, it's what I believe in. I was very fortunate to have an opportunity to do 2 TED Talks And one of them was, I think directly answers your question, Dr. Martini. It's an acronym for what I believe in building relationships. It's truth, and it stands for trust in relationships that seek to understand through transparency and humility. And I think we need a lot more truth in the world.
Thank you. The next question will be read by Dr. Kinsey Wright.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us today. So this question is, many leaders can describe successful initiatives. I'd like to hear about one that did not work. Please describe a specific policy, initiative, or strategic decision you championed that you later concluded was poorly designed, misplaced, or not producing the intended benefit. What evidence led you to that conclusion? How did you distinguish ordinary implementation challenges and resistance to change from valid criticism? Whose perspectives changed your understanding of the problem? And how did you communicate that the original approach needed to be reconsidered?
I love this question. Great question. I think a very good example of this is while I was superintendent of Somerville Public Schools. I had the idea, and my team bought into it, of digital data walls. So I don't know if you're familiar with John Hattie's research, but John Hattie talks a lot about the importance of having data to drive decisions. Really important, and I certainly espoused to it myself. But digital data walls was this concept where I would have students create a digital data walls. So if you Google this, you'll understand for yourself. But students would create weekly goals, and using data. It might be meet a new friend at recess, or it might be score something at a mathematics exam. So came up with this concept of digital data walls, and I drove the concept. Okay, I drove the concept because I thought it was best. But data doesn't change outcomes. People do. I learned my lesson. That did nothing. Didn't have the impact that I wanted. It wasn't showing academic gains, so I knew I had to change something. And that something was people, listening to people, listening to my faculty, my staff, better understanding this is the desired outcome. But clearly, me pushing an initiative forward was not in best interest of the students. It sounded great on paper. I mean, it sounded good to you, right? It sounds like very interesting. Let's have weekly goals. I learned that I needed buy-in. I needed support. I needed to better understand the perspectives. I learned valuable lessons on how to push out initiatives because top-down initiatives are not successful. My perspective is skewed to my understanding, the data that I have. Today, you're sitting in this room and you'll select an inherent piece of data. And that's the information you have. And Chris Agrilis, a professor from Harvard, talks about the ladder of inference, how we understand and process information. So the unfortunate thing is when we see data, we then make an assumption. We draw a conclusion. But we may not be on solid ground. We may not understand the purpose. So for me, it was walking back down the ladder and better understanding how can I roll out an initiative with support. Because to the teachers, it was an additional duty. And they didn't understand what I was hoping to accomplish and what I thought, I'm using the proper word here, thought would be best for the students. So I think that's a good example. Eventually we pivoted. We used digital data walls, but we ended up going towards a one-to-one counseling model, a little bit different than the digital data walls, but we kept the progress of those, but yeah.
Thank you. The next question will be asked by Astrid Silva.
Good morning. Nevada State University served as a home for many of us during our time as students. What plans do you have to continue fostering the feeling of safety and community for all our students? How would you strike a balance between maintaining an open and inclusive campus, implementing proactive safety strategies, and ensuring our campus is ready to respond during a crisis?
Yeah, great question. So to me, so a little bit of background. So Somerville Public Schools under my leadership, and it was certainly the community's leadership, became the first trauma-informed district in the state of New Jersey. So we realized very quickly that, I mean, we have 3 homeless shelters in Somerville. We knew that students were coming with all sorts of things. We have students that worked a morning job and were coming to school. We had students who had a child of their own. So we knew the traditional model wouldn't work. We had to do things differently. So in Somerville, we became trauma-informed, but we also launched a non-traditional high school for students not grouped by date of manufacture, but rather grouped by no age grouping, but just rather blended, so that students learned at their own pace together. So you had freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors, super seniors, some with ankle bracelets because we were the county seed, so we had a jail. Some with all sorts of different baggage. Maybe they were the sole provider at home. We had a lot of illegal immigrants. We knew that we had a different constituent, and what we were doing wasn't working. So I'm answering your question by giving you evidence of how I've done this. I wanted a place where every student felt safe. I wanted a system that didn't work for me. It didn't work for me. K-12 was not a system that benefited Tim Purnell. I was a number. I got into education to change it from the inside because I wanted every student to feel safe, protected, and secure, because it's not the learning experience that I had. So we transformed it from the inside out. We knew that we wanted every single touch point to be trained in trauma, to understand what they're going through. We had a boy who, this is a great story, and I'll be pithy. He was on the basketball team, kicked out of his second homeless shelter, came into the middle school, and one of the staff members yelled at him for having his headphones in. I mean, right there. They had no idea what that student was going through. In fact, that student's clothes were in one of my board members' garages. So I knew right away that we had a broken system for our population, and we needed to change things. So we had to change it from the inside out. So NSU, I want it to be a safe place. I want it to be a warm family environment where every student has access to what they need to be successful. I'm sure you've done your background on me. You know that I've taught mental health. I'm a mental health professional. So this is really important to me in providing for students. So that's something, that's my lens and that's my experience in that area. But I think safety is important. I looked at North Las Vegas and I said, you know what, sounds like a wonderful concept, open campus concept. But safety is something we're going to have to look at. Right? We have to work with the mayor. I know you had all sorts of constituents there 2 days ago, fire department, police, everyone. But I think it's really important that we have those conversations. We need a safe place for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next question is from Dr. Gregory Robinson.
Hi there, Dr. Purnell. Between July and December 2025, NSU lost its president, provost, and CFO, all now held by interim or acting appointees. At the same time, the institution launched its first faculty union and is negotiating its inaugural collective bargaining agreement with a spring 2027 target. That's a lot of institutional trust to rebuild simultaneously. What's your specific approach to those CBA negotiations? And how do you establish credibility with the faculty who have watched 3 senior leaders leave in 6 months?
That's tremendous trauma right there. Thank you for that question. This is a space that I'm very comfortable in, and I relish in. So to me, relationships are the key. And I hate to repeat a previous question, but I will to accentuate the point. I believe in truth and leadership, trust and understanding. I believe in forming relationships with transparency and humility. I believe that that's the key and successful metric to building trust, okay? James Comer says, trust makes the world go round, right? We need to establish trust. What can you build on a foundation without it? So to me, I listen. I listen intently, listen to understand, not listen to respond. So to me, it's laying a firm foundation to better understand how can we better support. What are the root issues, right? I mentioned root cause before with Dr. Martini. I was very fortunate. He passed away, but Chuck Achilles was my professor at Seton Hall University. You might remember Chuck, Dr. Esteban. Wonderful professor, and he wrote a book called Problem Analysis. And in that book, he talked about finding root causes of issues, right? So, as I mentioned before, morale or other things can be symptoms of a root cause, right? So, I mentioned this yesterday. I think it's a great illustration, just maybe a nugget of wisdom for you. But look at the Jefferson Memorial, right? So, we spend so much money cleaning the Jefferson Memorial. Let's clean it. We have to clean it. It's defaced again, yet again, yet again. That wasn't the root issue, right? The flies were the reason why we had to power wash the Jefferson Memorial so much. So when you get to the root issue, and obviously then they save money, right? So they don't have to wash it as much. So I think getting to the root issue of things is important. I have an outside perspective, but I bring with you tremendous ability in building relationships because I truly, genuinely care about human beings because of the way I've been treated, because of my negative experiences. I want everyone to leave feeling heard. I may not disagree, I may not agree, but I want to better understand their perspective because I can learn from that perspective. And I am not afraid to change my decision based on input. That is so crucial and critical to these times.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a follow-up question, but on a previous question. Is that okay?
I'll let you do that, but I do have a follow-up question from Regent Downs on this question.
Okay,
So
sure.
after that.
Let's do that. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your time again. So a couple of questions about collective bargaining. I'd like you to define, this isn't a gotcha question, I'm just curious your definition of good faith negotiations in terms of collective bargaining. That's my first question. I have a follow-up after that. Go ahead.
Truly going in with the best intentions, no preconceived ideas, entering the bargaining table with humility and a perspective of understanding. I mentioned this yesterday, but our association does work with collective bargaining. We provide that support. I showed our attendees yesterday the book that we wrote on it, Ready, Set, Bargain. It's really important. And it goes back to the previous question from Dr. Robinson about relationships. I always recommend that when you begin the process, you break bread together. You're not bringing your agenda. You're having conversations about getting to know one another and realizing that at the end of the day, we're going to do what's best for the students we serve. And you had a follow-up question, Regent Downs.
Yes, thank you. As the NSU president, how do you think grievances should be addressed, and how would you work with the academic faculty and their supervisors if complaints or grievances fail to be resolved?
Oh, okay, yeah. I am process. In case you didn't know, I work for New Jersey School Boards Association. It's a governance association, so we're heavily laden in policy, procedure, and what is written. We provide the policy updates for all of the districts we serve. So we are the authors of that policy based on legislation, based on law. We track assembly bills. We look and see how we can change things. So when it's written, you follow it. So to me, I adhere to policy, grievance procedures. You do not deviate. That is a set of terms that were agreed upon. I do not see flexibility when something is written, because in good faith, that was negotiated and developed. I'm sorry to sound so serious. I'm getting really serious, aren't I? But it's that serious. To me, policy, when things are written, right? And I met your general counsel yesterday, and she will tell you, that's risk, that's liability. When something's written, you follow that procedure. So to me, it's followed by the letter of the law. And when mistakes are made, there's an issue with me in my office.
Thank you, but in that, do you see yourself trying to look through both sides of the argument, or do you tend to follow the leadership put in place, like your VPs and so on, to show support for them, or are you going to look at it more what is really happening here and trying to get a bigger a bigger grasp of the situation.
No one would benefit if I came in with some sort of angle. I need to look at this objectively. I need to look at this from both sides. Right? That's the purpose of a grievance step. You have an assumption that the person, the level that you're on now, will look at this from different angles. I think you have an inherent bias if it's otherwise, right? That is a damaged system. When you come into a conversation, your hope is that you'll be heard and listened to even-handedly, and that decision will be reconsidered on ground zero. And I believe in that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Dr. Robinson?
Thank you, Chair Caravaggio. Dr. Martini asked you some questions. In one of your responses, you noted that one of your goals is to raise the number of students, the overall percentage of students who are taking 30 credits or more a semester in order to encourage timely graduation. We have a student population here with a very, very high number of part-time students, students who work, students who are a great distance from the campus. And I wonder if that unique kind of student population plays into that goal, or how you adapt that goal to students for whom it would be very, very difficult to take 15 credits a semester. Thank you.
So, Dr. Robinson, it's a great point. It's an outstanding point. But when I'm looking at this and I'm seeing 30 credit minimum is something we need to work towards, this is where I'm heading. So to me, it's a roadmap for success. So to me, I'm laser focused on objectives, right? So to me, I believe in KPIs, key performance indicators. I love the work of Sean Covey. Great book for all of you to read, 4 Disciplines of Execution. And he talks about wildly important goals. So to me, if it's in here, it's now something I need to attain and work on, because the incredible people in this room put this together with input and tremendous thought and value. But I will address your question. That is a challenge. The student population unique to NSU as opposed to other colleges, yes, that will be difficult to work with, and you've just brought it to my attention. So that is something I would love to wrestle with and dive deep into better understanding. I do believe, because of our unique student population here, that it could be a challenge. I also think there's opportunity, though. I'll share something with you, and I think you'll see the connection between it. I was my team and my community and my board were the first to do a very unique program with the college. You have concurrent enrollment, and you have dual credit. We came up with a new approach to it. We examined students that were metrically at risk for dropping out. And we said, these students may not graduate high school. Certainly not go to college. What if we designed a program for them that was cohort-based? So they traveled as a cohort, and starting their freshman year, they were subjected to college, subjected to credits, concurrent enrollment, but it was a cohort model. They got their textbooks together, they traveled together, they had support. We started the group thread, the WhatsApp, so they had support with one another. Outstanding success. 75% of the students graduated on time. 65 went off to college. These are kids that wouldn't graduate college, right? So it was important for us to look through that lens of how we can design that to build out. So that's unique in such a way that I believe that that's a model we can look at. And Clark County, being one of the largest in the nation, having that opportunity to talk about how we can get students into the funnel that may not necessarily be even interested in college at all. So I have some ideas that I think can address what you've raised as an issue. Is 5% a lofty goal? Possibly. It's something I will work hard for, though.
Thank you.
The next question will be asked by Dr. Thunke.
Thank you. Can you describe a time when you made a data-influenced, student-centered decision? What data did you rely on? How did you interpret it? Were there limitations to that data, and what outcomes resulted?
Yeah, I love this question. There's an interesting one. I'll share two because I think you'll see where I was able to learn a lot through an experience. So Somerville, I was trying to attract teachers that were that represented the student body that I served, Hispanic. Was not successful. So I started going to historically black colleges. I started to look at at how we attract candidates, and I wasn't successful. I hired Dr. Randall Westbrook. He's a professor from FDU to look at my data. And he came in here and he said, Tim, you are sending the message that they're not welcome. I said, what? How am I doing that? He said, let's look at the materials provided. So we did a full diagnostic based on the data that we were not attracting teachers that represented the students that they served. We said, let's look at this through a different perspective. We formed a staff diversity council, which was mainly all teachers, maybe one administrator as well, and Dr. Westbrook. And we looked through the lens of everything we did, even from the advertisement in the paper. Paul Robeson once walked these hallways. Boom, totally different message. So by just me going out, I wasn't getting the data to support the result that I wanted. I wanted students to see that they could be successful and that they had someone who looked like them in the classroom. So we revamped the entire thing. Grew 12% in staff diversity, tremendous goal. But it was inherent within the system that I was operating. So I had to learn. Not a good experience. Which is your question. What happened as a result? So when we put in measurable, we put in one-to-one counseling, we provided academics programs for students that were metrically at risk for dropping out of high school. I mentioned one before with it was called our SALA program. We also did a partnership with Robert Wood Johnson. It was an exclusive relationship with them as a hospital, where students started on their campus freshman year and then worked their way up and presented to doctors their senior year. We put all of those together. The data we came up with was that during my term there, we improved black students' graduation by 7%, Hispanic by 8%, and economically disadvantaged by 8%.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next question will be asked by Dr. June Eastridge.
Dr. Purnell, how would you effectively advocate for and represent the university's professional programs, such as those in healthcare, business, and regulated fields, when engaging with state policymakers, licensing boards, and industry leaders? And can you describe how you would build the necessary expertise, relationships, and trust to ensure these programs are well supported and competitively positioned?
Thank you for this question. The work that I've done is really all framed around this question. I have spent my entire career, and especially my time at New Jersey School Boards Association, building relationships with legislators on both sides of the aisle. Developing those relationships because I knew that we would need them to support policy, governance, legislation for my community, for my state. So establishing relationships with them early on. My team at New Jersey School Boards Association, I have a whole legislative team that actually develops and builds relationships with the legislators in the state. No longer do we have a seat at their table, they're coming to our table. And that's what I wanted to change the perspective, that we would be a leader in that area. So that answers your question about legislation, actually. And then you had such a long question, I apologize. Healthcare and business. I looked through some of your information, and some of it, listen, I'm coming from the outside, so I don't necessarily have all the hard data, but for instance, St. Rose hospital, nearby hospital. I know connections there with workplace apprenticeships. I know Barclays is in town. You have a 100,000 square foot facility of Barclays located nearby. To my knowledge and my research, again, I don't see, and it's possible it's happening here and there, but formalizing a relationship with them so that our business students can have internships programs there. Their head of global is in YPO with me, so that would be an easy relationship to connect with them. But these are the things that I bring to the table, are these workplace connections that I can assist in our students. This is a really long question, so let me go back and make sure I've answered it. So healthcare, business and regulated fields. I think I bring the political savviness to have these conversations. Anytime I met with a legislator, I always brought 2 cups of coffee, one for me and one for them. And it's about building relationships and having conversations so I can eventually, when we need them, they're there for us. Let me see. Engaging policymakers. I mean, we're a policy arm. So New Jersey School Boards Association provides policy. In terms of licensing boards, I served as an executive board member for the New Jersey State Board of Examiners. So if you look up the State Board of Examiners, we're the ones that issued licensure to license credentials for the state of New Jersey. I was actually their legal chair, so I have a little bit of experiences there as well. And industry leaders, obviously, as I've aforementioned, I'm very strong in that area that I have all of these connections. But I think that's the future, right? I think you're right now. The biggest problem facing higher education is the lack of alternative revenue and partnerships with workforce. And I believe I bring that immediately to NSU. So I look forward to that. I see so many opportunities. After chatting with people yesterday at the Town Hall Forum, after chatting with your chancellor, I see opportunities for partnerships that are boundless. There are so many companies that would like to get into higher education and form relationships. Entrepreneurial is another example. Obviously, I'm an entrepreneur, but I'm connected to 36,000 entrepreneurs globally. So bringing in that perspective and having an entrepreneurial, and it fits so well into your ethos of being a builder's mentality, that our students didn't inherit opportunity. They created it and formed it. So I think that's an opportunity I would look at. And then being a champion, hopefully you've had an opportunity to look at my 2 TED Talks, but I believe in being visible and present and speaking. I have to be a champion. When I was in all of my positions, I have also run subsequent foundations because that work is important to the work that you do. So for instance, when I was in Somerville as superintendent, I was with the Somerville Area Ministry Alliance. I was at their meetings. I was at their Rotary Club at their meetings. So it had to be because you built relationships. So it was a long question. So, and I think it had so many prongs to it. I know I was all over the map, but I feel like I've answered each section.
There's been a great influx of competing programs.
Between
Southern
other colleges, you mean?
Certainly, yeah.
So I actually brought this up with the chancellor yesterday over lunch, because I think that's something I would need to learn in connection with other presidents. How do we work with them, not against them, but how do we create a program that wouldn't pull from the same number of the same student pop? So I think that's really important for me, is having a good relationship with them as well. So yeah, that would have to be part of the discovery phase, because I need to better understand. I'm external, so I have a little bit of the landscape. I know this inside and out. I know what I've read online, right? So I see connections and opportunities. Do I think we could do better? Unequivocally, yes. And I will bring that in immediately. But to your point, I would begin with the programs that we currently have, right? So looking at nursing, looking at education, even psychology, all this business, and looking how can I expand those, right? So you start with those, like I said, Barclays before, St. Dominican Roads, that's another one. So outreach to them and forming, formalized partnerships where students are through cohort programs or they're doing their internships. And I think that's one step. But then in the future, I think we can explore opportunity. I think we can look and see, working with Owen. Now, I did reach out to the the executive director at Owen. I don't know Owen very well. I did read their most recent report, 2025 jobs-related report. So I do know somewhat of what they project as jobs. If you've ever done this, I encourage you all to do this. Go into Claude 4.6 and do a trend map of higher education and some of the problems that we'll be facing in the near future and down the line, right? So what you're going to see is really interesting information. You're going to see AI, you're going to see complex structures, you're going to see concerns over funding, so you'll see all sorts of different, but you'll also see trends that you hadn't even thought of, right? I used this analogy yesterday, and I think it's probably the right time to share it. The schools, in many ways, over the years, we've become as adaptable as we can. We continue to do more for our students. Really important things, mental health support. Those are the non-instructionals that are unequivocally important for success. But as we continue to add so much to our responsibilities, what we're doing is we're creating a system that may not be flexible in the future. And yesterday I used the analogy of the Irish elk. If anyone knows about the Irish elk, it was a tremendous creature. You have to Google this because you'll be fascinated. So the antlers were tremendous. I mean, literally spanning larger than my hand. Enormous antlers. Now, this was a cunning creature that was so successful. A predator, very quick, speeds, everything. It knew its environment until the environment changed. The landscape changed around. And now the Irish elk is extinct. In many ways, our universities are like that. We're carrying huge buckets on the side. We're carrying so much weight. We have to rethink. And I believe that's why you're considering me as a candidate. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question from Regent Ariscotta.
Yep.
Thank you very much for this entire response to all the questions, but on your response that you just provided, you came out stating the competitive programs that are throughout the Clark County area. In particular, how would you strategize your pathway into increasing workforce development, both education or faculty for students focusing on teaching, but also for nursing with that competitiveness and being new, potentially new, in Clark County?
I think I understand. You were a little bit muffled, but I think I understand your question. But if you don't mind restating it just so I can hear you a little bit better.
Not a problem. Let me get a little bit closer to my computer. Just wanted to know how you would strategize your pathway to increase workforce development, specifically for nursing and teaching education, while being potentially new in Clark County.
Yep.
With all the competitiveness going on in the education system.
Yeah, I've designed a complete plan on that. I'm going to illustrate that plan to you right now. Thank you for bringing that question up. But I want to preface this with ignorance that this is me looking from the outside in. Okay, so this is me doing data and information from the outside in. So nursing, targeted partners, I'd look at, and some of these you may be partnered with. Like I said, I have that disadvantage, so my hope is that you're not judging me based on a potential lack of new information. Like, for instance, Clark County, you've redone that relationship with the school district. I didn't know because the information is not online. I found that out yesterday. So nursing, targeted partners, I'd look at Dignity Health, St. Rose Dominican Hospitals, forming a partnership with them, possible clinical rotation pipeline, residency to employment, fast track programs, joint community healthcare outreach initiatives, simulation lab sponsorship. I know you've got one, but they could sponsor it. They put their name on it. I'll tell you, companies love put their name on things. Intermountain Health is another opportunity in Southern Nevada, expanding presence in Las Vegas Valley, known for its innovation. We could look at nursing residence programs, public health research collaborations. You have UMC. Looking at, I'll speed up now because I realize I'll probably go a long time here. Looking at human health sciences, looking at allied health, targeted partners, Optum Care, Nevada, large physician network focusing on outpatient and managed care, opportunities looking at health internships, data-driven health care analytics, Cleveland Clinic, which provides you opportunities for neurological. I was fascinated by your lab, your anatomy lab the other day. I spent a lot of time in that room. That was incredible. Looking at clinical observation placements there, neuroscience development and research, engineering, number 3, IT, data science, looking at targeted partners like Switch, which is Las Vegas data center, global data center operator. Looking at cybersecurity internships, really important for the future of cybersecurity. Cloud computing labs. Obviously, you can go with Amazon, which has distribution centers everywhere, but that provides you that supply chain analyst projects, automation systems. Clean Spark, which is another local program. I'm giving you companies that have a CEO that is in YPO that I send an email with. We have a code that you respond right away. So these are relationships, Joe, that I can immediately enter with some sort of framework and understanding, which provides me the opportunity for potential growth. And obviously, again, I need to better understand whether or not these connections would be beneficial for NSU. But Clean Spark, Renewable Energy Resources, Blockchain and Data Analytics Corporation, NV Energy, Nevada Energy, School of Liberal Arts and Business and Sciences. I look for business partnerships. I mentioned Barclays already with their 100,000 square foot facility near us. Financial analytics internships, corporate mentorship programs, MGM Resorts. Their president is in YPO as well. I think UNLV has a relationship with them. Again, I'd have to navigate those conversations, but hospitality management internships. The Raiders. Where's my phone? I'm a diehard Raiders fan. So you could still, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Sports management internships, marketing, branding, communications, visual media, digital media target partnerships. So you got the Vegas Golden Knights, sports broadcasting, R&R partners, biology, chemistry, environmental sciences, and resource sciences. You've got Desert Research Institute with their environmental research work, possible undergraduate research placements, climate science projects, your School of Education. Obviously, you got CCSD. We've talked about that. I'll skip over that one. But you have other early childhood special education opportunities like the Early Childhood Advisory Council. Psychology and counseling, target partners that I'd look at, Southern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services. They have possibly, we could create behavioral health internships, crisis intervention training. You've got HELP. They have trauma-informed care training, social services integration, possibly there. Your criminal justice law enforcement, targeted partners could obviously be Henderson Police Department, Vegas Metropolitan Police. Anyway, I illustrate this to say that I've looked at this and I have a comprehensive plan that I would bring to the table, and I've got some connections there. Would love them to use them for the university because I think it would be very beneficial for our students.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
Super quick follow-up, just because I want to make sure you have time for the other questions. But
Am I running over?
no, you're not.
Sorry.
I'm trying to be cognizant of your time. Oh, excuse me. I want to bring this up because I do have a professional stake in a lot of what you mentioned. And as my role in the advisory board, I really wanted to make sure that I was representing all professional staff, but because you've brought it up a few times, I feel that it's pertinent. So you talk a lot about, internships, making connections in the business community. At Nevada State, I'm the director of the Career Services Center. We are separate from our workforce development office currently, but our work does intersect. But I guess I'd be curious because, again, you mentioned all these employer relationships. Clearly, you've done your research on who exists in the Valley. My office oversees internships here, specifically in liberal arts, science, and business. Nursing has their own clinical. They have their own person doing that. Education has their student teaching, but we kind of handle everything else. So if you could briefly describe, if you were selected for this role and talking about all of these things with internships and workforce development, how would you intentionally collaborate with our office and with workforce development to, facilitate these relationships? Again, we just had a career fair a couple of months ago. The Raiders were here. We're chatting with them. Other folks on campus are chatting with them. But yeah, I guess want to know how you would bring career services and workforce development offices into the fold of your plan.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I have a plan for that as well. I believe developing a council, so you would certainly have a seat at the table, but looking at strategic partnerships, but I believe I can't do it alone. I need assistance. So yeah, I think identifying who would be best at the table to represent various groups. We do need a student representative there. We've got faculty senate that needs to be there. I know you've got 3 units, right? So all 3 units should probably have a representative as well. But I think, that's not a decision I'm making on my own, and I apologize if it came across as such as I was responding to Joe, but we would have I believe that we would need to form a collaborative, a council, to look at the opportunities and to research it. But I think I bring it to the table, but I think I listen intently as to what the needs are here. And let's work backwards by design. Grant Wiggins, right? We need to better understand from Owen, what are the trends? What's the future here? So anyway, yeah.
Thank you. And Ms. Johns has the next question.
Yeah, sorry, don't want to take up too much airspace here. Next question, so again, more from my administrative faculty role. So administrative faculty, AKA our professional staff here, have identified needs around continuous professional development, revised meaningful evaluation processes, and clear pathways for advancement, which currently do not exist. How would you work with administrative faculty to build a culture of transparency, support, and shared governance that address these areas? And then also acknowledging how that would look for our academic faculty and classified staff who are our administrative assistants and other support staff here.
So to me, as I mentioned before, and I apologize for repeating myself, but shared governance means that we all own a seat at the table. And to me, every voice has a seat at the table. It makes you stronger. So to me, so my philosophy is that if I am neglecting to hear a voice, it's disadvantaging my leadership and my ability to make clear decisions on the best interest of the students that we serve. So understanding the voices is so important. So to me, when I look at, let's use the evaluation process. So I've done a lot of work on evaluation. I've done standards-based evaluation. I've used the Harvard program for evaluation. I don't know what fits for here. But that's great from a candidate like me. I'm not coming in with something that this model is what I'd recommend. I believe in listening intently to understand how we can best evaluate. I believe in forming an evaluations committee, specifically looking at different tools and opportunities. I'm a shared governance leader. So you're not going to see top-down sole decisions made from my office. You're going to see there was a committee. You might get committed out with me, but I think it's really important because that process enables and gives the voices an opportunity to exercise the perspective that they bring to the table. As I mentioned before about the balcony perspective, that makes me stronger. And I've always, in my entire career, I have surrounded myself with differing voices. If I was to hire administrators around me that share the exact same unified voice that I share, I'm doing a disservice to you. I need dissension in conversation. I need to better understand. I want to hear. Now, God made me an extreme optimist. I am constantly looking through I have trouble being a pessimist, but I always see opportunity. I'm born this way. Unfortunately, my wife says I wake up like this in the morning. I am just high energy, and I love things. I love people. I have a passion for life and understanding. But that sometimes could be a disadvantage because I don't see the negative aspects at times. So it's important for me to surround myself with people that have criticisms about my leadership. I believe in 360 feedback. I want to know exactly how everyone feels. How could we do better? And I want the entire community to give me that feedback because that makes me stronger. But in terms of, I use the evaluation process as an example. I've been on evaluation teams. We've looked at evaluations. We've looked at different models. I don't want to give you a model. I want to come in and listen and learn. You may have faculty that have used a model somewhere else, or maybe there's a possibility they're using a model at UNLV that is very successful. Let's take a look. Let's research it because I'm not doing it for buy-in. I'm doing it because it's a better decision for this university. Frankly, because I know it's better. When I have different voices and I have a better understanding of how we can better serve the faculty, it trickles to the students, right? We know. When faculty feel comfortable, safe, and they're able to be innovative and take risks, It's filtered right to the students. If you look at the most recent School Leader magazine article, I have an article in there. It was just published maybe 3 weeks ago. But it talks about taking risks and risk-taking. I believe in developing a culture of that so that when we sit down, no one's afraid to say, no way, Purnell, this evaluation model is not going to fly. Don't like it, because I want to hear your opinion. Will we move forward with that evaluation model? Yeah, maybe. But I want to hear your voice. So that's an example of the evaluation model. Transparency, I mean, my entire career, right? So in Somerville, I talked with Tim. I have a 360-degree feedback. I believe in, when I was a leader and I worked with unions, I had any question from any member, and I replied to the entire staff with the answer. I mean, you could call me Transparent Tim. I mean, this is my thing. I believe that leadership needs to be out in the open. Yesterday, when they asked me about budget priorities and strategies, and I gave you my 5-step process, I would advertise the rubric for assessing what we could, in a situation where we needed to cut. Everyone needs to know. They have to know, because that's being truly transparent. And that's the way we better understand decisions and hopefully combat morale issues, because we're having conversations about why decisions are made. And that's the worst situation, is when we don't communicate or we assume that the other person understands what we're doing. And there was actually a question from the floor yesterday in which someone's research was cut off and they weren't communicated to. I mean, that is appalling. You need to be clear and consistent with your communication. And the inner circle shouldn't hear first. It should be everyone. This is the rubric. Boom, post it online. Here's how you meet with Tim. Boom, Monday nights he's always in his office. Stop in anytime. Friday mornings he'll come in early, 5 a.m., have breakfast with him. I believe in being transparent to the best of my abilities. When it's related to personnel, you cannot. You cannot. But there are areas where, I will do the best to share everything in a transparent fashion. So how will that look to faculty and classified staff? You tell me. How would that look? I would love to know. And I'd be honored to be here to find out. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final question is from Dr. Raul Tapia.
Good morning. So Nevada State University is expanding with a new campus in North Las Vegas, and our campus here in Henderson has opportunities to expand. What is your experience with campus development, and what possible challenges do you see?
Another area, Raul, that I really enjoy. So blessed with the opportunity at the American Montessori Society to open up our office in China. I'm sure everyone in this room knows that politics are very difficult in China. Not only did I open the office, but I partnered with NSHE, which is the Harvard of China. And we partnered with them, fully scale, developed our operations. Within 1 year, fully functioning, serving China. We ended up actually moving our office from Beijing to Shanghai. But we exploded revenue, 27% year over year. And a lot of the work we did, Raul, was partnerships. We knew we couldn't do it alone. So we partnered with NSHE. We eventually partnered with Beijing Normal University. But these were really important factors in scaling this up very quickly. We were on the ground, ready to go. And I knew that was a challenge for me. So I had to go over quarterly, 14 days at the pop. This is important. This work is important. This is one of the reasons why I'm drawn to this position. The opportunity to make connections in North Las Vegas, to build this out. This is a dream come true for me. And not just because I'm a diehard Raiders fan, but because of the opportunity to make connections, to bring my skills and my abilities and my network to the table here to make sure this is done successfully and the right way. I have grown revenue everywhere I've been. Even at the New Jersey School Board Association, $3 million. And we're a quasi-government agency. We have moved from dues-based to non-dues-based. Why did I do that? Sustainability. Because ultimately, in the end, we have to rethink our funding. You have to rethink your funding at this university. Even if I don't get this job, you have to rethink how you're relying on funding. I bring to the table immediately connections from the business world that would love to be part of this. I was so impressed yesterday with the tour, with what you have, with the potential. I've seen the plans of growth here on campus and also North Las Vegas. I am so excited to possibly be a part of that. And by your smile, I know you are as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Purnell. So we've got about 12 minutes left, so I want to give you some time to provide us with a closing statement.
Closing, okay. Yep. Thank you, by the way. I really enjoyed this conversation. So, these are not ordinary times in higher education. Across the country, institutions are being tested by declining confidence, demographic shifts, financial pressure, and now something even more profound, a redefinition of knowledge itself. Artificial intelligence is not a future issue. It is a present reality. I mentioned this yesterday. Ethan Mullick, professor at Wharton, wrote the book Co-Intelligence, highly recommended. He said that if we stopped artificial intelligence right now, it would still take us 5 to 10 years to process and understand it. It is reshaping industries, decision-making, and the very skills that your graduates must possess. In my work, in YPO, I am in regular dialogue with CEOs from around the world who are asking the same questions. How will AI change their organizations? They are actively redesigning them because of AI. That perspective matters. It reinforces what universities like NSU cannot afford to be reactive. We must anticipate. We must rethink how we teach. What will we teach? And how we prepare students for a world that is evolving right now. This is where I believe I bring something very distinct. I'm a community builder. I'm also a connector of worlds. Education, business, government, and innovation. I understand the academic enterprise because I live in the classroom over 24 years teaching first-generation students and currently carrying a full load. But I understand the pace, the expectations, and the transformation that is happening beyond the classroom. And this moment, institutions need both of those skills. Because the future of higher education will not be shaped solely from within. It will be shaped at the intersection of academia and the world that it serves. I bring the relationships, I bring the perspective and the urgency to operate in that space. But at the center of it all, there's something even more fundamental. I believe in people. I believe that when you invest in human capital, when you listen carefully, when you lead visibly, and when you build trust, institutions become stronger. Morale improves, performance improves, student outcomes improve. I have seen this happen in every organization that I have led. NSU does not need to be reinvented. It needs to be strengthened, aligned, and accelerated for a new era. And I would come here to do exactly that, to build on your momentum, to connect this institution to a broader world, of opportunity and to ensure that every decision we make prepares our students, not just for today's workforce, but for tomorrow's. Because in moments of disruption, the goal is not simply to keep up, it's to lead. And I'd be honored to help NSU do just that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Purnell. Well, with that, that concludes our interview with you today. Thank you so much for being here.
It's an honor to be considered.
And at this time, we are scheduled for a 20-minute lunch. So I'll say that we come back at 1 o'clock. So
Thank you, everybody.
thank you. All right, we're going to get started again. Welcome back. Okay, so our next candidate is Dr. Sandra Richter-Meyer. So I'll turn it over to Academic Search to give their summary of the feedback and references.
She currently serves as Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs and where she leads the academic enterprise and holds a faculty appointment. She previously served as Dean of the Manning School of Business at the University of Massachusetts Lowell. She was Associate Dean and Accounting Department Chair at Xavier University and on faculty at the University of Wyoming. She worked as a CPA in Colorado before transitioning into higher education. Her teaching and research center on accounting, technology enablement, and corporate governance, and she has been recognized with numerous awards in teaching, research, and service. She is a frequent speaker and has delivered invited presentations in more than 20 countries across 6 continents. She earned her PhD, MBA, and MS from the University of Colorado and a BS from the University of Wyoming, where she was raised. Active as a community volunteer, she remains involved in business and professional associations through leadership roles in national and global organizations. I'll start off with her open forum. We had 39 responses from her open forum yesterday, and 89% rated her either enthusiastic or highly enthusiastic. It's 89%. Her strengths, based on the feedback, were her budget and fiscal and transparent leadership, her student-centeredness. She was knowledgeable, candid, transparent. She has operational knowledge, and she was personable and accessible. In terms of her references, we talked to a number of people, colleagues, direct reports, and peers who have known her from 3 to 20 years. She's a highly accomplished and respected leader whose impact is both personal and institutional. Across long-standing professional relationships, she is consistently described as inclusive, transparent, and deeply committed to people and purpose. Her leadership reflects a rare combination of servant leadership, strategic vision, and operational precision, all grounded in strong commitment to student success and academic excellence. Her managerial style is defined by inclusivity, humility, and approachability. She treats people with respect, regardless of role or level, and is known for connecting easily and authentically with others. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Gabriel. So at this time, we will invite Dr. Richter-Meyer to come into the room. Good afternoon, Dr. Richtermeyer. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
So this afternoon, we have some time together. We'll give you an opportunity to give us an opening statement, and then we have 9 questions that should be also in front of you as well. We're allotting 75 minutes for the questions, and then we'll give you an opportunity for a closing statement as well. So when you're ready, we'll get started with your opening statement.
Okay, great, thank you. So, do I get the after lunch crowd? That's great. Wonderful to be with all of you. It's really, really an honor to be here. I just really very much appreciate this opportunity. I know that you've had a full day of interviewing candidates, and there are some really great people that are fellow candidates with this, and I really respect that. And I'm just really honored to have this time with you. You know, just in an opening, and I'm sure there's a lot of things, I see a very rich set of questions here. There's lots of things that we'll get out, so I'll be brief in my opening statement. But I really want to express how impressed I am with the campus. Being here at Nevada State is just really awesome. Just feeling the energy yesterday, walking around and having the tour. And the thing that really stuck out to me, and it's kind of always my test because I'm on a lot of different university campuses, whether it's my own campus or our system campus, and I do a lot of accreditation visits. You can always tell how students interact with you in terms of, like, that's kind of my pulse check to see what the vibe on the campus is. Every single student I encountered looked me in the eye, smiled, said hello, you know, if we had the opportunity to say hello. And same with the faculty and the friendliness of it. And that may be really natural for all of you, but I can tell you it is not that way on many campuses. It's a really, it's an important kind of pulse check for me, and it means a lot to see, you know, what's happening here, what you're doing for students, the difference that you're making in their lives, seeing some of the community space, seeing the little extra things that go along with their experience. That's really neat. It made a big impression on me. And I hope I can make a good impression on you. It's daunting being here in a public forum, and quite frankly, I haven't been in such a public, you know, aspect before. All of my positions that I've, you know, interviewed for and have received, it's been a different process. So I really respect the careful nature of how this process works, the governance of, you know, of the system. I've spent a lot of time in my career, 7 years actually, training university boards. I used to do that with a few organizations on governance, culture, performance, board engagement, that type of thing. And so it's always, you know, interesting to see how, you know, high-level search processes are navigated, and have a lot of respect for that and all the work that all of you do as regents. It's a big deal. I hope that you'll see me as a candidate that is very much grounded in academic expertise, but I have a really big side of me that is also operational and leadership expertise. I have been involved in many strategic leadership settings, chaired boards, worked with businesses of every type all over the world, and have the financial acumen, the operations acumen. I'm a CPA and a CMA too on the side, but I also have 2 degrees in information systems, so I bring that technology background with me, and I know how to run an enterprise. And so I hope that you'll see both sides of me as we talk about the different areas of focus today with your questions. I'm excited about the opportunity to chat with you. So thank you.
Thank you. So we'll start out with a question from Mr. Glenn Christensen.
Good afternoon and welcome, Dr. Richtermeyer. Thank you for being here today, and congratulations on being one of the 4 finalists for this very important role. The question that I have for you is, what are the qualities that the next president of Nevada State should possess in order for that person to be successful in the role? What has prepared you to be the next president of Nevada State University?
Thank you so much for that question. So in terms of the qualities, I mean, you absolutely need to have somebody that shares your mission. My life's work, my mission for what I do professionally is maps into your mission completely. I mean, you've got to always look at that first, and that student focus, right, and how you serve your student community and the greater community. You're a state institution, a public institution. You know, you need leaders that get that. I get that. I've spent my last 2 leadership roles have been in public institutions, and that's very important. So I think the qualities are really getting the mission, demonstrated success with the mission, showing that you get, you know, the student access, student performance, the different types of community needs that you're trying to meet. That's really important in terms of, I think, the qualities. I'm a first-gen student. I'm a first-gen college student, so I've understood my whole life what a difference education makes on somebody, and how it just changes who you are fundamentally. And it's been such a gift for me to educate so many people as a faculty member too, because I've spent many years on that, and you see the transformation. And what's really fun for me as I get older is I get to see their success. You know, I started teaching, I received my PhD in 1997, so a lot of my students are pretty far down the path. And you see that impact that you make, and it is such, it is just it's profound to be part of that. And I think that, you know, having a leader that really gets that, and that if you're rooted in that, you can be a good leader. Because I work with a lot of higher ed leaders, and I feel like sometimes people just don't get the student side. I was at something not too long ago, and I was worried about a student initiative, and someone said to me, you know, I'm at Rutgers Camden, and they said, oh, on your campus, the student thing's really important, right? And I thought, wow, what campus are you on? You know, I don't know what you do, but yeah, it's important. That would be our #1 concern every day. So, so those, you know, having leaders that get that, and that can still be rooted, and that can engage with all aspects of a campus community. The faculty, the staff, the students, the alums, the community stakeholders, the governmental officials, all the people that you need to interact with, that's really important. And so, you know, your mission is deeply personal to me because of where I come from and what I do every day. It is very similar to what is happening here. We could, well, you know, I always like to, when I go to different campuses, especially for accreditation visits, I always think, because I usually get assigned to campuses that are just like Nevada State because of my background, right? So I always make jokes with some of the leaders. We could just trade seats. You could come sit in my desk all day, and I bet you could handle everything that comes your way, and vice versa, because there is a lot of commonality. But you also have your unique aspects of Nevada State, things that make you special and that really drive your culture. And so that's something that really drove me to apply for the position. But I think you're you know, for me, I want to be somewhere where an institution is at a pivotal moment. There's a lot happening. There's a lot going forward. There's things to do. You know, I want to be somewhere that has big dreams and wants to move forward. You know, I've got the expertise being at UMass Lowell, being at Rutgers Camden, I was also at a private university, which may not sound like it. It's like very much like what you do here. But when you work at a private university, especially for 12 years, you learn the student focus, you learn the teacher-scholar model, and you know how to give that high-touch impact to students. And that actually is what I think made me successful in my first, in my dean role when I went back into public institutions, because I took that private focus mentality and I mapped it into a public setting, and the students were served really well. People didn't get it, but they sure got it after I was there for a while, and I felt like we had incredibly high metrics and impact, and I know how to drive those metrics. I think there's a lot of excitement in terms of your strategic priorities, how your priorities at Nevada State map into the system priorities. That's something that I feel very well prepared to do. I work in a very large system now, and I did before, and they're different. Everybody, you know, large systems are different, but they also have a lot of commonality, and you need to be able to navigate that. Right now, I'm at a really collaborative system, Just this morning, I've talked to, as I worked this morning because 3 hours behind, I interacted with people on every campus at Rutgers just today, so it's not like it's a thing we do sometimes. We have to work as a system, and I think we do it well. So I bring that, but I also bring a passion, and my heart is all about student engagement, student belonging. Loved hearing about your student engagement activities, workforce alignment initiatives, community alignment. The community here is great. I've always loved being in Nevada. I'm from the West, miss the West. Looking at the views here, just, wow, it just makes me, it's a different feeling when you're not around it all the time. So that's exciting. But I think my leadership style is a good fit. I'm a collaborative. I'm first and foremost, I'm a servant leader. That's what I'm here to do. I don't really care what the task is. I can lead from all different levels and angles. I'm a flexible leader, but that's important to me, and I think it's prepared me well. And I get the regional focus, the broader focus, where you're trying to be, and I feel very prepared to take you as you move to that next level. So I hope I captured all the elements. That was a little bit of overlap in that, and then a little bit of overlap too in the forum question, if you heard that yesterday, which I love the forum questions, by the way. I should have mentioned that earlier. But I hope that you've got a sense of how I feel prepared to step into this role.
Thank you. The next question is from Dr. Pete Martini.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Dr. Rittermeyer, it's good to see you again. After listening to various NSU constituencies during your visit, how would you define your top institutional priority entering this role? And if that priority is still evolving, what key data, conversation, or stakeholder input would you rely on to refine it during your initial months?
Okay, so I think a top institutional priority is managing your growth and your evolution. I mean, so you've had your enrollment is growing, you had a record enrollment. I don't know what your enrollment looks like for fall. You should have a good sense of that. You should definitely have a good sense of that by next week, right? It's a pretty magical day for higher ed, right? First part of May. But I think looking, as an institutional priority, are we maintaining that? Your relationships with high schools, with community colleges and other stakeholders, is that in check? Because sometimes universities can grow really fast, and when you have a leadership change, things can drop off a little bit. There can be fluctuation in that. I don't know if you're experiencing that or not, but I think that would be a top priority to make sure that planned growth and that stability is there. And then really, looking at how you're serving your mission within the system. I think that's very important as Regents. I think you're very concerned about that, and where are some of the gaps. But getting a sense of the culture and having gone through leadership changes, organizations sometimes need, for lack of a better way to describe it, some TLC to make sure the culture's in check to take on the next priorities, and to make sure that the foundation is stable so that you can move forward and keep increasing any performance gaps, whether it's persistence, retention, transfer student population, all of those key metrics that you have to have your eye on all the time. They've got to be on your dashboard all the time. So seeing where those are, making sure those are stable would be a top priority. But really, making sure that to me, it seems like you're doing a great job with connecting with the community, but there's lots of opportunity to connect with, organizations of all type, business, nonprofits, community organizations, growing that workforce development initiative, and the key data that you need. I think so. In the system plan, there's all kinds of metrics listed. I think I'll give you an example of when you ask about data. I've done probably, 10 to 15 years of training and consulting on performance metrics and dashboards and how you measure and monitor metrics to make sure that you're meeting a strategic goal. And you can't have too many, because if you have too many, you can't keep your eye on all of them. So you try to aggregate and look at what's the main dashboard you want to be focusing on. And obviously, the student-facing or the student-focused ones on retention and persistence, those are important. But how do you make that manageable to something that you share with the community? So how do we get the community on board with what's happening, where we need to go, where we need to be, and and a top priority from my sense of what I'm seeing, again, I'm an outsider looking in, is that there's some education and awareness building that could happen there, because everybody needs to be on the same page. When you want to have an effective strategy, you want to meet effective goals and metrics, you've really got to make sure that all levels of the community understand what it is, what it means to them, and how it means to them, and how they advance their work. So that's always a priority for me, because if you don't know that everybody's grounded in that, what you do can be suboptimal, right? You want to optimize your focus. And so in terms of key data, I'm a data person, and I know that I get really good data and I get really bad data and I know how to filter it out. And so, looking at what is the maturity of your data analytics function, your institutional research, that's a really important question for any university leader to ask, because if I was sitting here talking to a group of university presidents and do a lot of presentations in this area, and I said, how many of you feel really good about the data that you get, on a scale of 1 to 5? Very few are going to say 5, because even the people who are producing that data say they know they could do a better job. But they need, they have resource and time issues. So the question about asking about the key data, I so appreciate that. But we'd have to look at, how the data health is and how you feel about that. And then conversations, my goodness, you really need to be talking with and part of the question is on conversations and stakeholders, internal stakeholders, external stakeholders. You've got to balance that out as a leader, and I have to do that every day. I have to prioritize my time very carefully to make sure that, especially with community stakeholders, that they get the full attention they need, because the minute you let those relationships start slipping, then job opportunities start slipping, other things start slipping for students. So really looking at both internal and external stakeholders in the same fashion with respect to that aspect of the question are really important. And so getting out and meeting people and being present, being seen. I go to just about everything I can, and I feel really bad when I miss something. Right now, I'm missing a really big event, which kind of, it's kind of hard, but what's funny is I bet they won't even notice I'm not there, because I do go to everything. When I can't go to something and I feel kind of apologetic, they're like, they weren't used to having a provost go to things. They're like, you're always there. Don't worry about it. It's all good. So I feel like I've always done a really good job of being present and showing up and keeping an eye on it. So I hope that answers most aspects of that question.
Thank you. The next question will be asked by Dr. Kinsey Wright.
Hello, good afternoon, I guess. So this question, excuse me, is how many leaders can describe successful initiatives? I'd like to hear about one that did not work. Please describe a specific policy, initiative, or strategic decision you championed that you later concluded was poorly designed, misplaced, or not producing the intended benefit. What evidence led you to that conclusion? How did you distinguish ordinary implementation challenges and resistance to change from valid criticism? Whose perspectives changed your understanding of the problem? And how did you communicate that the original approach needed to be reconsidered?
Okay, wow, lots to that question, but it's always there's so many things that we do as leaders in higher ed that work really well, that are kind of suboptimal, and then just kind of like crash and burn, right? And you remember them to different degrees. And sometimes when I think something didn't work, other people think it worked great. But I'm very focused and very determined to roll things out in the best way possible. So I'll pick something. I mean, oh my goodness, there's always something going on. I'll pick a new program initiative. How's that? Developing a new academic program, a new degree program. Okay, so I will say that launching, being I guess too quick to implement a new program when the faculty weren't ready and the staff infrastructure wasn't there to support it. That was, I'll give an example of a master's program that I oversaw in that regard, and it was a big deal because it was a first of a graduate level program of that type. And I feel like we didn't really have the excitement and the buy-in of the faculty because they felt like it was going to increase their workload, and they didn't really, they just didn't, they weren't passionate about it. And so we kept moving ahead, and I kind of listened to the loudest voices in the room that really wanted it to succeed. And what happened, I think, afterwards is that we had difficulty with, faculty, once it was implemented, really wanting to nurture it, take it to the next level, and help it thrive in a in a helpful way. And I think what I learned is, ways to, and I think I'm learning this, and it's really guided me because I can't tell you how many curriculum initiatives I've championed and what I have to do all the time. That's a really big part of my role, is really talking, having the community buy-in and stepping back. I think it was something I was overly passionate about, so I kind of stepped back a little bit and say, you know what, I think this is a great idea. This is my lesson learned. You all figure this out. If you're happy with this, let's bring it forward. But you've got to be excited. You've got to champion it. So as a leader, really telling them, don't do it because you think it's important. I have good relationships with people that I work with. I always have, and sometimes I feel like, oh, they don't want to disappoint me, or we want to, Sandy really is passionate about this. Let's move ahead. And it's like, no, it's not about me. You need to have that buy-in. Here are the benefits of it. You let me know what you want to do. And I guess that would be my lesson learned is, just take a step back. And you learn that lesson as a leader. I mean, I look at the way I led as a department chair, an associate dean, a director of faculty programs. Oh my goodness, if I didn't make mistakes along the way, I would have never figured this stuff out, right? And I have stories about all these little mistakes I make. All the people that work for me know all the stories too, because sometimes they get tired of hearing my stories. But they remember that. I'll say, remember the story about this? This is why we don't want to do it this way. So I guess that's one example. I mean, there's so many in terms of financial, but I think my perspective is always, especially for me now that I'm so senior in my career, I'm all about building good leaders. I want to make sure, and that's kind of how I knew when I left my dean role, I knew they could handle it. When I came in, there were all kinds of missteps, and I was like, wow, these people are so great. We have built this leadership bench, and that's what we need to do as leaders. We've got to be cultivating other leaders so that we're not micromanaging, controlling, or we can't always be the glue that keeps it together. You've got to help people move that forward. And I think that's a key lesson learned with any mistake is, okay, great. And the other key lesson learned with mistakes is how you recover from it. How you recover is so important. If you recover in a way that disenfranchises people, or they feel like, wow, they made a big mistake, you've really lost momentum for the next thing that you're doing. And so one of my areas, and might sound geeky to everybody, but one of my areas of expertise is risk management. And one of the things in terms of risk management is knowing when to take risks, and how to recover from risks that don't work out. And organizations that recover from a poorly executed plan or something that failed, and somebody gets fired or somebody gets taken off of a project or a committee or something, I'm not a fan of that. I want to say, okay, we're going to take a risk together. We're going to take this risk. It may not work. We hope it does. If it doesn't, this is how we're going to recover from it, and this is how we're going to move forward, because you can't control the outcome of all these. So your question, I think, is really important because it talks about failure, how you recover from failure, and what you do about it. And I think, too, sometimes leaders will misstep, and one of my tests of a good leader is a leader who knows how to recognize that, acknowledge it. Sometimes they even need to apologize. And leaders who are secure enough to do that in their own leadership skin, that's really important. And I am definitely that leader, and I had to grow into that leader over time. We don't just arrive that way. We don't just arrive as leaders being able to handle these things. But one of my passions is really helping other academic leaders feel secure, and staff leaders and board leaders for organizations where I'm on the board, helping people navigate, choices like this, and because things aren't always going to work out, so we gotta figure that out together. So and maybe I took the spirit of that question in a different way, but it's about something. How do you work through problems, and how do you know how to navigate that? And And literally that happens every day. People, especially this time of the semester, right? There's so much going on. Tensions are so high. And that's why I was on the phone at 4:30 this morning, trying to calm some folks down. And I know I did it so I could go on with my day. And that's something that's really important to me from a people, perspective. But I hope that answers the elements. That's a big, important question. I like it. Do I get to take the questions with me? No.
I think you could. I
Yeah,
don't see why not.
Well, it's public, so I guess I could. Yeah, no.
The next question will be asked by Ms. Astrid Silva.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Nevada State University served as a home for many of us during our time as students. What plans do you have to continue fostering the feeling of safety and community for all our students? How would you strike a balance between maintaining an open and inclusive campus, implementing proactive safety strategies, and ensuring our campus is ready to respond during a crisis?
Yes, absolutely. So I think for the first part of that, in terms of, fostering a feeling of safety and community, well, the community feeling, I think, just from being on the tour, a lot of the tour involved, they're telling me, oh, we have this event here, and we have, other events here. This is where we gather to, I think I saw a place where they said gather to watch a movie, or, you've got to have those community building activities. If people just come to class, and actually there's a nickname for that. We have a name for the students use that name on our campus, students who just, I can't remember what it's called now, if it's called car parkers or something like that, where they park their car, go to class, go back to their car and leave, and they don't, and I'm just drawing a blank on the name of it, but seeing how students stick around. So at the campus, just like your campus, our, commuter campus with residential housing, students work, even if they live on campus, they work, people are busy, and they're coming and going. And I remember, when I was a dean, I was all about raising student engagement and belonging and that sense of community. And I was told from the get-go, oh, students don't come to things. You're not, it's nice that you have those visions, but that's not going to happen. And boy, did it happen. We made it happen, and we really, and for the students who were actually off campus, they actually were more engaged than some of the students that lived on campus. So meeting students where they're at, what works for them? I remember when I was a dean, it was, 4 to 6 in the afternoon was a magical time on certain nights, 7 to 10 p.m. I remember one time I used to work with a student group that had to meet after 9:30 p.m. And when they first told me they had to meet at 9:30, well, they just said 9:30, and I was like, is that a.m. or p.m.? But in the role I was in at the time, I was there at 9:30 at night, and I met them where they're at. And I'm pretty high energy. I work really long hours. I will tell you, I'm almost always the last person to leave campus. Just ask our police department. But so I know when people are doing things. And what I can gauge that community at night, after kind of everybody else leaves around 5, I'll go walk through our student center where there's all these student activities and organizational activities going on. And I go in and I just talk to the students. I'm like, so what's happening here? A lot of times they're working on fun projects or whatever. And I'll ask them, did you drive to campus? Or do you live on campus? Because I kind of want to get a feel for what time are you leaving and how are you getting home? Or where are you going? And I'm like, and I always ask questions. Do you walk with each other? How do you feel safe leaving? And I kind of get that sense of, that's to me, the way students will tell you how they feel is a really important gauge. And then I talk to campus security all the time. They all know me. They know when I set off the alarms accidentally and everything else, because I'm known to do that because I come in at weird hours. But you have to have that dialogue with students, with staff, especially two staff may have strange hours, I'm not saying strange, but maybe strange to them, where they're on campus at a time that's not familiar to them, and where you make sure that incidents are reported too. So I would imagine that you have very specific compliance requirements on how you have to report safety incidents and how that information is available. And I do think sometimes campus leaders slip up on how they communicate that. So I think you have to be really open about it so that people know, when incidents are occurring, what are the trends and what's happening. So that safety mechanism. But sometimes a campus can be very safe with very few incidents, but students might not feel safe. So that's why I'm emphasizing the talking to them and getting to know them, what they feel about it. Because they'll tell me, and a lot of times they'll walk me back, to my office. They'll be like, "Are you okay, Dr. Richtermeyer? We're going to walk with you," and they're so polite. But that safety thing is important, and the communication of it is important. And but building that that sense of belonging, and I think that's where our campuses are, where I work is very similar. We have activities throughout the day that we well communicate. And one thing I like about where I'm at, and I don't know if this is practical here, we have a common hour every day where there's no classes and everybody gathers and comes together, and it's really fun. You can totally, if you can't make yourself available during that day, that's how you find out the pulse of the campus and you see who's involved and engaged. But I also think reminding faculty and staff, looking for those people who look like they're on the margins and not together, not feeling like you have people and a place of belonging. That's going to be harder on any of your metrics than other things, right? Because if they don't feel that, that's where you have huge risk for students leaving and or not successfully thriving. So I hope I capture the elements of the safety, belonging, and the balance. And I work in Camden, New Jersey, and people will think that's very unsafe. And I will tell you, there are a lot of things I see when I walk out the front of my building and the back of my building. One time on a snow day at 2 p.m, somebody was shot in my parking spot. And you know what? I still feel safe because I make a point to talk with and it was people that knew each other and they were okay. But it was like, what? If my mother was still alive and knew I worked on a campus where that happened, that was a big deal. And after that happened, I see a lot, let me tell you, where I'm at. But I feel that we've done a really good job because we're trained to do a really good job in Camden, New Jersey about instilling safety. And I will tell you, as a city that was voted unsafe a long time ago, but not that way now, you really learn a lot about how to make the community of all members of the community feel safe. It's something, and actually also in Lowell, Massachusetts, the same thing. Very similar. In fact, I would say much more concerning than probably what I've read about here, but always a concern. And I did read a little bit too about your your residences and maybe some of the safety things there. And those would be some questions I would want to know more about too, but I hope I captured the elements of that. Great question, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gregory Brown. Robinson, where did I get Brown from? I'm sorry about that.
I think he's up at UNR. You're UNLV, that's right, yep. Hi there, Dr. Richtermeyer. Between July and December 2025, NSU lost its president, provost, and CFO, all now held by interim or acting appointees. At the same time, the institution launched its first faculty union and is negotiating its inaugural collective bargaining agreement with a spring 2027 target. That's a lot of institutional trust to rebuild simultaneously. What's your specific approach to those CBA negotiations, and how do you establish credibility with faculty who've watched 3 senior leaders leave in 6 months?
Okay, so I'm going to start with the union, and then I'll start with the leadership change. Okay, so in terms of the working with the union, and I think it's exciting that it's new. So I don't know the age of the unions that I work with. At Rutgers, we're going through collective bargaining right now, but even at UMass, the unions were around a really long time. And so, and I can't remember if it's, the other day somebody told me we have 17 unions now because some of our staff are in different unions. It's just part of it's part of how you operate. So that's part of how I operated at UMass. It's part of how we operate at Rutgers. You have to know your stuff. And I'll tell you, I was really intimidated when I first went from our private institution to a heavily unionized environment because I thought that's going to be an area that's going to be really hard for me. And it was not at all, because you use your leadership principles of respect, communication, collaboration, and they, they know I care. I care a lot about people, and I've always been able to successfully work through all types of grievances. And they weren't grievances against me. When I was a dean, if there was a grievance, it had to come to me because they couldn't grieve like their chairs and other people. So I always settled those, and I am so proud of what our labor relations people, would have told me. And they would always be like, oh, good, it's you. You're coming to the table on this, because I felt like I could diffuse a lot of things pretty quickly, and I feel like I'm good at that. And I feel like now, you know, too, same thing at Rutgers, you know, in fact, there's hiccups every day. Leaders will make a mistake, and I'm like, you've got to, you know, does the agreement address this? Okay, if not, you know, sometimes maybe it should. Sometimes it's like, okay, then do we have a policy or procedure? How do we mix all these things together? And it can be very complex. But you learn when you're in that environment, you're not gonna make it if you don't have your act together in terms of how you lead through that and lead with it and around it and have great respect. So one of the things, and you know, this is still something that's impacting your culture, but you know, inviting the leaders to key events, inviting them into the conversation, making space. You know, people will say, oh, you have to give the union 30 minutes at this meeting. I'm like, I have to give them? No, let's invite them. Let's bring them in. We're all here together. Let's not have tension. Let's make this a positive, you know, experience. So I'm very comfortable with every element of that. It'd be really interesting to watch a newer evolution of, you know, campus that's new with. And then let's see, so we want to address the union part, and then the building of the C-suite or the leadership team. And unfortunately in higher ed, that's just so common, isn't it? I mean, it's really hard. You see so many schools going through significant leadership change. I get invited to do talks at different academic, you know, conferences. I'm sure, you know, cross paths with lots of folks from here. And that's always a question that comes up. And so I usually start off in the audience and say, how many of you have had a president change in the last 5 years, you know, and then about 3 years, or how many of you have had, you know, this leadership change? And it's just a common thing in higher ed that's tough. And why does that happen? I mean, I will say, you know, I've seen it every place that I've been. And that's why, you know, I just want to have that stable leadership. But I think really, it's not even just higher ed, it's looking at organizations that have high turnover in leadership. What is happening, what's occurring, and does a new leader coming in mean that there's an automatic turnover in leadership? No, it does not. It does not. I mean, I'm a provost and we're going through a leadership change, and people will say to me, oh, well, you know, the new chancellor is going to have a new provost. And, you know, there's always a new provost that comes in when there's a new president or a new leader. Not always. Those things don't always happen. But sometimes you have interims. Sometimes you have interims that don't want to stay. They want to move on. And so you look for healthy transitions. And one thing that is really, I feel, and I hope I have this right, but this is what I heard yesterday, is that you've had some really great presidents that have been, that are thought of very fondly. And maybe they didn't do everything perfect. You're on the board. There might be things you didn't like, but you've had people that performed well, and that's nice. I mean, you see organizations where there has been a lot of turmoil, and that happens too. I mean, you know, but being I'm really passionate about growing and developing leaders and identifying leaders and building a strong leadership team that's cohesive, that can work together effectively, because when there's cracks in that team, the rest of the campus sees it, they feel it, and it impacts the way that you progress in almost every way, even if people don't think it's a direct impact. It's amazing when you go out and you talk to campus community members how they see it. And this is a public meeting. I'm not going to give examples of anything of the leadership changes I've seen, but I'll give them in generalities. You know, you see leaders who have you can see patterns in leaders where there's a lack of stability or there's a constant changes. And that's always kind of a red flag for me. I would come in and I would want to build a very stable, strong leadership team and help them grow as leaders. Everybody needs to grow as a leader. Anybody who thinks their leadership journey is over, I don't want to work with them, because my leadership journey will, you know, I'm on my journey and I want to be on it the rest of my life. Every day I want to grow as a leader, and I reflect on that. And so, you know, being able to identify talent and working ahead, you know, to fill that talent. And I will tell you my background. I mean, I've been the chair or the president of professional associations. That's what we do. We train talent. We train leadership talent. So I've been very fortunate over the course of my career to give dozens and dozens of talks to C-suite leaders, to, you know, gone into organizations and been a consultant, advised on strategic planning, corporate culture, governance, those types of things. I've been a CEO coach. I didn't want to be a CEO coach, but I was, because I know how to cultivate that leadership side. I kind of fell into it, something that I did. And so I know how to do that. And I feel like I could bring a lot of stability to that function. But, you know, that's one thing that's really tough about higher ed, is you see that. It's so common, isn't it? I mean, just read the Chronicle every day, read the news, and you know, it doesn't have to be that way. And I've always really felt like people who've worked for me have stayed working for me, and they've really enjoyed it. And it makes me feel really guilty too when I leave. But then they go on to other things, right? So they grow and thrive. But thank you for that. That's two important parts to that question: union and C-level, you know, senior leadership, and really different, really in you know, two, right? Those are two different key elements, but very important. And hopefully I've addressed, and you get a sense of how I feel about both of those important pieces. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question from Regent Downs.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Hi.
So Dr., I'm going to say it wrong, is it Richtermeyer?
Yeah, just like Richter scale. So like, Richtermeyer. Yep. But I get called everything.
So I have a couple of
So they
questions.
call me Provost Sandy. No, just kidding. I like humor.
a couple
Sorry.
questions. Related to collective bargaining. The first is, in your words, can you define good faith negotiations in regards to collective bargaining? What is good faith negotiations to you?
In terms of how you arrive at the collective bargaining table and work together to establish the right balance. I mean, I'm sorry if I'm not understanding the question.
Well, I mean, it's one of the things
It's not a
that's
term that
critical in conducting effective, or it's even legal negotiations, is to have good faith bargaining
good faith.
practices in place.
I'm so sorry. Good faith at the table, coming to the table with good faith. I am so sorry. I heard something different. Got it. Yeah. So how do you arrive at the table in good faith? Is that the question? Yeah.
Yeah. And what do you see as good faith bargaining?
So I've seen different styles of this. So to me, anything that I'm going to be involved in, I'm going to arrive, you know, with good faith, because generally and this is what I tell the leaders that report to me, when the union raises issues, there's something behind, there's something that's not balanced right, or not calibrated right. And what is the real concern? Because oftentimes they will come to the table with really aggressive asks, and you can't address all of those things, right? But in good faith, what do you want to accomplish? What's going to be a good balance? And a lot of that is driven by the attorneys that you have with you. And sometimes, because I feel like I always arrive at good faith, early on when I was involved with collective bargaining, some of those attorneys probably didn't want me there, because they're like, because I probably had too much good, I had the right presence I want this to work out. I mean, these are people that I'm working with. And so sometimes that's really tempered by the attorneys. I will tell you, I had to go through we went through negotiations during the pandemic and all these Zoom breakout rooms, which is really difficult. And it was really hard to even establish that premise of good faith bargaining, because everybody was bopping in and out of their Zoom rooms, and in fact, we really didn't get very far. So I think that, you know, I guess I'm just an advocate for the health and you know, and thriving of I want our populations to thrive. So sometimes it's grad student unions, sometimes it's staff unions, sometimes it's faculty, sometimes it's full-time faculty and part-time faculty unions. And really looking at the reasonableness of what they're asking for and how it fits into the academic model. And to me, when I see things that don't make sense, I ask the question, what is the impact on our students? How is what we're asking for going to impact the students? And aren't we all here for the benefit of the students? And kind of bringing it back a little bit. And I feel like we've been able to arrive at a good point. But I think that the labor relations folks that you have are very key in what their approach is. And one of the things that I will say publicly is I feel like our leadership at my institution really wants to always have good faith. I work with grievances right now that may have started 3 or 4 years ago, and when I have to resolve those issues with attorneys, I think they know that I'm going to come in and I'm not going to, it's not about me being right or wrong, it's about how we resolve the issue to then move forward and have a positive outcome. And I will sometimes go that extra mile. Well, I always go that extra mile, but I mean, like I will strive to do that, and I'll be sometimes told no. Oh, you don't want to do that? I'm like, well, I think we do, because these are the things that are going to happen next. And you're going to cause more tension, and the relationship's going to be more strained. So how are we going to bring this back a little bit? And you've got to have that. You've got to have a sense about that. You've got to have a high emotional intelligence, I think, to be able to really achieve that. And I feel good about the way I've done that. And now, you know what? At the end of the day, I go home and I have to think about myself. How did I feel about how I approached that today? Did I really think about the best interests of the other people we're serving? And I can say yes, I have, because I know that all of the concerns are driven from somewhere, and it's sometimes just getting at the heart of the matter. But coming into union negotiations with throwing all these things on the table, and again, I'm not a union relations attorney, but I get along well with them. Some of those, the methods that are used can really cause strained relations, and that's not my approach. I hope I've been involved with so many of these. I'm just trying to think in my head about all the different scenarios and how they panned out. But you have to arrive with that, and sometimes too. One of the areas I'm really trying to help improve right now is our union contract with our part-time faculty, because I feel like sometimes their best interests are pushed aside, and so I'm really trying to help bring all that together. And I would say that's a very much a good faith effort to really improve their work experience, and how I can raise awareness to other leaders about how important that is. But I hope I answered that. That's a very complex question. It's a very important question. And we're going, something that's happening on our campus right now, because this is the year for that.
You kind of touched on the second half of this question. Thank you. And it's, as the NSU president, how do you think, how would you work with grievances? How should they be addressed? How would you work with academic faculty and their supervisors if complaints or grievances fail to be resolved?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I've never seen where they haven't been resolved. They might take a really long time, but I've always seen resolution of some sort. So, in working with people, and I have to do this, guide leaders who get really offended when someone contacts the union and has a grievance. And I said, this is their right. Let this go through. This, sometimes it's the best thing. If we can't, like, I might have a leader who's really, I'm not allowing this. This is a problem. And I'll, and somebody will say, well, the faculty member's going to grieve. I'm like, well, that's their right. That's why we have this. Let it go through that, and people learn. And I feel like, trying to help leaders understand it's not personal. It's, this is something we need to work out, that we need to be professional about it. And we have to, I guess, to use your, this is where I do use your term, or the term good faith, the one that you raised in the question before. We have to come with with a good faith intent of resolving this. And we do need to meet people halfway. And I will tell you that with most of the grievances that I've worked with, there has been usually there's some element of an error that's been made on the part of administration or chairs or deans or something like that. There's some element there. And so it's like, okay, you maybe didn't do that the best way that you could. Give an example, maybe somebody who isn't tenured got fired, and they didn't have any advanced knowledge that they never had any formal acknowledgement that their performance wasn't good. But you went ahead and you wrote the dismissal letter, and guess what? You didn't check with HR or all the other folks that should have been checked along the way, and that was a misstep. So now there's a grievance, we're gonna back it up, and what are we gonna do about it? And there's gonna be different remedies. And then what do we learn from it? What do we learn from this so that this doesn't keep happening again? And I think that's the big thing. I don't usually see ever repeat incidents because people learn so much from the grievance process. But I think that, making sure that people really understand, how you approach this as a leader, how you don't get emotional about it, how you do it professional, and you understand it's their rights within the union contract to move this forward. And that could be a student, it could be, it's so many different, I'm in a heavily unionized environment, so I see so many things. But I hope that helps in terms of how you,
Thank you.
when they're grieving. Did I cover that part?
Yeah.
Because you're always
you did,
gonna,
and-
yeah, they're, in fact, I feel, and I feel like every time there's a problem, I learn so much. I get such insight into what's going on and how to make things better, that I've found that I try to find the positive side to all of these things to help us be better.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we've got 4 questions and a little bit less than 30 minutes, so I
Okay.
just want to
I'll
be
go
mindful of
briefly.
time.
Perfect.
The next question will be asked by Dr. Thonke.
Thank you. Can you describe a time you made a data-influenced decision, student-centered decision, and what data did you rely on? How did you interpret it? Were there limitations to the data, and what outcomes resulted?
Yeah, so I'll give a recent example. So looking at stop outs and students that have left the university, finding that, I'm going to make this generic because this is public and I don't want to, say, you want to be careful in these, but let's say there's a student group. I've seen where sometimes it's young men, young male students that are first-time in college students that are not thriving, and there's something going on there, and it might be that there might be other things in their background that are a common trait. It could be that they aren't participating in campus events. It could be maybe where they went to high school and what their background preparation was, their academic preparation. Some trend where you see a group of students that are not making it. So what do you do? How do you approach that? So work very closely with the student success, the vice chancellor of student success, and we look at, trying to gauge here's what the data is telling us. Let's talk to some students and see what they feel, and let's get an understanding of the issue. And usually you can do you have the people side and the data side. You bring those two together. Yep, same thing that you're finding. Okay, what can we do to move forward? And in that example, it would probably be having some extra events or touch points or check-ins with that student group to make sure that they have that sense of belonging, that they understand how they can access peer mentoring, tutoring, things like that. And then let's check in with them. But the big thing that I love about that is because sometimes the data will tell us how to do a wellness check too, right? Like I think one of the things that's really helpful too, and I'll be brief because I know we don't have a lot of time, but when you check, you can run data to see how many students haven't logged on to like Canvas or Blackboard or whatever, and that's a really big indicator if you're in the first week of class. And are they coming to class? Where are they? How do we come in? And we text because they respond to text messages, things like that. What can you do? And it's amazing how somebody cares about me. They reached out to me. They understand what's going on. They saw this trend. And you can turn things around really fast. So I love those kinds of, I love those outcomes. But you have to be careful when you get it too, because sometimes people will just draw assumptions. And it's like, no, that's not that you're assuming something that is not okay. So you've got to talk to the students and the faculty too, and ensure the faculty are aware, hey, we see you have this population of students in your class, this is the trend we're seeing, and they're like, oh my gosh, I had no idea, and they're so grateful that they find out, because they'll say, I can help with that. They're on the front lines. So good outcomes in those regards, and there's lots of different student trend data. I've tried to give a generic, but actually a very real example, and I hope that's helpful. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from Dr. Eastridge.
Dr. Richtermeyer, it's a pleasure. How would you effectively advocate for and represent the university's professional programs, such as those in healthcare, business, and regulated fields, when engaging with state policymakers, licensing boards, and industry leaders? Can you describe how you would build the necessary expertise, relationships, and trust to ensure these programs are well supported and competitively positioned?
absolutely. So coming from a professional background in business, and I oversee there's the law school, the nursing school, very involved with that every day, and feel that that's a real strength that I have because I understand professional pathways, how you engage with stakeholders, and I think that you really have to say, okay, who are the major employers? Look at who's hiring your students, and how are we engaging with them? Are they sponsors? Are they coming to campus for events? Are they telling us what they need? Are we getting feedback from them if they're hiring our students for internships, or there's job shadowing, externships, co-ops, if there's a co-op program? What kind of feedback do we get? Because a lot of times, especially when you have a younger alumni base, much of your community engagement and corporate engagement is going to be centered around who hires the students, right? And what their feedback is. But also who engages with faculty bringing in speakers, faculty bringing in the professionals with expertise to the classroom to really motivate and inspire the students. That's a great way to really build that relationship in a tight way. So I've always found that it's you can go out to them, but when you ask them to come to you and share their expertise, like actually one of the things that came my way this morning is volunteers from, I guess it was from a hospital, to work in our simulation lab for our nurses, and kind of how they were going to engage with that. And it's a hospital that we're trying to form a tight relationship with for clinical placements, right? So I think being as a president, knowing who those leaders are, who are the leaders of those organizations, making sure they know you, that you're, oftentimes I get invited to their corporate events, their organizational events, their fundraisers, those things, being present, being there, and building that relationship. And that's oftentimes who is very much in my network. In terms of licensing board and industry leaders, that's something that I have a lot of experience in as well. Also because I'm a CPA, and I've been the chair of the board of like the Ohio Society of CPAs, working with licensing boards, necessary, very big part of that, for the good or bad, right? But understanding how people are appointed to those boards, what they're looking at in terms of trends, because when you're in touch with the licensing boards, and there's right now in the law profession, there's changes going on. How do you stay in touch with that and stay in front of it and be part of the conversation? Because sometimes when they make changes, they're not always the best changes, or sometimes they're great. But building those relationships and understanding, I understand professional pathways. I know how professions evolve, and part of the reason that I've able to been president and chair of professional organizations is I've actually been a board member that's helped navigate that for other professional associations on how you grow a profession, how you take something, even professions like I remember being involved with the Project Management Institute years ago. That's like a real profession now. Internal auditors, those are real professions that have grown into things. And it comes from engagement, involvement, and being part of the conversation as you see occupations and positions evolve. So that's really exciting to me as an educator, and also as a professional with designations, to be involved with the community. But I used to, it's a simple example. When I was in Cincinnati, we had 10 major corporations. I made sure, and I was just in the business school. I was just the accounting department chair or the associate dean. I made sure that all my faculty were on the radar of every major employer, and that every student knew about those major employers, who they were, what they were, how they hired, how they contributed to the community. And so students knew who they were, faculty knew who they were, they knew who we were, and they respected that we wanted to be part of their ecosystem. And it worked really well, and I've taken that approach, through my other leadership roles as well. So I love that question. Thank you for that. And I love, and your last name. So I grew up in a neighborhood, Eastridge. I grew up in Wyoming, and my neighborhood was Eastridge, and I went to Eastridge School, and so I loved seeing your last name.
Probably related. There, we had family in Wyoming.
Cheyenne? Oh, yeah, okay, there you go. Well,
Cheyenne area.
I hope, yeah.
My husband's family.
Oh, well, my family, I'm sure would know them, because it's a very small community. I love that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question will be asked by Katie Johns.
Thank you. So for this question, administrative faculty, AKA professional staff at Nevada State, have identified needs around continuous professional development, revised and meaningful evaluation processes, and clear pathways for advancement. How would you work with administrative faculty to build a culture of transparency, support, and shared governance that addresses these areas? And how may that also look for faculty and our classified staff, some of which are our administrative assistants and other support folks on campus?
Oh, I love this question because before, when I was waiting upstairs to be called down, I just had the same conversation with, I think it was with the president's assistant, and then someone else came by and said they were doing a leadership program for Ask You, and I asked the question, how are people supported, and how do people get to these events? So I think that professional development and continuous improvement, if you being out there and engaged, there's so many different opportunities to go to. There's so many academic associations. For those of us that are in higher ed, you get every day you get inundated with opportunities, but that's where a lot of these conversations happen. So I think as a leader, as president, you've got to make sure you're getting people to these meetings, because number one, it's they're going to learn. Number two, it's your reputation. Number three, they need to get out and hear external voices, especially for people who've been maybe here a long time, which is great, but hearing fresh ideas and things like that's important. So I have for many years, I have a talk that's called Chartering Your Professional Pathway, and I go through all the elements of how a career and a progression evolves, and I like to share that with the teams that I lead to help them identify, what's the right type of learning for you, what's the right type of experiential learning, which is another big part of it, but what professional pathways make sense for you. And sometimes when resources are constricted, you want to be careful because there might be people, everybody might want to go to something, you don't have the resource pool. So sometimes we have to create like an application process or a committee process. Like there's this thing I want to send faculty to this summer. It's super expensive. We can only send like 3 people. So sure, I could, I always get these messages, pick 3 people. It's like, well, I'm not going to pick 3 people because I'm who knows if I'm going to pick the right 3 people. I want to have a little more dialogue into that. And so usually I get a group together that has the expertise to evaluate it. They describe how they made their choice. And then for those that didn't get selected, we try to find something as a backup so they don't feel like they're not getting the professional development they need, because I feel like we can always find something really positive for people. But ingrained in that, when I see people not going to things and not engaging in professional development, especially people that are in a leadership role, that's a sign of that can be really problematic in terms of when you're a leader who wants to move things forward and take things to that next level. You got to watch for that, and you need to be able to support that. And sometimes there are people reluctant to do it, but showing and setting example. So that's a big part for me. I've actually this last year been on a lot of panels that are president panels, or that we call them president provost panels. I'd fill in. And I would expect to be a role model for that, and I would continue that because, as you can see from my CV, I've been really active in that my entire career, and it's how I've learned to be a leader. I really didn't learn how to be a leader through higher ed, that much. I learned by doing a lot of other things and being engaged in those activities, and so it's really important. And I think that you tone at the top, embrace the culture, lead by example. And if they don't want to go out and do it, sometimes bringing people in is a great way to do it. Bringing in thought leaders to your campus, so easy to even just do on Zoom, right? Bringing in that, and but making sure you have that culture. And then the transparency and the shared governance piece, I think, making sure that when you make decisions about, maybe it's about professional development or maybe it's about anything in general, helping faculty and staff understand what shared governance means and how they can navigate those landscapes. I work with a lot of early career faculty that really want to be part of that, but they don't really understand how it works. And so providing some education and guidance and sharing stories, because I've seen all of this. I used to teach corporate governance. A lot of those principles fall into shared governance, how you strengthen shared governance, that type of thing. And I think that, making sure that that you encourage the transparency, the strong communication, and healthy governance processes is important. There's a lot more we could talk about on shared governance, but it's something that you have to be very comfortable with as a leader to evolve, and I feel very comfortable with that. But everybody can grow in that area too. I've never seen the perfect shared governance environment. Always lots of opportunities. Thank you.
I'm going to ask a quick follow-up. So I would really love to know specifically within the same question, your thoughts around how you would work with, shared governance groups, current leadership, HR, all those things, about opportunities for advancement. So currently on our campus, we do not have, for professional staff in particular, opportunities for steps or, increases in pay. We have gone, there's always budget conversations. We've had COLAs in the last few years, but we currently don't receive merit pay at this time. And again, there's no steps. So for me, as someone who's a director who's been here almost 5 years, there's not an opportunity for me to say, be senior director or executive director, or whether or not I've been here for X amount of years, or if I maybe go and get more education. Like we don't have that built out. So I would love to know your thoughts or experience with that piece.
Yeah, so there's a lot that could happen there, but one of the things that I try to do, and actually I did it this morning with, I was asked to appoint some people on something, and I again use the shared governance, having a group do it, but it's an opportunity where there's no, it's not going to advance somebody's pay, it's not going to advance their position, but they are going to learn and grow, and it's an opportunity for them to really show how they can shine and take on more responsibility. And a lot of times these things come up and people don't really see how that's going to elevate them, either on their mindset or how they can evolve eventually when those positions do come up. And so really, I think making sure that if the pay increase isn't there, the step increase isn't there, or the grade of where the employee is, that you believe in them and you're providing those opportunities, but you're not just adding things to their plate. You're shifting their responsibilities around so they can learn and grow. If people can't learn and grow, they become so disgruntled. And oftentimes too, when people feel stuck, I'm helping lots of people look at different positions. Sometimes they're not even on our campus, they're other universities, but I'm a big believer in helping people get to that next level when they want to be there. And I'm also a big believer in watching people who get stuck and really seem to be disgruntled and not helping the organization move forward. How do we get them unstuck and on that path? So it's hard when you don't have that, but you have to have people so as the leader needs to set the tone to say, give people an opportunity. Sometimes when you see the same people doing things over and over, it's like someone else needs to learn and grow that way. And even if they're not getting the pay or the other things, then that's a concern. But also, maybe there's certificate programs or other professional, like formal professional programs that you can encourage. And people grow out of, they leave sometimes. When those things are in place, you're going to have evolution in your staff. And so they're not, it's something you have to recognize too, right? So you got to be preparing that next bench for who's going to move forward, and always thinking about succession planning. I think that's the thing, is having that conversation too is really key, and being open about it. So thank you for that, and I hope that those opportunities evolve for you.
Thank you. Our final question is from Dr. Raul Tapia.
Hello again. So Nevada State University is expanding with a new campus in North Las Vegas, and our campus here in Henderson has opportunity to expand. What is your experience with campus development, and what possible challenges do you see?
So lots of experience with campus development in the last 3 institutions that I've been at, whether it's moving new buildings, people switching buildings, working with architects, facilities planners, all those different types of elements. That's something that I really enjoyed doing and working with. I will tell you, when I became dean, I got to be in the old facility, And then I had to navigate the transfer from college that had been in the same place for like 60 years or something. I don't even remember. It was really long. They called it the dungeon. But anyway, so we moved out of the dungeon into the new building. But and the dungeon's all remodeled now, so it's okay. But anyway, I remember so many concerns with the stakeholders who were using the facility not being consulted. And a lot of things happened before I got there. So I had to really back up the conversation so that people embraced the new facilities and how we were gonna move in, what it was gonna be used for. Right now, this is public, we have a new, really big project that's gonna open up, I think it's next February on our campus. They just did the beam signing this week, which I didn't get to be there for that, but I watched it online, it was really cool. But I think what we have to do with that, and I've been working with the dean and other leaders, is the faculty have one vision for it, the community has another, because it's state funds, and so there's community funds, partnership funds, our own funds. And so I envision really trying to make sure that, that the key stakeholders that are using that facility feel a part of it, but recognizing they're also not architects and they don't have all the expertise, and this is why we have a very sophisticated planning division, and we need to be very respectful and learn from them. So I think it's an opportunity to learn and engage, but I've seen the evolution where, like, say 20 years ago, there might have been more like faculty blueprints. And I remember when I was, I guess it was at Xavier, I think we had like a set of blueprints that everybody was marking up. And I'm like, wow, that's pretty scary. We're armchair architects here, right? I mean, and that would never happen now. That wouldn't even, but it did happen 20 years at my institution. People remembered it, so they want to get involved again. So there's the community part, recognize the expertise. I'm sure you have great facility planners. And then also there's the move-in, there's the first move-in, then there's the shuffling of the chairs, and then there's the next move-in, and then there's the reshuffling of everything, and then you probably find your happy place, hopefully within 3 years of occupancy. But that's just, I've had a lot of experience in that, and it's been fun and very interesting, and you learn a lot, but you have to really make sure that everyone has an appreciation for how complex it is. There's a state putting money into these facilities. These are state dollars. These are important projects, and we need to do it right, and we need to be good citizens about how they evolve. So thank you for that question.
Thank you. So we've got a little bit more than 5 minutes left, so I'll just give you these last minutes to present a closing statement.
Okay, well, thank you for these questions. This has been very insightful. I hope that I've, provided good answers for you. I'm very excited. I'm excited by, by the opportunity, of course, but really meeting all of you, meeting the people, seeing the students and the experience makes me even more excited. I feel very well prepared to come in and serve as your next president. I feel like I have the academic background, the operational, the leadership, the strategic vision, and many years of continuous progressive leadership in this space. So I feel like this is right in line with where I've been. It's very consistent with how I've served. There's so many similarities that it's surprising sometimes, isn't it? When sometimes we think our own institutions are very unique, and they are, but you can also really learn and draw from experienced individuals. Part of, I think, what makes me different is my career has been very stair-step. I haven't really missed a step, in the academic ladder. I started out as an assistant professor, associate, full chair, associate dean. I served in campus-wide programs, moved into this, I'm an executive vice chancellor and provost. So I'm not just a provost in my role, I'm an executive vice chancellor. I fill in for our chancellor whenever he needs me to, and always when he needs me to, and have experience working with the board of directors. We have board of governors, board of trustees, and a local board of governors, so many governance structures at the university level. I have a great deal of respect for that, and have been able to navigate the many things that come our way every day in this space. I'm ready for this next aspect of my career, and really excited to really excited for me, and I get very excited in terms of I think about the vision and the opportunities out there in higher ed, and your opportunity is very special, very unique. Where do you find a university that's at the age of of Nevada State, right? You know, it's early in its life. It's in the burgeoning, you know, the economy is amazing. You have growth, you have land, you have opportunity to really move things forward. And that fits really well with me, my background, and how I lead. I'm a servant leader. I'm a people person. I like humor. I like positivity. I'm high energy. I like to help people move forward, and I like to take things to the next level. If that's the type of person that you want in your next leader, who has that experience and expertise and also has a strong business background, a community background, I'm a very passionate community volunteer and very engaged in my community. You can see all types of examples of that in my CV. If that's the type of person you want, I can do that. I can be that person. So thank you so much for this opportunity. And you have a lot of decisions to make. Apologize for my voice. It's a little bit, it's a little squeaky right now, isn't it? But it comes back fast. Take a break and it comes back fast. But if that's what you're looking for in your next leader, I can do this. And I wish you all the best. You have great candidates that you're looking at. This is such a great place. The system is great too. I mean, I'm really impressed with the system. Really enjoyed talking with your chancellor, and just it's very exciting. And so I know there's lots of things that are happening system-wide with this campus, but it's a good thing, and thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time today. We appreciate you. So, all right. So we will take a 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 2:36. So our next candidate is Suzanne Smith. And academic search. Can you please give us a summary of the references and the forum surveys? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next candidate, Dr. Suzanne Smith, currently serves as SUNY Potsdam's 18th president. During her tenure, she led the development of and began implementing a fiscal stability plan that will successfully eliminate the more than $9 million annual structural deficit the campus carried when she arrived. She led development of a strategic plan that focuses on supporting the whole student inside and outside of the classroom, building campus and community relationships, confirming students are prepared for the evolving workforce, and ensuring everyone on campus, students, faculty, staff, and friends of the college, feels a sense of belonging. Prior to serving as president, she served as provost and VP for academic affairs at Georgia Southwestern State University, and she also served as director of academic planning and special assistant to the vice chancellor of academic affairs at Washington State University, Vancouver, where she started as a faculty member. As an academic, he has more than 25 years of experience teaching in human development at the university level and is well published, including co-authoring multiple editions of the textbook Exploring Family Theories. Dr. Smith received her PhD in Child and Family Development from the University of Georgia, her Master of Science degree in Family and Child Development from Virginia Polytech Institute and State University, and her Bachelor of Arts degree in Behavior Science from Erskine College. She is a lifelong learner and has completed the Harvard Graduate School of Education Management Development Program and the American Association of State Colleges and Universities Millennium Leadership Institute. At the open forum yesterday, we received 43 responses, and she was endorsed as enthusiastic or highly enthusiastic by 60% of the participants. Among the strengths they identified was her experience as a president in difficult situations, that she was very knowledgeable, a very strong student focus. She appeared to be a good fit. She gave concrete examples, and she knew higher ed. In talking to her references, Dr. Smith was described by multiple references, including a supervisor and direct reports, who have known her for 8 to 10 years as a highly effective, inclusive, and successful leader with strong academic and operational expertise. She is consistently characterized as collaborative, transparent, and deeply committed to both people and results. She is an inclusive leader who actively engages stakeholders and builds trust across an organization. Now, Chair.
Thank you very much. So at this time, I'll invite Dr. Smith into the room. Good afternoon, Dr. Smith.
Hi,
Thank you for being with us today.
my pleasure.
So we are here to conduct an interview with you. We will give you a few minutes to give an opening statement.
Okay.
And then we have 9 questions, which you should see in front of you as well,
Okay,
that will be asked from our advisory committee members.
all right.
And you'll have 75 minutes for that. And then, and there should be a clock that you could see in front of you there too. And I'll keep track of time as well. Actually, right there, yeah.
The big one.
That's okay, that's okay. And so we'll get started.
Sure.
So I'll give you, like I said, a few minutes to give your opening statement.
Okay, great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this process. I know that you've had a very long day, and I appreciate your time. Nevada State University is at a very exciting time in its history, with a great foundation of providing access to students and meeting critical job needs in the state. Now is the time for even more growth. We need to work quickly but thoughtfully to increase access to education in the right areas with state-of-the-art facilities that match the high-quality instruction that already takes place on campus. As I was sharing yesterday, I actually started my career on a campus very similar to Nevada State. When I got there, there were 3 buildings, and my first office was a broom closet that they converted into an office space for me. The campus was a few years old, and I was charged with starting a program on human development. It was a very exciting time being on a growing and developing campus. I got to spend a lot of time in the community, developing workforce relationships, providing internship sites for our students. I got to be a part of conversations to think about where should we grow next? What kinds of programs do we need? How can we best meet the needs of our students? I worked on our college and the high school program at the time, so increasing access by having high schoolers take classes like you do very much here in Nevada State as well. So being on a growing and developing campus is very exciting and something that I would like to be a part of again. Since then, I've spent more than 8 years on academic campuses that are more traditional in nature, and I've spent a lot of time doing things like building a sense of belonging on campus and building new traditions, as well as doing academic programming that matches workforce needs, and that matches community needs as well. This is the knowledge base that I would bring to NSU. In my opinion, based on what I've learned so far about NSU, there are 3 main areas that we would need to focus on moving forward. The first of them is academic and workforce planning. What occupations in Nevada are in demand and underserved? Where does the state need people? That will help us decide what majors we need next and how to move forward. The second thing I think we need to look at is increasing access to higher education. Are there populations that we're missing? How do we attract those students, and how do we support them so that they can complete their degree with us when they get to us? And third, I'd like to look at delivering the Smart Growth Initiative. We need to align it with our academic and workforce planning, and we need to establish targets and milestones so we know where we're moving and what we can expect to happen over the coming years. I've spent my career working on Access Mission campuses, and my #1 focus has always been on student success. When our students are successful, they find jobs in our regions. They become active members of our community, and they become good citizens. We're in the business of transforming lives. That's what we do. We do that by creating a sense of community on our campus and in our region. We do that by offering degrees that match student interest and workforce needs. I know how to foster student success because it's what I've been doing for my entire career. I want to be on a campus that shares the same mission, values, and core vision as me. I want them to be on a campus that has the same ideals about what student success looks like as I do. So that includes things like being student-focused. Every decision that we make, the first question that we ask ourselves should be, how will this impact our students? What will this mean for them? I want to be on a campus that values experiential learning. For example, we know that the #1 predictor of job success post-graduation is having an internship or experiential learning opportunity. So how do we provide that? I want to be on a campus that has an access mission. Are we providing the opportunities that we need to make sure that we can increase economic mobility for our students? The #1 predictor of retention on a campus is a sense of belonging, so I also want to be on a campus that really values that. And finally, I want to be on a campus that wants a president who is actively engaged in everything that they do, that is engaged with the students and engaged with the community. I want to be on a campus that values a president who's building public-partner partnerships, and that really wants the community to be on their campus as well. So it's not enough for us to learn how to go out in the community. We need to have them on our campus as well. I believe that I have the skill set and the experience that you need to lead this campus in your next phase of growth, and it would be a privilege to be a part of this development. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
So our first, I think it starts after the question. The first question will be presented by Mr. Glenn Christensen.
Well, welcome, Dr. Smith.
Thank you.
It's nice to have you here.
Thank you.
I want to congratulate you too on being one of the 4 finalists here today. This is a very important role for us.
Yes.
My question to you is, what are the qualities that the next president of Nevada State should possess in order for that person to be successful in the role? What has prepared you to be the next president of Nevada State University?
Sure. Thank you for that question. The next president for Nevada State should possess energy. This is a growing and developing campus, so you're going to need the energy to be a part of that process. They need to be able to build trust in the people they work with. They need to be someone who values students and student success. They need to be someone who wants to be a part of a growing and developing not just campus, but community and region. I think they need to have the skill set of being listeners more than talkers, collaborative, trust builders. Running a college campus is in many ways like running a small village. You have to have good organizational skills, but you also have to have good people skills and a desire to help people succeed, no matter where they fall in your system. So those are all the kinds of things that I think your next president should have. So what has prepared me? I've been in higher ed for almost 30 years. I've spent my whole life in higher education. I've come up through the academic side of the house, as they say, from a faculty member up through the provost office into a presidency. And I've learned a lot about what it takes to be successful during that process. I've learned a lot about how to get along with people. I've learned a lot about what makes a campus work and what makes a campus tick. I am fortunate to get to spend a lot of time with students, and so I've learned a lot about what students want on their campus and what they think will help them be successful moving forward. I've been on a growing and developing campus. I've been on traditional campuses, but the common thread for all of them is that I want to do what's best for my campus and my community, and that means putting students at the forefront of everything that we do. So thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Sure.
Dr. Pete Martini will ask the next question.
Hi, Dr. Smith.
Hi.
After listening to the various NSU constituencies, how would you define your top institutional priority entering this role? And if that priority is still evolving, what key data, conversations, or stakeholder input would you rely on to refine it during your initial months here?
Sure, great, thank you for the question. So I kind of gave you a sneak peek, I guess, during my opening comments about 3 things that I think are important. If I had to narrow it down to one, I think increasing access to higher education would probably be the key. Because in order to increase access to education, you have to do those other things that I talked about. You have to be sure that you're looking at the academic programming that you have in place. You have to be sure that you're meeting your workforce needs. About 80% of students at NSU live within the region when they graduate. So we need to be sure that we're preparing them for the workforce that they're going to live in. Making sure that we are that we're providing open access to anyone that lives in this region and desires education. A lot of that is showing them that you believe in them. I think particularly with first-generation students, they often have never had anyone that has said to them, you can go to college, you can do this, you can do something different. And so building that sense of belief is really a key from the very beginning. And you have such a great population of students that are in the high school concurrently enrolled. That's a perfect place to start. So you start there and you teach them what it's like to be a college student. You teach them what your campus is like. You show them that you believe in them and that they have value and that you know that they can be successful. And that can go a long way. And so once you do that, they're going to be drawn to your campus, to the community that you're building. They're going to have that sense of belonging. And those kinds of things will lead to the success that you want, the increase in student enrollment, increased workforce for the state of Nevada. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
The next question will be presented by Dr. Kinsey Wright.
Good afternoon, and thank
Hi.
you for being with us today.
Sure.
This question is, many leaders can describe successful initiatives. I'd like to hear about one that did not work. Please describe a specific policy, initiative, or strategic decision you championed that you later concluded was poorly designed, misplaced, or not producing the intended benefit. What evidence led you to that conclusion? How did you distinguish ordinary implementation challenges and resistance to change from valid criticism? Whose perspectives changed your understanding of the problem? And how did you communicate that the original approach needed to be reconsidered?
That's a big one. Thank you for that. So I'll start with a small answer, and then I'll give you a larger example. The small example would be that when I first went into an administrative position at Washington State University, it was my first real leadership role. It was an academic director, which was similar to a dean's type position in the system that we were in. And having been a faculty member, I knew how overwhelming it was to teach, do service, do all the things that were required of a faculty member. So I thought it was my job to take as much of the burden off of them as I could. And so to do that, my very first semester, when I was in charge of class scheduling, I put together the whole class schedule. I brought it into our first meeting, and I put it up on the board, very proud of my work. And I said, hey, doesn't this look great? This is what we're going to do. And it silence. And there's nothing that I like less than a room full of silent faculty. It means something is wrong. And so we sat with that for a minute, and I said, okay, clearly something is not working here. What's the problem? And one of the people that I knew pretty well spoke up and said, well, we can't really teach this class before that class because they're foundational, and some people take them concurrently. So I know that they should be taking them across semesters, but a lot of ours take them concurrently, so we need to move this around. I was like, okay, great. And so any other problems? So slowly, everyone raised their hand, and by the time we finished the process 3 hours later, it looked entirely different than what I had done. So I knew that my system was flawed. I knew that my reasoning was flawed because I only knew about the classes that I had taught, and I didn't think about sequencing in other ways. So that was a problem. But the big lesson for me was that we always work better in groups than we do as an individual. And so when I have a task that needs to be completed, a policy that needs to be written, a process that we need to develop, why have a team of really smart people who have the same goal as you if you're not going to utilize them? So that was a very valuable lesson for me, that people want to be included. They want to have a part in the process. They want to know that you have listened to their feedback and to their opinions. And they're more involved in the support of the project when they have done that. And so, that's a small example, but it's really been a powerful lesson for me throughout the entirety of my career, is that I'm always better when I bring things to the team and we solve them together than when I try to do it alone.
Great. The next question will be presented by Ms. Astrid Silva.
Good afternoon. Nevada State University served as a home for many of us during our time as students. What plans do you have to continue fostering the feeling of safety and community for all our students? How would you strike a balance between maintaining an open and inclusive campus, implementing proactive safety strategies, and ensuring our campus is ready to respond during a crisis?
All right, thank you. So multiple pieces to that. I guess I would start by saying that when I think of safety, I think of a lot of things. Some people think of just physical safety, but it's about psychological safety as well, mental health safety, social safety. Are you supported in your campus? Are you supported in your role? So part of being on a college campus should be that, and part of your taglines are about, come as you are, we'll help you figure it out, and we'll support you along the way. That's what we promise students if we're talking about transforming lives. So safety, first of all, for me, means that students feel like when they come to class, they're going to be heard, understood, supported, and have access to the resources that they need. So that's one piece of that. Certainly, as I alluded to at the very beginning, I always feel like I want people to feel welcome on my campus. So, for example, we had the benefit of being in the region of the total eclipse back in April. And although if I could design with that every year, I totally would, because we opened our campus to the entire community. We had educational activities, activities for kids. We had, food for purchase. We had everything that you can imagine. So part of having an open and safe campus is people know that they can come here and that they feel welcome. You have a lot of students that have families. You want this to be a place where they bring their kids, where they know that there's an activity that they can have their whole family here, so that part of the time that they're here, they're also able to spend that time with their family. As far as responding to a crisis, I've been on campuses that had everything from winter weather issues to hurricanes to active shooter processes. So the number one key to crisis resolution is being prepared. The Scouts of America, be prepared, is their motto, and there's a good reason for that, right? If you are prepared for something in advance, it's easier to handle when it happens to you. You want to have some muscle memory around crisis management. So you do that by, number one, communication. So make sure that you have some way that you can reach everyone on your campus and everyone who might be off campus but involved in your community, whether it be by text message, phone call, whatever works best for that student. And second, that you have a plan in place for the types of things that you might face. Third, that people know what the plans are. And fourth, that you've practiced them. So we need to practice some of these things. They can be scary for students, really for everyone, to do an active shooter drill, for example, on your campus. But that's how you know that you're prepared and you start to feel safe. Oh, I've done this. I know what to do. I know how to handle this. So those are examples of the kinds of things that I would do. But certainly I feel like a campus needs to be a place where everyone feels safe and where everyone feels like they can come and be a part of what's happening here. Yeah, thank you.
All right, the next question will be presented by Dr. Gregory Robinson.
Hello, Dr. Smith.
Hi.
Between July and December 2025, NSU lost its president, provost, and CFO, all now held by interim or acting appointees. At the same time, the institution launched its first faculty union and is negotiating its inaugural collective bargaining agreement with a spring 2027 target. That's a lot of institutional trust to rebuild simultaneously. What is your specific approach to those CBA negotiations, and how do you establish credibility with faculty who've watched 3 senior leaders leave in 6 months?
Great, thank you. So in the system that I'm in now, collective bargaining agreements are negotiated at the state level. And so negotiating them at the campus level would be something new. But it all boils down to, number one, remembering that you all have the same goal in mind. You all are focused on student success, And you're all focused on making sure that people feel valued, heard, and appreciated on their campus. That's what collective bargaining agreements are frequently about. It's about having rules and guidelines in place that support everyone that works there in a way that when you can define rules and policies, people know what they can and can't do, and people have some comfort in that. That's a part of the process. So certainly, the one way to approach that would be to start with just open and honest conversations. What makes you want to have a collective bargaining agreement? What kinds of things are important to you? What values mean the most to you? And then you go from there, okay, these are your top 10 values. What rules or structures would you like to place around that? What is it that's important to you about each of these? And then you work down until you have an agreement that you can agree upon. It's a lot of conversations. It's a lot of, to me, collective bargaining agreements provide safety and security for everyone, right? We're all working within the same rules and guidelines now, so we all know what the expectations are. They can be a very powerful tool on a campus. So I would actually be excited to help work on a collective process to bring those agreements around. On our campus, we always say, I don't want you to wait till the one time a month when we get together as required by our policy. I want you to reach out to me when there's a problem. I don't want you to sit on this for 3 weeks and wait until we have an official meeting. We can bring it up again at the official meeting if you want an official record of it, for sure. But we should be dealing with these issues continually. That's what shared governance is about. It's about having continual conversations about the things that are important to you. So that's another thing that I would want to be sure that I would stress. If you think about building credibility with your faculty, so when I started at SUNY Potsdam, I inherited a $9 million budget deficit. And I started on April 17th and was to have my plan in place in July. And then I did a very public rollout of that plan in September. It's the first public address I had with my campus, was here's what we're doing to solve this deficit. Here's programs we're looking at eliminating. Here's changes that we're making on campus. So I had to do that with no social capital. I knew that going in. It wasn't a surprise to me. I knew that was the job. So I was prepared for that. But starting from a place like that to build social capital and trust, it was a challenge, I guess I'll say. However, one thing that I'm very proud of is that through that process, the faculty learned that I was going to be open and transparent. They learned that I used data, so I could show them the data that was used to make our decisions. They learned that I was open to negotiation and conversation, so there were programs, for example, that were on the list for potential discontinuation that said, give us some time to figure this out. And we did, and they turned it around, and there are programs that are still being successful right now. So building credibility is about letting your actions and your words match, and letting them see that you mean what you say, and having a place, letting them know that you have an open door policy. If you have a question, or you can come to me and I can support you in that. So those are all ways that you build credibility. Turnover in leadership is not uncommon on a college campus or in any business, frankly, but it does leave people just lacking in trust. And so, for me, the way I overcome that is by building relationships. Let's do some gatherings on campus so you can get to know me. Let's do, whatever this group wants. On the campus where I am now, when I started there, I started doing a social event on campus every month because I wanted them to have some time to socialize outside of the classroom. And it was post-COVID. New York was closed for a long time during the pandemic. And they hadn't really had the opportunity yet to kind of rebuild those relationships. So we've done game nights, we've done happy hours, we've done trivia nights. We've done lunch buffets, a couple of times a semester. Anything that you can do to help build those relationships and let them see who you are as a person, and let them see, and it's for me to know them as well and what their issues are in a more informal environment. So those are some of the kinds of things that you can do as well to help build that trust. You have to build trust again with students too, because you've perhaps cut a program that's important to them. And so we also spend a lot of time with students, and haven't looked ahead to see if we'll talk about this, but my husband and I are very ingrained on our campus community. That's the way we choose to live our lives. And so, for example, we have every athletic team and every student organization that represents our campus to our house for dinner every year. And, you know, the student population here is different, so you'd have to find a way that makes sense and works for that. We have doggy de-stress days before exams, which is very popular with our students. So we have 3 dogs. We have 2 golden retrievers and a yellow lab, all 4 years old. I don't recommend that exact scenario to anyone, but here we are. And, you know, our students on our campus know our dogs as well as they know us. And so it's about just building relationships. And when you have relationships, it's easier to trust people and to believe that they have your best interest in heart. And then finally, I would just say it's also about saying what you mean and doing what you say. And if you do that, then over time, people will learn to trust you. So, thanks. Yeah, of course.
Regent Downs online has a follow-up question.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Dr. Smith, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Make sure I get your name correct. So I had a couple of questions relating to collective bargaining, and
Sure.
one was, I know you said that it's handled at the state level, but I'm curious from your perspective, if you can define good faith negotiations in terms of collective bargaining.
Define good faith negotiations? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure, thank you. So good faith negotiation means that you both sides come to the table with the same end goal in mind. You both come to the table wanting to reach a resolution that makes everyone happy. You want to be sure that you come to the table not already knowing what you're going to say and what you're going to do, but being open to listening to what it unfolds in the process and being responsive to that kind of feedback and that kind of conversation. So, yeah, it's really all about trusting the people that you're in the process with and trusting the process itself. So if you have a good process set, it gives you the rules and guidelines for conversation typically. But you have to have built up a relationship that's based on trust for those negotiations to be smooth. Does that answer
Thank
what
you.
you were looking at?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, it does. And then the second
Sure.
part of that is somewhat related to this, but it's
Sure.
still related to the fact the admin relations. As the NSU president, how do you think grievances should be addressed, and how would you work with academic faculty and their supervisors if complaints or grievances fail to be resolved?
If we're starting a process from scratch, a collective bargaining agreement from scratch, I would hope that we would have detailed in our process what happens when a grievance can't be resolved. So that I would say that as stage one. But stage two is you can handle it internally, you can handle it externally. So is this a case where you need an arbitrator? Is that something that would be helpful here? And that arbitrator, again, could be someone internal who's neutral or someone external who you bring in. You're part of a system. You have a great use of a system here. You can bring in people from other parts of your system to help solve that conflict. If either side couldn't reach an agreement, I would really want to get at the heart of why. You know, what is the sticking point for this? And is the sticking point something about policy? Is it something about personalities? Is it something about, in the end, what is the impact going to be on students for this? And if you can bring people back around to what you agree on, you can generally find a way to solve a disagreement. So, and we all agree we wouldn't be here if we weren't about transforming lives and putting students first. So generally, I would start there first. What is it, what's the outcome for students if we don't reach an agreement here? And if we truly can't, then I would bring in an external arbitrator.
So when you say arbitration, are you considering like a more mediator or arbitrator toward like a person who would make a finding based off of the presentations from both sides?
That's a great question. A mediator. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, honestly,
Okay.
it could be either,
Thank you.
depending on what the situation is. But I would generally go first to a mediator because they tend to be, they have a different purpose, right, for being there than an arbitrator. Thank you for the clarification.
But you are open to the concept of an arbitration
Absolutely.
process if need be.
Yep,
Okay,
I've
thank
done
you.
it multiple times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Dr. Sandeep Donkey will give you the next question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you describe a time when you made a data-influenced, student-centered decision? What data did you rely on? How did you interpret it? Were there limitations to this data, and what outcomes resulted?
Sure, thank you. Data student-driven. So I'll use an example that is near and dear to my heart. We have an alumni at SUNY Potsdam, Chuck Lorre, amazing man in the sitcom world. You may have heard of him. He came to our campus and did I did a Q&A with him. And at the end of the Q&A, he handed me a check for $1 million. I wish all of my people did that. But that's so far the first and only, but here we are. My career is short so far. So I gave him a hug on the stage because I had, spent some time with him. And I said to him, "You're going to change thousands of lives." And he kind of smiled at me, not really understanding what I meant. But I had known since I got there a program that I wanted to put together, but that I didn't have figured out how to fund it yet. And it's something that we're calling the Student Success Initiative. And the Student Success Initiative has 3 parts to it. The first part is we've hired a team of professional academic advisors. There's a lot of research that shows the importance of professional academic advisors. So, for example, these are people that reach out to students in the summer before they ever start to build that relationship. They help them with their class schedule. They connect with them again within their first few days on campus. And then they reach out to them every couple of weeks throughout their first semester. We've learned from research that students, particularly first-generation students, they're scared to ask questions. They don't know who to reach out to. And so if we can build that relationship with a professional academic advisor before they ever get there, then that's going to help them be successful moving on. And the questions can be anything, right? It's like, I've literally seen everything. I don't know where to go to eat. I can't afford to buy my book. Who do I do that? I don't really have enough clothes for school. Is there a place that I can do that? Or it could be, I'm having trouble making friends and I don't know what to do about that. So the professional advisors become their first touch point on the campus. We also know that professional advisors help them stay on track. The data is very clear on that. If a student drops a class and it goes to their professional advisor and the advisor reaches out and says, "Hey, you need to have 15 credit hours or you're going to lose your financial aid." Or, you need to finish those 30 credit hours in your first year. How can we make this happen? So very important to have those professional academic advisors. On the campus that I'm on now, it was a bit of an issue at first because we had faculty serving in that advising role. And at first faculty were like, why are you taking this away from us? The beauty of professional academic advisors is that faculty then get to do all the fun things that they want to do with students. So their role really becomes mentor and career advisor. So you talk about the classes that you might need if you want to go into forensics, or you talk about, oh, here's a person I can connect you with, or here's a possible internship site. So you get to focus your time and energy with students on your areas of expertise, and that's a very powerful thing for our students. It helps you write a better letter of recommendation for these students when they move forward, because when I was at Washington State University, I had 75 advisees in 2 weeks to advise on top of a teaching load. We were in and out in 15 minutes. That's all I could do. And so this allows advisors to handle the nuts and bolts so that faculty can then handle the meat of the career preparedness for our students. So that's the first piece of it. The second piece of it was the development of a first-year experience office. Again, the research is very clear on the importance of a first-year experience office. There's a conference every year devoted to first-year experiences. And so for us, we didn't have anything like that on our campus. So we hired a director of first-year experiences who started in January. She's amazing. She's exactly what you want. If you know Clifton Strength, she's a woo. So she is very energetic and very excited. She's put together, already our new student orientation for the summer. She's putting together a family weekend, which we haven't had on campus for a very long time. So First Year Experience Office is all about building those experiences for students in their first year. But really, those first 3 months are very important, right? A lot of students leave in that period of time because they haven't found a sense of connection. They haven't found a sense of belonging. So First Year Experience is about everything from teaching skills around note-taking. Today's students, particularly that came up through the COVID generation, they didn't take notes when they were at home because they had everything right there at their fingertips. So everything from note-taking, time management is another huge one for students. How to balance classes and a social life is another big one. For our student athletes, time management is huge because now they have a full expectation of a class load, but they have a practice schedule and they have games that they're gone for hours at a time. So figuring out some of those kinds of things. So that's the second thing that we did, was develop our First Year Experience Office. Our fall to spring retention has been getting better since we made some changes to our orientation. We won't have the data for our campus yet until next year, till we see what happens once Megan's been here for a year, but the data is very clear that this is a powerful indicator of increased retention. And then the third thing that we did was expand our Bridges program. So our Bridges program is a program that is made for students who are right on the borderline of your admissions criteria, but that you think could be successful if you smother them with resources. And so we already had a Bridges program, but we wanted to provide access to even more students. And so we increased the size of our Bridges program. And with the funding from the SSI, we were also able to provide some financial incentive for students. So, if you do these three things, you'll get $10. That money is a powerful motivator for a student population that is trying to figure out how they're going to feed their family and how they're going to pay for gas to get to class and some of those kinds of things. So that's an example of, this is data-centered and student-centered. And the limitations of the data are, I guess for us, all of this is brand new, so I don't have enough data of our own to see what has gone well and what hasn't. We are continually assessing this. That is, I can promise you that. We're so excited about this that we went to our foundation board and did a full proposal for them, showed them the data, gave them articles to read, and they gave us a matching gift to support a 4-year pilot for this program. So I'm very excited to see where this goes. I can already tell you that student interest our first-year students are excited about being mentors for the next year when we start our peer mentorship program as a part of our FY experience. But that's probably the best example that I have for something that we've done on campus that is data-driven, and I'm excited to see what the results are. Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Great. Dr. Eastridge will present the next question.
Hello, Dr. Smith.
Hi.
So how would you effectively advocate for and represent the university's professional programs, such as those in healthcare, business, and regulated fields, when engaging with state policymakers, licensing boards, and industry leaders? Can you describe how you would build the necessary expertise, relationships, and trust to ensure these programs are well supported and competitively positioned?
Sure. Thank you. Let's see. So healthcare, obviously one of the biggest industries in this area, very important. You have a nursing program. I think you graduate the most nurses of any school. NSU, Nevada State does, of any school of the system.
There are many years that we have the most BSN graduates, yes.
Yeah. It's an astonishing foundation to build on, absolutely. So first of all, it's about learning about your programs and learning what it is that you offer and learning what you offer for your region and for your area. When I started at, the first and the most recent campus I've been on have all had healthcare as one of their primary areas of focus. When I was in Georgia, for example, to learn about the programs, I spent time in our sim labs. I went to suture clinics and practiced suturing. I did all the things that that our students would do so that I could better understand when I talk to potential donors, what the program looks like and what types of things, activities they're doing. So first would be for me to get up to speed on what it is you do in the programs and what it is your students are doing when they graduate. So that would be number one. Simultaneously, I would be out in the workforce talking to the people that primarily hire your students, asking them what skill sets they're looking for. What is it they value so much about our students and how can we reinforce that? So again, building some of those kinds of relationships. Certainly, depending on the industry, it's imperative that you work with your state and local elected officials so that they understand the value of this for the community, because they're the ones that can rally for financial support for you and for your programs. So finding ways to certainly bring them to your campus and show them what you do and introduce them to your students. Our students are always our best advocates for our campus. No matter whether you're talking to adults or potential students, they're our best advocates. So I frequently will use them to show, to highlight what they've been doing and how this has been impactful for them. So that's certainly another thing. I would probably also, licensing boards. So again, accreditation is important for these kinds of programs, business and nursing in particular. So making sure that we have the resources that we need to maintain and receive and maintain accreditation. And that's one of the things to me that I love about accreditation for our licensure for programs is it gives you the guidelines that you need to be successful. And it gives you things to advocate for, right? So this is not just me, Suzanne Smith, saying that this is what our nursing program needs. This is what the national guidelines are saying we need to be successful. And that is very powerful to policymakers, to potential donors, business owners, those kinds of things. So that would be some of the things that I would do. To be competitively positioned, again, it's all about marketing what you're already doing and making sure that we're sending the message that this is the place where you come for these types of degrees. This is the type of experience that you can get. Certainly showcasing the experiential learning that you do. We know that internships and practica are the #1 predictor of job success post-graduation. So what are ways that we are doing that, and how can we showcase that for the community so they can see the value that we add? Thanks.
Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Katie Johns will give the next question.
Good afternoon. So administrative faculty, AKA professional staff at Nevada State, have identified needs around continuous professional development, revised and meaningful evaluation processes, and also clear pathways for advancement. How would you work with administrative faculty to build a culture of transparency, support, and shared governance that addresses these areas? And then also, what would that look like for faculty and classified staff who are some of our administrative, executive assistants, and other support professionals?
Okay, great, thank you. So one of I think it's not uncommon on college campuses, but in workforces in general, that you don't really necessarily think about your pipeline. So how are we training this person for the next job, for the next job, for the next job? Particularly in a place where people tend to stay within the region, that should be at the forefront of our minds, right? We should be thinking about that. The director of human resources came to me a few years ago on the campus that I'm on now and said, we don't have a great program for developing these skill sets within our own people. So what should we do about that? So we developed a professional development program, and we've had 2 cohorts of that so far. So this is people this is people from all walks of life. We've had faculty, we've had staff, we've had people from our police that have been on that. We've had people from everywhere on campus coming together for professional development. So this is people in mid-management that we think have the potential to move up, but that we've never invested in or given the opportunity to succeed. One of the things that's been really beautiful about that training is that we all get so busy in our lives that we don't often talk to people in other areas. And so they've learned a lot about the campus by talking to each other about what it is in their jobs. But they've also learned that they have the same struggles no matter what unit you're in. And so having an opportunity to share some of those struggles and then to get some support for that has been pretty powerful for them. We actually, for this particular program, we brought in an external person who, this is her specialty. And we did a summer retreat, 2 days, where they spent 2 days working with this amazing external consultant who kind of walked them through job responsibilities for the different categories that were represented, talked to them about skill sets, and did a lot of practice around. We let them help generate the agenda. So number one was conflict resolution. How do you handle people that are not happy with a decision that you've made, or resource allocation was another thing that we looked at. So the first place to start, I would say, is within. So look at your own workforce and figure out how are you, or how can you help to develop your workforce that you already have. That makes people feel valued, it makes them feel appreciated, it makes them feel understood. And then you allow them to help drive the next starts of the process, right? So we did a second cohort the next year, and then we did work with the cohorts together as well. I'm a big believer in mentorship. So if I asked everyone in this room who's a mentor, you could probably all name someone and the impact that they had on your lives. So why are we not doing that on our own campus for our own students and faculty and staff? We should be providing that mentorship opportunity. So that's something that I think is really important. Once they learn that other people on campus are having the same issues that they are, that builds trust, right? That builds some sense of camaraderie, builds a sense of community. And so that's been a really positive outcome from that training as well. Again, the culture of transparency and shared governance, it's really all about when you have an issue that needs to be addressed, you be sure that you talk to the community about that. Everyone knows what's involved. For me, I talk to my executive team, and then they talk to the people that report to them. And then people can share information all the way up that structure. But they can also always reach out to me if they have questions or comments as well. It's about letting people know that you are sincere in your desire to have their feedback and hear what they have to say. So yeah, I'll leave it at that.
So follow-up for you. So administrative faculty, there's over 150 of us. I think it's something like 180 on campus. So I would love to learn more, since it is such a big group of us, a little bit more about the pieces as it relates to the evaluation processes and pathways for advancement. We know that a lot of times, advancement, or if you want to call it promotion, ends up going back to evaluations. We're currently in a space where for the last few years, we have not had the opportunity to receive merit pay, regardless of what our evaluations say. I know there's budget tied into that. It's never an easy conversation, but we also don't currently have any opportunities for steps within our roles. So thinking about advancement internally. For example, I've been director for 5 years. Even if I went and I have a master's, but if I went and got my EDD or PhD, that there's nothing to qualify me to be a senior director or an executive director. So we don't have that built into our administrative staff roles. So again, given that this impacts almost 200 people on our campus, I would love to know, I guess, either your experience in working with HR or governance groups to address this, or just what your overall thoughts are.
So is that process not in place? Is this a campus, a state, or a system?
I believe UNLV has some mechanisms. I don't know if it's related to pay, but they do have opportunities, I believe, for steps for their administrative staff, at least in some roles. I don't know if that's across the board or not, and so therefore I do not know if it's a system level.
So the lack of structure is a campus issue and not a.
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so, yes.
Because a lot of state systems, for example, operate under the state steps,
Yeah, a regent or someone else can address that if I'm incorrect.
I am certainly not the expert in this, but I do believe that classified employees are under state, but our administrative and academic faculty are not. And so there are some, there is some direction from each of the campuses. I don't know if I hate to say something that will somebody will quote me on. So,
I understand that.
I'll just say that I don't believe, without looking at our policies right now, that there is a system-wide mechanism for this. But as Ms. Johns has stated, different campuses have worked through this
Gotcha.
to address this issue.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Didn't mean to put any of y'all on the spot.
No.
Sorry, I would also like to mention too, so it's something that we have technically started on our campus, but it only exists within one department. It has been there for quite a few years, but has not moved
Gotcha.
into other spaces.
Sure. So the reason I ask the question is, when I think about a problem or an issue on a campus, usually the first thing I ask is this a campus issue? So is this a policy that we've created? And if it is, then we can do something about it. Is this a system issue, or is this a state issue? State issues, we figure out how to work within the rules that are set. System issues, we do the same thing, but if it's something that we think we have a solution to, then we take it forward and see if there's a way that we can, work with the system to figure out how to negotiate this. Sounds like this is a campus problem. So in that case, I'd be curious to know what that one department is doing and if that's working or not. So you could think about that as a pilot program, if you know what I mean, and use that to decide what's working well with this and what's not working well. So that would be a place that I would start. But yeah, so I think that one of the things that I would look at is I would need to look at the structure of the campus and what are the natural progressions that you could make in your role. So if you're a director role and there's no senior director roles, why not? Why, is that something that we can create? Because you're right, if people don't see a room to advance, they're not going to stay. And our job should be to figure out how to help people be successful where they are. So I would look at the structure that it currently exists. I would look at the structure that we want, and that's where involving these 180 people would be an invaluable part of the process. Where are you in the process? Where is it that you want to go? And what is it that we can do to help you get there? And if it's movement across departments, then that's one thing that we can do. I really believe that even if we do our job to support someone and they go somewhere else, then we've done our job. Our job is to mentor people. We are an institution of higher education. Our job is to train students. Why would we not also want it to ensure that we're doing the best thing for everyone that works here? So I guess the first place would be to see what that department's doing and how it's working. The second thing would be to get people together, maybe do a town hall, maybe do a questionnaire as a start, just a place of reference to start with. See what the big issues are, see what the skill sets are. I'd want to look at what structure you already have in place and how that's working and where the downfall is. And then really it's just going to be a matter of trying to reach a consensus that everyone can agree on, or here's some logical steps that we can take. And then with a lot of things, you try it, you figure out the policy and you try it and then you adapt it as you go along. Policies are living, breathing documents that are meant to be modified based on times, right? So some of the policies that's why my first question is always, whose policy is this? Because a lot of times policies come about because someone did something bad in 1982, and we're not going to ever let that happen again. And so, by golly, here's the policy. So it's about figuring out how to meet the needs within the confines that we have. So, yeah, it's a good question.
Thank you. So we have plenty of time left.
Yeah, sorry.
And no, that's okay. And one question left, so don't feel rushed. I just want to say that. So Dr. Raul Tapia will be presenting the final question.
Good afternoon. Nevada State University is expanding with a new campus in North Las Vegas, and our campus here in Henderson has opportunities to expand. What is your experience with campus development, and what possible challenges do you see?
Yeah, you just had your groundbreaking, I think, this week on that. That's very exciting. And a large percent of your students actually, I think, live up in that area, right? So the thing that's exciting about that is it's going to also change the face of the campus here, right? When you take the students that are here and put them somewhere else, it provides opportunity in both places. So I'll be curious to watch how that happens. I've certainly led campus development pretty much everywhere I've been. Again, Washington State University with a brand new campus. The thing that was exciting about that is figuring out where we need to go next and who can help support it. So development in general, particularly if you're talking about fundraising, really boils down to a very basic thing. It's what does the person that you're talking to want? What's important to them? What do they value? How does that match what you have and what you value? And how can you work together to do something special? So development in general is about sharing a love for a place or a topic or a theme or a department or whatever it might be, and then finding ways that you can work together to make that happen. So when we were at WSU Vancouver, I spent a lot of time talking to our workforce partners. Healthcare was a primary one of them. Again, we were in, my background is in child and family development. I was there to start a human development program. So we spent a lot of time talking about what their workforce needs are and building partnerships around the types of jobs that were in the area. When I was in Georgia, again, healthcare was another big need there. And they were spending millions of dollars on travel nurses every year, as many hospitals around the country are. The cost of that is eating them alive. And so we tried to come up with solutions to figure out how to resolve that. And we came up with a few things. The first thing that we did is that we expanded our criteria for admissions into the nursing program. And then the hospital helped support 2 team members whose job it was to do some of that intrusive advising. So ensuring they were getting tutoring, ensuring that they were getting the resources that they needed. So we were able to graduate more nurses every year because we were admitting more nurses every year. So that was the first thing that we did. After trying that for a few years, they said that they still had more need than we could meet. And so they asked if we would start an associate degree. And so we did that. And that was through funding through them. I wrote a proposal for them and they helped fund that. And that developed a direct pipeline for them into their hospitals and helped fill their needs. They were willing to spend money because it would save them millions of dollars down the road. And that's the kinds of relationships that we need to find here. What are some areas that need workforce that we have the skill set to provide, that we can work together to figure out how to meet this needs? In many cases, on many campuses, that means building of buildings. A lot of programs have very specific requirements for lab space, for example. You have a lot of growth here in manufacturing, technology, some of those kinds of industries. Those kinds of majors are likely to have some kind of lab space that they need, or business space that they need. So how can we work together to provide the infrastructure that we need to build the workforce that you need? So that's certainly something else that I would look at. Challenges to doing this kind of work are money is tight for everyone, right? And so getting people to understand, as with anything, you have to spend money to make money in a lot of cases. And workforce development is another example of that. You have to be able to see the long-term investment that your money is going to bring to you. So that's certainly a challenge that you face. Getting your own workforce to support these programs could be another challenge as well, right? So, for example, when I was at, actually at every campus I've been on, one of the things that you always hear from community partners is that we need Masters of Social Work students to fill our jobs. Masters of Social Work programs are very expensive. And most campuses don't already have the people on staff that can do those kinds of degrees. So to bring in the personnel that you need, to be able to meet licensing requirements, everything else, very expensive to run. So in Georgia, when I couldn't provide that program, what I did is I went to our industry partners and said, okay, so who is setting this requirement for a Master's of Social Work? Is this your agency? And if it is, can we work on that? Is there other master's degrees that we have that could fulfill those requirements? Is it your state agency? Do I need to start lobbying at the state level for a change in title? And in many cases, what we discovered is it was an MSW because that's the degree that's the most common in the field, but they didn't understand the other degrees that we had that could fit those same criteria. So that's something that we worked on as well. That's a way around that challenge. When I went to Georgia, we had regional meetings with the largest businesses in the area to talk about their workforce needs. So what's the skill set that you need? What is the workforce need that you have? And how could we partner to meet some of those needs? And as a result of those roundtables, we put together an academic plan based on some of those things that we thought that we could offer to them. And we went back to them and said, you know, what can you give us to help us start these degrees to help fill your workforce? And so that's another way that you can do some of this work, is to just start with conversations with the businesses in the area and then work from there. So those are all things that I have experience doing. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Since we have time left, I want to give you the opportunity to expand on anything that you thought that maybe you didn't get an opportunity to in the questions that were presented to you, or give you the opportunity to give your closing statement. I just kind of handing it off to you.
Okay, great. I know, I feel like I kind of ran. For a Southerner, I talked really fast for the last hour, so sorry about that. I guess I would just want to add, you know, really, higher education is an interesting time, right? We're facing challenges that we've never faced before in many ways. We're facing a student body that has lived through a pandemic. Many of them fared quite well, and many of them did not. So the types of things, the types of supports that we need are different. So one of the first things I would want to look at on the campus is what support services do they have for students, and what support services do they need. So I got to spend some time with one of the students yesterday. She was delightful. She was a part of my campus tour. And I went and saw the Writing Center, which was busy. I went and saw STAR, which is the program that they have, kind of where they have their resources for students together. I think they have TRIO there. I know that they have a food pantry. They're still working on refrigeration for the food pantry. That would be a primary focus. That's something that you can get from the community. I won't say it's easy to get, but that's something that I would work on very quickly. They have resources around clothing with the pop-up, clothing, I don't remember which they call them, but access to clothing. Professional clothing is a big deal for particularly first-generation students. And so do you have a professional clothing closet, and how can you open that up to the community? So often that's done just on your campus, and so you have just the resources that you have here. This is a perfect place to open it up to your community. If you have, clothes that you're not using anymore, bring them to our professional clothes closet. That's a great resource that you can use. One thing I would like to learn more about that I didn't have a chance to talk about yesterday was mental health needs of our students. That's really where our national crisis is right now for higher education, is meeting the mental health needs of our students. And if you look at a population like the students here, that one of the women I met yesterday is commuting an hour each way, taking classes and commuting an hour each way. Many of your students are raising families, they're working jobs, they're living stressful lives. What are we doing to support them? That would be one of my top priorities when I came here, to look at that and figure out what we could do better, what we could enhance, and what we don't have that we could add to the resources that you already have on campus. I would want to look into student advising, because that's something I'm not clear about. I'm not clear if every student's required to get advising on this campus. When I looked at the data, it was very clear that the students that have advising are more successful, that they retain and they graduate at higher rates. But looking at that makes me think that maybe they're not required to do it if the rates, based on what the rates were listed. So I don't know the answer to that, but that's something that, I don't know if anybody here knows the answer.
Dr. Thunke, can you please turn on your microphone? Thank you.
Sandeep Thanki. It was required last 2024 fall it was, but 2025 it was not required.
Okay.
So depending on the semester, there are different. And it was required only for first year students.
Sure.
So depending on which cohort we are looking at.
Okay. Yeah. So that's something that we would want to look at, because students, that's when students fall through the cracks, when they're not. So that could be part of the retention issue that you have, or part of the graduation rate issue that you have. So that's something that I would want to look at. So I learned a lot on campus yesterday and in my time with all of you, and so certainly want to thank you for your time. My meeting with the executive team yesterday was just delightful. You are very blessed with a group of people who care about their students. They care about the faculty and staff that are here, and they want this place to be successful. And so, so I think that you're lucky to have people with that as their focus. That's their singular focus, which I appreciated. The forum I thought was really interesting. I learned a lot about the types of things that are interesting, that are important to you as a campus. Budget, as with every campus, I think, in the United States right now, that's a conversation that we tend to spend a lot of time on. But I also learned from the questions that faculty asked that they really value their students. And they want to do more, but they want to have some help doing that. They need some support, and that we need to figure out how to give them that. And I think, based on your question, the same would be true for staff as well. That I think it's very common on a smaller campus, and particularly on a new and growing campus. We keep asking more and more and more, and our team does it because that's that's why they're here. But we don't then think about, well, how do we grow them, and how do we give back to them, and how do we feed their soul in this process? Because we need to feed them so that they can feed our students, right? So that's certainly something that I learned from that. I had a wonderful dinner, my husband and I, with the chancellor last night. Thank you again for that. We talked a lot about how the system works, and the relationship with the Board of Regents, and the relationship between the presidents, the system, and the Board of Regents, and what that looks like. I learned a lot about the types of things that you want to do as a system moving forward. It's not just Nevada State that's growing, it's the system. You know, it's part of, this is just one piece of the puzzle of the types of things that you want to do moving forward, and I think that's very exciting. So everything I've learned over the last 2 days and after the last few weeks as I've been researching to come here has only made me more excited about this position. It has only affirmed that this is a place where I could be successful, and this is a place where I would desire to spend the next part of my career. So I thank you for your time, and thanks for having me.
Thank you very much for being with us today. So at this time, we will take a 10-minute break and come back. And Dr. Smith, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to get started. So if everybody can take their seats. We are now on to item number 6 of the agenda. So this is the point where we open it up to advisory members to give us their feedback. So I'd rather not put somebody on the spot. So if there's someone who would like to start us out, Dr. Tapia, I appreciate you being a student. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So before we do, I just want to give a few guidelines. I'd like to get your top 2. I think that would be the best way to do it. If you have something glowing and positive to say about a candidate, by all means, share that. If there's something negative, it's probably best not to share that. We want to keep this positive. This is a public meeting, and all of our candidates are obviously extremely well qualified and very, very accomplished. So we wouldn't want to put any stain on that. They took the time to come here and spend time with our great institution. So anything that you'd like to share positively, I'd be more than happy for you to do that. So again, your top 2. And we will start with Dr. Tapia. Thank you.
Thank you. So one of the candidates said during their presentation that a good leader listens with intent and purpose when making decisions, right? And they take the feedback from all the necessary stakeholders. So being an academic faculty, we are on the ground here. We know what we need, we know what we want. And having been here for 10 years, I've experienced the other presidents, right? Going through these forums, I think the feedback that we got from these forums are very telling in the percentage of approval of certain candidates. My top candidate is Dr. Rickenmeyer. Her genuineness, her eagerness, her understanding of the community, her wanting to be a part of the community has just made it abundantly clear that she is my top choice, and I think my only choice for this position.
Thank you. I will open it up to someone else. Dr. Robinson, thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share our feedback as well. One just general piece of feedback. I understand the attractiveness sometimes of non-traditional candidates. They can see things from different perspectives and give us insight that maybe we wouldn't see normally if you're sort of inside the world of academia all the time. But I've been here for quite a while as well, almost 24 years now. And I think we've had quite a few non-traditional presidents come through. We've had folks that come in from higher education, but from different perspectives. And in some ways, when they come in, they're learning to take on this president role. They've got, again, lots of good background, but they're learning how to take on this president role while we're learning as well. And so I really love the opportunity to take this chance to actually get someone that has a lot of experience in the president role so that we can learn from them and they're not coming on to the role and learning the job kind of as the other folks have done. So not in a negative way, I just think this is a place where we as an institution would really benefit from someone with a lot of experience as a president, as a leader in higher education. So I would say my top two candidates in this case are, wait, her name is it's gonna take me a while to pronounce this correct. Richtermeyer and I'd say a very close second, Elrod. I think they both bring a lot of, Richtermeyer brings a lot of, I think, genuineness and authenticity, terrific experience in finance, and a real willingness to teach in ways that I think we could all really benefit from. So I think we will learn from her a lot if she comes on as our president. Elrod, same thing, remarkable experience in higher education, and I think we would be very lucky to have someone that can bring that long history of higher education experience to us. And she's worked in institutions with sort of similar student backgrounds, similar missions, and I think we could learn from both of those candidates. So those would be my top two, and again, I think I just want to make a case for these more kind of maybe traditional candidates, I think would suit Nevada State very nicely now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Chair,
Yes.
can I ask a question, clarifying question for Mr. Robinson? Dr. Robinson, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
So Dr. Robinson, so I'm trying to take notes here myself of how the advisory board is going. Just to be clear, are you doing just those are your top two, or is Dr. Richtermeyer number one and Dr. Elrod your number two?
Oh yeah, good question. They're very, very close to me. I would be happy with either of those candidates, but I think probably Richtermeyer would be my first, and that might be just a personal preference. I saw both leadership and humanity with her at the same time, and I really value that in a leader. So I think she would be my number one, but it would be, again, very close.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. DeBonis.
Thank you. Thank you to the search committee, because you brought us 4 really strong candidates, so I appreciate that. But in the notes that I took, I'll tell you my top candidate is also Sandra Richtermeyer, and my second is, what's her first name? Susan Elrod. What I liked about, I don't remember if she's doctor, I'm sorry, Dr. Richtermeyer, she led specifically with specific compliments about the campus, about the staff that she met, and about the students. And it seemed to embody the way she spoke about her heart and her humanity, her humility. She kind of demonstrated that during her interview process. It was a lot less about her and what she would do, but also more about how she would bring the community, the community of Nevada State together. I thought that was really impactful. She seemed to be a stable and strong leadership type of person. She would bring the team together. And I also noticed she was very cognizant of the public comment and the public forum that we have. And so she gave specific examples, but not detailed examples, if that makes sense. And with Elrod, again, a very close second for me, but also I just like that she was pursuing this presidency only, and so I felt that was very powerful. She seemed to be focused on listening and the leadership experience, so those would be my top two. Thank you.
Thank you. Dean Eastridge.
I also want to say thank you for bringing us some really great candidates. I feel like we were able to learn a lot about them in the last couple of days. And of course, I am looking through a specific lens in reviewing their responses. Kind of a middle management, a dean's role, and through the lens of a professional program that is highly regulated and has accreditation requirements. And there was only one candidate who didn't make some assumptions that we hadn't built out our that we hadn't built out our network, that we didn't have good standing relationships already. I am looking at who is able to come in and understand the excellence that we have already created and what they can do to augment that. I don't need somebody to come in and tell me how to be a nursing dean. I think I figured it out fairly well and have done pretty well. We have great metrics in our School of Nursing, and our graduates are in high demand by employers, and we have extensive partnerships. So telling me that this is what needs to happen, it kind of missed the mark if those were the responses, but there was one that didn't miss the mark, very experienced, and we needed a national search because we need somebody experienced who can come in and really understand what they're doing and not have a lot of missteps in the process. I feel like we don't have a lot of room for missteps today. And so that would be Dr. Suzanne Smith. Very experienced, very balanced, gave some really good, clear answers, thoughtful answers. I didn't get the sense that she felt like she knew everything, that she seemed to feel like she could learn things about us from us. And I thought that was very good. But I did have a close second. And even though I feel like they're going to take a little more work and maybe help them to understand a few more things. They may need a little more support. I was really pretty inspired by Dr. Richtermeyer. So I think that those are two good options.
Thank you. And I'm not trying to cut you off, but I was just told we're having some technical difficulties on Zoom and the live stream again. So I do apologize for the issues that we've had today. So we're just going to take another quick break. Okay, we're back up. Apparently, it was a technical issue within the room. I misspoke when I said this. It was within the room. So, Dean Eastridge, I didn't want to cut you off if you have anything more you'd like to add.
No, I was finished. That was good timing. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll ask for any other volunteers.
Am I good?
Okay. Dr. Martini, thank you.
So again, I'm going to echo thank you to Chancellor McNair and Chair Carvalho and Academic Search. I thought we had wonderful candidates. I was really happy with the caliber of the candidates who came here. I'm also going to echo Dean Eastridge. We are of a similar mind here, but I'm going to reverse the candidates. My number one is Dr. Richtermeyer. I think that she displayed a genuineness and a humility in her answers that was very compelling. She seemed very personable. I appreciate her climb the sort of more traditional academic path. I agree with Dr. Robinson. I think that that's something that we could benefit from here. She really sort of resonated a sort of teacher ethos to me. Once you're a classroom teacher, you're going to stay a classroom teacher for most of your life. And so that seemed to really resonate with her and a lot of her answers. I also, a close second for me is Dr. Smith. I want to say, for those of us who have been at schools that have had to do large structural cuts, that's not easy. That's a really, really hard needle to thread. And it takes a tremendous amount of leadership to do that well. And it's never going to be something that you end up with everybody happy with you. And so I was really impressed. Question number 3, I think, is the most important question here, because if you are a leader and you cannot clearly articulate when you have done something wrong and admit that you have done it wrong and tell us what you've learned from it, you have no business being a leader. And the two people who had the easiest time with that question were Drs. Richtermeyer and Smith. And they most clearly articulated, for me, the important thing is what they learned, how it shaped their leadership moving forward. And so I think that those are two fantastic choices that I would recommend. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Martini. Ms. Silva?
Thank you. I think for me, one of the most important aspects is students are taken into account, and our community. That is what builds our school. And so for me, the first choice was Dr. Richtermeyer as well, and then Dr. Elrod, it was Ms. Elrod. I think one of the most important things is the inclusion of our community in what is school. We would not be a university without students, and so making sure that we are getting folks to come to school to get admission. I thought some of the answers surrounding, what would be ways to get more students here were very good to me. I do hope that we are going to be able to, whomever is chosen, we'll spend some more time on the campus before. I do want to just go on record saying I think the time was a little too condensed for that, to get a really good gauge of what our school is. But yeah, those would be my two choices.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Christensen? Okay, Dr. Wright.
Thank you. To echo my colleagues and fellow ad hoc committee members around the table, thank you to Academic Search and to Chancellor, McNair and Regent Carvalho for getting together such a strong applicant pool. With that said, my first choice is Dr. Richtermeyer. She was genuine and down to earth and could articulate the things that she's done in her career that would make her a good president at Nevada State. She has the leadership background, the academic affairs background, and then just the icing on the cake is her background in the business and accounting field and a certified public accountant. Which I just think are fantastic assets to add to a presidential profile. I also appreciated that she openly shared that she is a first-gen college graduate and that education has had a transformative effect on her life. And I believe that closely mirrors the student body here at Nevada State. So Dr. Richtermeyer is my top choice. And then Dr. Smith, I would say, is my second choice, but it's also a very close second, third with Dr. Elrod. I found Dr. Smith to be a competent, experienced leader, to echo what Dr. Martini said, under some very tough conditions, and to be able to come out of that and build community with the people at your school, with the faculty, with the students, is saying something to the type of leader that she is. So with that said, number one, Dr. Richtermeyer, number two, Dr. Smith. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Christensen.
Thank you, and I want to express my appreciation too for the candidates that you folks have brought forward. This is not as easy as it maybe could be, but I think the school is at an important inflection point. We've had several of them over the last 25 years, so we have a chance to do some really great things now. If I were sitting in your chair as a regent, there's certain things that I would be looking for, so I want to put my comments in context of that. When I sit back and I look at this institution, I'm really excited about the academics that are here. We're not talking about how do we build a faculty here, or how do we, what do we need to do to bring in great people. I'm looking more of it from the perspective of an operational person. That's what I've done all my life. So as you're thinking about this, I'd really like you to focus on who you think has the right skills for fundraising. I really wish we'd had more discussion about that today. I appreciated the chair of the Faculty Senate's comments on that. Who do you think can articulate and execute a vision for the future of the school? The development of the campus, not only physically, but also academically. There's so many things that we can do here, especially if we had more money. And one of the things that I've been talking about with Dean Bernal Glazer is how we distinguish and differentiate ourselves as an institution. So who can do that to your satisfaction, and how do we realize the potential here that's great for our nursing school, our education, school of education, our business schools, and how do we incorporate all these other disciplines that we have in the community? I wish we had heard more today about artificial intelligence, and I'm a business guy, so those things are things that I'm thinking about every day. The political side of this, we need somebody who can do a great job, not only with the Board of Regents, but the legislature, the governor, our municipalities. That's going to be an important need in here. I was disappointed in the last meeting when we talked about low morale. And it came up today in the conversation, somebody who can turn that morale around, because this is a great place, and I think worthy of that. Student services, I'm looking for somebody that's really energetic, and we've talked about them a lot. I do want to especially thank that we brought forward a non-traditional candidate, all right? I really think that Dr. Purnell could be very successful here. I don't think it's the right time for it. It could be, but I don't think now is the right time for it. But I appreciate that at least I asked at the last meeting that we consider that. Again, reminded that Dr. Patterson was non-traditional, as is President Sandoval, as was Kenny Gwynn. But there may be a time for that when it's maybe more appropriate. So if I'm supposed to come up with two, I think what I would probably say is that if Dr. Purnell probably can't be involved, I would recommend Dr. Richtermeyer. The other two candidates I really appreciate. I think they could do a good job for us, but I would recommend Dr. Richtermeyer. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johns.
Thank you. I don't know if I would be able to rank them number one and number two, but I think my two top candidates would be Dr. Suzanne Smith and Dr. Sandra Richtermeyer. I think Dr. Richtermeyer, as has been kind of highlighted already, she's very warm and humble. I could definitely see her as someone who can develop relationships both on and off campus very well. And in reviewing my notes, she definitely highlighted collaboration a lot, which I think is really great. I know in higher ed, it's not just a Nevada State thing. We tend to operate in silos, whether that's between academic and student affairs or even departments within the same division. And so I thought that that was really great. And then with Dr. Smith, even though she maybe was a bit more direct, I found her to be very articulate, and I found her to have, or she possessed a lot of the acumen that I believe would help her in this role, especially when it comes to the political piece. Not to say that Dr. Richtermeyer isn't politically savvy, but I think Dr. Smith maybe is able to articulate that a little bit better. And I did find that she tended to open up towards the latter half of her answers. So I do think that either of those would be a good fit. They both have really good experience, have been in higher ed for a long time. And the last thing I wanted to add about Dr. Smith was that I really appreciated at the end, even though it maybe didn't come through as much in her initial answers, that she reiterated her commitment to helping students find their sense of belonging. And she also said she wanted faculty and staff to feel that as well, which I think could help with morale. And also talking about students' basic needs and support mechanisms. Again, I work in career services, and even though I don't work directly with students, my staff tell me, sometimes the students are coming in and saying, I need a job. Okay, well, let's, talk about your interests and your skills and all the things. But then it turns into, well, I don't need a job next week, because if I don't, then I don't have enough money to pay my rent, and then I'm going to be experiencing homelessness. And that does come up a lot with our students. And so I think that was really valuable as well. So again, I don't necessarily think I have a one or two, but those would be my top two, Dr. Smith and Dr. Richtermeyer. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I see Mr. Muehlrath with his virtual hand raised. Thank you for being with us throughout the day.
Good afternoon to the committee, Chair Carvalho. Apologies, I couldn't be there in person, so I do regret that. I did, most of my comments are going to echo those of my colleagues and peers in the room there. I did have securely Dr. Richtermeyer as the number one choice, Dr. Smith as second. I think about the only thing I could contribute further is that I found Dr. Richtermeyer I found her overall style and the way she conducted the interview, very conversationalist, very comfortable. And I enjoyed listening to her answer the questions, which isn't usually the case in the interviews. And I also appreciated her Mountain West ethos with the Colorado degree. And I just think it's important to have a regional context and tie to the presidential position for a long-term success. So that would be my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Pierce.
Thank you, Chair. As a student, of course, I came into this with a student perspective. Who do I feel connected to the most? Who can I approach? Who can the students approach, even if you're not an involved student like myself? And the person I definitely felt that with is Dr. Sandra Richtermeyer. I hope I'm not butchering her last name, but like the previous feedback was said, I felt that she came to this interview very conversational. And I felt that is what made me connect to her more and was able to, I don't want to say understand, but I guess understand her more. Something that me and my successor were talking about was that she reminds us a lot of Dr. Pollard and Amber, our current acting president right now. Just their approachability and their welcomingness really matched Dr. Richtermeyer really matched that, I would say. And I think that's something that all students, or if not all, most students would take out of Dr. Pollard and Dr. Amber Lopez-Lassiter, is their welcoming and open conversational self. I loved how she was so prone to being like, I want to be at student events, I want to do this, I want to do that. That's something that we always ask for. That's something that we always are looking for, not just within Nevada State University leadership, but NSHE leadership overall. And to have that someone's like really emphasizing in this interview is really important. No one said anything about like student events. No one said anything about that. So I'm really happy that she brought that up. And just her humor, her attitude, her personality, all of it is great. So she's definitely my top. Very close second is Dr. Susan Elrod. She's great. She's very understanding in terms of communication strategies. I went to her open forum and I asked what were ways that she would do to improve transparency in terms of the students with conversations that impact students. And she understood that there were communication barriers with students like emails. We don't read those. So she came in with a very understanding approach. It's true, I'm sorry. But she's also just very willing to learn, and she's she's huge on transparency, which is of course, big pillar for all students, especially with this tuition fee increase and everything like that. I would say that that's something that stuck out with me about Dr. Susan Elrod, but my top pick would be Dr. Sandra Richtermeyer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very important to have that student perspective, and so we really appreciate you sharing that and being collaborative with your successor who's here also. So very exciting, and congratulations, Stephanie, and also congratulations to you too, Lahana. So to use what I heard you say the other day, so you're getting your degree in dip. So I like that.
Yeah, I'm shocked no one's heard that saying.
Get the degree in dip.
Get a degree in dip, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've just got a few more left. Okay.
I'll be very brief and say that my ranking would be Dr. Ridmeyer. Hope I said that right. I've been listening. For the exact same reason that everyone else has ranked her first. And then my second would be Dr. Elrod. Again, for the exact same reasons. I found them all very personable. I could see them on campus. I could see any and everybody going to them, and they would be willing to help them and assist them. Most importantly, I believe that they would be able to explain budgets, especially Dr. Ridmeyer.
Thank you for your perspective. I appreciate it. Dr. Thunke?
Thank you. I think as time goes by, my job is just getting easier and easier. I'm in agreement with what is coming up. My number one would be Dr. Richtermeyer. Very personable, genuine focus on developing leaders. I really like that. Her experience with collective bargaining, I really appreciated that. Her understanding of the way she views data, to me, was the most impressive because she focused on not numbers. Sometimes we see something in numbers and we jump to conclusions. And she said that if we find something, we have to go talk to those students, confirm that, and take action from that. I think that is what I was looking for when we made the question. Her willingness to going to student events was really good, like Lahana mentioned. She was student focused, but everybody else was, so that was not something that distinguished her. My second would be Dr. Smith. I'm not going to add anything, but that would be my number two.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if there is anyone else from the advisory committee that is on Zoom with us. It doesn't appear to be that way. So at this time, we've gotten the feedback from the advisory members, and I just want to take this moment to say thank you to everybody who's on the committee, but most especially all of you who have taken the time today to really spend on this process. It's a very important part of what we do as Regents, and to have you come along with us on this journey is very meaningful to us. So thank you. So at this time, we'll move on to item number 7, Regents Committee Discussion and Recommendation. So this is for possible action, and this is for the Regents on the committee. And I will just ask Special Counsel Nielsen, would you, would it be okay to open it up to all the regents who are here, or would that be problematic for tomorrow?
No, I think I'd be at your discretion, Chair. And I don't think it would be an issue for tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. So I'll open it up to regents on the committee and those who are not on the committee. I'll just start there. Yes, Regent McGrath.
No, I'm happy to start, and I of course want to thank you, Chair Carvalho, and Academic Search. We had exceptional candidates, and most especially the advisory committee. It's almost scary when there's such a consensus, but in this case, I can understand it, and the advisory committee really did echo the thoughts that I was having when I was hearing the candidates. I think my top choice at the moment is Dr. Richtermeyer, for the reasons that so many of you articulated so well. I think she is a good personality fit, had a real genuine and authentic demeanor, and also in terms of her training as a CPA, that appeals to me in terms of fiscal responsibility. And again, I think this sounds very repetitive because you all did a wonderful job in highlighting these issues. But I think it's also important that she understands the culture of commuter issues, first generation issues. Those things, I really enjoyed hearing that. And again, I think it's very repetitive at this point because you all made the points clearly, but I just wanted to add.
Thank you. No, your voice is very important as a member of this actual committee, so thank you for that. Anyone else on the, yes, Regent Batista.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for doing such a great job with this search. We had some really good candidates today. That being said, as an alum from NSU also, I've seen it grow from one building into what it is now. And I've seen the evolution of it. There was actually a candidate that said the word evolution, and that was Dr. Richtermeyer as well. So she would be my first. And close second would be Dr. Smith, because of their personalities, how they kind of are like Dr. Pollard and like Lana was saying. So that's kind of why I like both of them, and that's what I'd input. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I'll also open it up to our committee members who are online, Regents Downs and Arascata. Does anybody want to say anything?
I'll go ahead. Well, I'll go first, Jeff. Here we
Thank
go.
you.
Sorry. We're staring, giving each other the eyeballs. Very similar to what Dr. Eastridge, the Dean of School of Nursing, stated. I am right there neck and neck is Dr. Smith, Susan Smith, followed by Dr. Sandra Richtermeyer. Glenn Christensen made a very, very good point. We want somebody who can execute a vision for the future of NSU. And I truly believe that both these two candidates would be able to execute that vision for NSU. Like I said, it's so close, but my vote will go for Dr. Susan Smith, followed by Dr. Sandra Richtermeyer.
Thank you. Regent Downs.
It's a tough call. I was looking through at some, was got pointed out to me, but reading through how Dr. Smith dealt with the $9 million budget deficit, and I was curious how faculty and staff at NSU felt about the decisions made there. It wasn't all 100% clear from the Times Union article, but I did like some of the answers Dr. Smith gave about collective bargaining and the fact that she has 2 golden retrievers and a Labrador. Joking about that part, but so I'd say, I mean, to me, it's a tough call because there's 4 great candidates that you pulled in here, and so didn't make that part easy. But I also listened to the advisory board, and with such almost, I wouldn't say quite say unanimous, but clearly there's a lot of support for Dr. Richtermeyer, and I'm hearing from people who are going to be working for her, for whoever the president is, and so I respect that thought process. I mean, I would say my first choice probably is Dr. Smith, then my second would be Dr. Richtermeyer.
Thank you. I'll invite any other regents who are not on the committee but are attending if they're interested in commenting at this time. Okay, please go ahead, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, and thank you to you, Chair Carvalho, and to Academic Search. You guys did an amazing job, and the fact that 108 people, when you told me that, not only is this let's face it, who doesn't want to come to Vegas? Come on. But, I mean, it's the reputation of the school and what you've created here in 25 years. I find it just amazing, and I was so pleased to go to the groundbreaking the other day. So you really had a hard job. I've been a chair before of this, and it is really hard. And usually it's really, by the time you get down here, there's really a stark difference. But there was 3 people for sure that could just go. And I am with you, Glenn. Dr. Purnell, he's the only one that discussed AI. I found that problematic that nobody even brought it up. I found it really kind of problematic that it wasn't even a question, because that is changing higher ed right now as we speak. I mean, as you read Chronicle Higher Ed, any of the stuff we're reading, it's all over it. And sometimes I think we as a system are behind there. I don't know, because I'm not sure what all the campuses are doing, but I really think Parnell could come in and just really, he would be amazing in his context, but I agree. I don't think this campus is quite ready for that. I mean, maybe down the road, the next step, yes, but I just thought his context that he could bring, I looked up that YPO because I had never heard of it, and it's pretty impressive. But getting down the brass tacks, I did not listen to any of the forums yesterday, but I really enjoyed listening to Dr. Smith. I found her to be very, I mean, to have her and her husband invite the athletic team into their home, that said a lot. I mean, a lot. That's kind of how I am. I bring the orphans home. So I really like that. And I really like the $1 million that she got and what she did with it. And she's the only one that brought up mental health. And I'm chair right now of the ACCT, and that's one of our big issues is just the health and well-being of our CEO, and that includes mental health. And it's so important, especially if all these kids that have come out of COVID. So I would put her first, and I would put Dr. Richtermeyer second. But you're, no matter what you do today, you're going to have a great president here. So I'm really happy I got to be here today and be part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll open it up for any others online who would like to comment. I see that Regent Goodman is there, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have been listening all day, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to listen. My choice is Dr. Smith. I thought she was wonderful. I thought she was engaging. I thought she was just very succinct, articulate, and I really did like her. But I have to say this. I just have to say it. Out of 108 candidates, I'm really surprised that we didn't have a more diverse pool. And I'm a conservative. But I am a little surprised that we didn't have that. And so I just have to throw that out there. But I do think that Dr. Smith was an excellent candidate. So that's my two cents. And it's no reflection on you, of course, Chair. I just for me, I just think it's important to acknowledge that is important. It's an important piece of who Nevada State is. And so I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that Regent Brager also had her hand up as well. We're unable to hear you. There you go.
I'm sorry. Now, can you hear?
You can, okay. I don't know why my face didn't show up, but that's fine with me. I really appreciate all the work that has gone into this. I know how hard it is to do, and it is amazing how many candidates would like to come to Las Vegas, which I do understand why. But I really felt very in sync with Dr. Smith. I thought she was very exact. She answered the questions. She moved on to the next question. She didn't really belabor anything. And she really felt very comfortable speaking to us. I also have been, I think we started at 9:15. So I've spent the day in front of the computer, but it was worth every minute. And thank you to Chair Carvalho for what you've done. I know it's hard to chair some of these. So that would be my vote would be for Dr. Suzanne Smith.
Thank you very much for your input. I'll just leave it open for just a few more seconds. I know that I haven't shared my perspective on this. What's that? He's not saying anything. So. I agree with everything that's been said. I'll say that Dr. Richtermeyer really resonated with me. I felt that her comments about belonging and community were very important, and that coupled with her experience in higher ed, that really complements what Nevada State is, makes her my top choice. My second choice is Dr. Elrod. I felt that she was very, very experienced, also very personable, and I really respect her her CV and also the way that she was very personable as well. So those are my top two. So with that, seeing no other comments or discussion, this is for a vote. So I'll open the floor for a motion to recommend a nominee or nominees for consideration of appointment by the Board of Regents at a special meeting to be held tomorrow, Friday, May 1st at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Chair. Regent McGrath, I would move to consider both Drs. Richtermeyer and Smith tomorrow.
Regent Batista, I'll second that.
Thank you. So there is a motion on the floor to move forward with Dr. Sandra Richtermeyer and Dr. Suzanne Smith as nominees for the full board consideration tomorrow. So any other discussion? Then I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion does carry unanimously. Thank you. So those two candidates will move forward to a full vote tomorrow. I will just let you know that since there are two candidates moving forward, 3 questions will be posed to them tomorrow by the full board. And I believe by policy, those questions come from the search chair. Is that correct, Ms. Nikolajewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The search chair working with the consultants and the chancellor.
Very good. So we will bring those 3 questions forward tomorrow for those candidates. I'll also say that meeting is at the system office, not here at Nevada State. So just so everybody's aware of that. Okay, so we'll move on to new business. Is there any new business for this committee? Seeing none, I will move to public comment. Is there any public comment here at Nevada State? Please come forward, state and spell your last name, and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'll be quick. My name is David Cooper, DAVID COOPER. I want to thank, I think that this particular search went really well. We got a really good set of candidates. I wish we had a little bit more time to talk to these candidates on campus, but I understand that there was a little bit of an expediency to try and get this candidate in before the semester ended. That being said, I do think Dr. Richtermeyer was my favorite of the candidate, and so I just wanted to let that know, but thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Carvalho, Chancellor McNair, Board of Regents, and the Advisory Board. My name is Al-Hashmi Bouali, B-O-U-A-L-I, Associate Professor of Geosciences and the current Academic Faculty Senate Chair. Big thank you to everybody involved. This was a pretty fantastic process to watch from the sidelines. I went to every single town hall. I stayed here all day, and I'm very pleased with the outcome. I would like to echo Dr. Cooper and say that my personal preference is also Dr. Richtermeyer, even though Dr. Smith is fantastic. And a maybe word of unsolicited advice, I think you should find a way, you being NSHE, to hire all 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other public comment here at Nevada State SCS, is there any public comment on the phone?
There's no callers at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So at this time, I will adjourn the meeting at 4:58. Thank you, everyone.